Oh, I was wondering where my music went. It was just like a slow startup on the song. What's going on, chat? It is Wednesday. This tweet out real fast. It is stream yesterday. PTCG Live was down, and then I like woke up late. I like slept through my alarm yesterday. So yeah, no stream yesterday. I was gonna stream yesterday, but I got 2 streams this week. I'm gonna stream today, gonna stream tomorrow, and then we got Portland, and we're gonna be talking about some Portland. Talking about Portland today, and then if PTCG Live isn't, I saw a lot of bad stuff about PTCG Live yesterday. But I assume it's fixed. Like the late night tournament ran yesterday and everything, so I assume all the stuff that was wrong with PTCG Live got fixed as the update was rolled out. But if not, then we maybe won't be playing PTCG Live. We'll see. It's fine now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like fine at all or not. They fixed it within an hour. Okay. So did anything actually get fixed? Did anything actually change? Did they fix any bugs or change anything like that? Live is perfect now. It's a big update. And the official release is coming, right? We got like a month until the official release now. Because now, well, actually, I don't know. I could still be in beta even when PTCGO gets nuked. Yeah, even with the PTC, well, even when PTCG goes down, it could still be. I'd actually read that. Let's go take a look at that real fast. If I can find that. Do you think they're actually going to change anything, though? Does anyone have a link to the PTCGO sunsetting thing? Where's... Oh, I found it. Oh, wait, no, I found the Poke Beach thing. But I'm sure the Poke Beach thing will have it. Oh, actually, I can't find it. The PokemonTCG Twitter has it linked. Yo, appreciate the prime sub there, CTC Mully. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of shrimp. We got plenty of marbles. Yeah, let me see if I can find this real fast. You appreciate 18 months there, much thanks. I have a link to the new Gargleon. Wait, what are you saying, Dylan? Oh, are you trying to make a meme? Appreciate it, Locke. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Oh. Yeah, that was the wrong button. Okay. That's the right button. Letter to the community. At the end of January, we announced that the digital Pokemon TCG products launched after March 1st would no longer be supported in the Pokemon trading card game Live to help ensure that development resources are dedicated to making PTCG Live the best experience possible for players. On June 5th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Pacific time, the Pokemon TCG Online will be removed from the App Store, Google Play, and Pokemon.com, and game servers will be shut down. The development team is grateful for all the community support of this game. We've seen their contributions throughout the years, shows how strong and invested the digital Pokemon TCG community is. The passion has flourished with new and old players alike, and we cannot wait to see this community continue to grow with Pokemon TCG Live. Making it tough. We were excited to announce that on June 8th, so 3 days after the Pokemon TCG live game will officially launch. So that means it'll be out of beta. To celebrate our community and the end of global beta, players who log into the Pokemon TCG live between May 2nd at 10 a.m. and 10 a.m. Pacific and through June 6th at 2023 at 10 a.m. Pacific will receive a special gift that includes a unique global beta coin, deck box, and card sleeves. Ooh. Oh, you can still migrate your account even after the servers have been shut down. There's currently no assigned cutoff date for migrating your account and collection. Oh, okay. I wonder if there's gonna be like a big. I guess we could just wait and see if there is gonna be like a big update that changes a lot of stuff. Yeah, we'll wait and see if there is like a big update that changes a lot of stuff with PTCG Live on that day. Or if this just basically says the same stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna have a big update at all or not, or if they're just gonna literally be what it is at the rate that they are updating things. It feels like it's gonna be at a rate that it's gonna be like it's gonna be just what it is at the rate that they're updating it. It'd be cool if they did have a big update launched. If they had a big update to launch on PTCG Live on the 8th. But I'm not like too hopeful for that. It would be cool though, for sure. I'd be a fan. I'm sure a lot of you would be a fan. We need a thick update. Yeah. Can only hope. That'd be the goal though. I'm gonna play my first regional in Sao Paulo. What do you think about Guja Lawson? I think Guja's pretty solid, to be honest. I think it's like solid. I don't think it's like anything super special, but it's a good deck right now. They're giving us no reason to think anything will change. That's true. They're also giving us no reason. You appreciate the 513 sub there, Edwin. Your PTCGL is still bugged and I cannot migrate support. Support ticket has been in for 3 weeks. That's kind of unlucky, Brayden. I had heard that. I think you had mentioned that in chat before, actually. I think I'd seen you mention that. And other people had problems too, where they just can't. Isn't there some people who like literally can't play the game still, like PTCG Live for some reason? Imagine it's a huge update and becomes the #1 digital client. I doubt it. That'd be cool though. I would be down for that. That'd be pretty dope. But I don't think it's gonna happen. What tech do you think makes Guja better than Chigardi? Disable our Vulpix or something? I don't know if you need a tech. Maybe V-Guard energy? Doesn't they need an extra energy to carry your Gujarization? They have all the resources to make that happen. To make what happen? To make the big update happen. They have Temple, but maybe they don't find it. Yeah, they do have Temple. That's true. Not everyone plays Temple anymore. I think people are getting away from Temple a little bit. I have 2 collapse stadium in my Guardy right now. It's just really hard to set up. It might be worth the spot still though, but my experience is it's really hard to set up. I still have it on my list, I think. The global release is for the same day as June's at release on live. Makes sense. Yo, appreciate the 20-month resub there, Brendan. Well, PTCGO will disappear and be replaced by. Yeah, it always was gonna be, and it always has been. What's the song? Just exclamation point song if you ever want to see a song. So today we're gonna be talking today, yeah, the bed shenanigans were a long time ago. I've evolved since then. I no longer have a bed. I had to get rid of my bed because you guys are making me unmake it and make it so many times it broke. Stabilize seems like it makes more Roxanne stick. Oh, you can use Sableye like that, yeah. KO. Or you can KO the Manaphy as well. Yeah, Sableye could be worth it. They go to 1-hit KO your Goodra. And then you go. They need a lot. They need 10. You can Sableye that turn. Yeah, it seems kind of cool. Also, Guardy playing Pathramir. I haven't tested it enough. I have seen it, but I haven't tested it. It could be worth the. It could be worth the inclusion for the mirror match, the path, but I don't know. Aren't they, I feel like they're just gonna draw into a stadium off their Roxanne. Like you're gonna go Roxanne path, and if they didn't play any of their stadiums, but they are playing. Like most people play research, so sometimes you just lose them in the early game. If you can't find that or worker, I guess you just kind of steamroll from there, right? Which is kind of cool. I'd have to test it more to see actually how often it sticks. If you just do that and then they just draw out of it and knock you out, then it's like it doesn't really matter, right? It depends how often it actually sticks. So yeah, but it's definitely it's like probably it seems like one of the better techs for mirror for sure. Besides like the Cresselia, I think Cresselia is pretty good for mirror as well. So you have a good opening attacker. And Cresselia also allows you to leave more Curlias in play because you're not attacking with the Baby Guardia as often. If you're not attacking with Baby Guardia as often, then you have more Curlias in place. That way, when you do get Roxanne, you have more refinements to work with to draw out of that situation. I think the new stadium will go into Guardy. I have no clue. Was it discard an energy, draw a card? Yeah, probably actually. It would even open up the possibility to maybe not play Greninja, to be honest. What was the date for the letter you read? For when it came out? The letter dropped today. And then PTCGO sunsets on June 5th. PTCG Live fully releases on June 8th. Did they give a date for when PTCG Live is going to be down, though? I think they did, right? Hold up. I think they said, like, Pokemon... Oh, maybe they didn't. Yeah, did they give a time for, like, PTCG Live being down going into the other one? Panic Mask or Box if you want to counter Guardy. Well, it depends on what deck you're playing. If you're playing a deck where they have to put their Zacian at 20 HP remaining, then Panic Mask works. You appreciate the 200 bits there. The modified one. Appreciate the 13-month resub there. Adam P. CrossFit. Guardy going to be the play for an IC. Gets its boost from next set. I mean, maybe. We'll see. Still a lot of testing to be done. Yeah, Panic, like if they have to commit enough energy where Zacian can't hit you, then Panic Mask makes sense. But if they don't have to commit enough energy where they can't want to KO you, like if Zacian can KO you with more than 20 HP remaining, wait, what does Panic Mask do again? Hold up. How much HP is it? I'm just gonna read the card. Alright, let me read this thing. Oh, it's 40 or less remaining HP. Okay, so that works with most situations then, I feel like, against Zacian. What's it, Zacian? If Zacian puts... So, like, as Mew, if Zacian put 8... If you put 8 on Zacian, you'd take 160. If you did 9, which is the number you need to KO a Mew... But if they attach from hand, then they only have to do 8. So I feel like Panic Mask is only good in like Goodra, maybe. Pretty much harder to play around. Yeah, Box of Disaster is harder to play around. I don't know, you have to test it and see how often like the guard. It would have to be like you have to test it and be like, okay, theoretically they would end up with 40 HP or less. test Panic Mask and be like, okay, how often can they hit those energies, like the raw attachments and stuff like that? If they can hit it pretty often, then you'd want to go with the other one. Of course, it's only for V decks. I guess Panic Mask you can put on other things besides. Panic Mask you can put on other things. Panic Mask, Oricorio, and Sprinkle. No, then they're just punching you with Guardi EX over and over. It doesn't work. Sitting there and like sprinkling with Oricorio, like you do 50 damage, you don't draw a prize card. They're like, okay, 190 with Guardi EX, and you're like, oh, I guess I lose. Did you Seal Stone kill one VMAX and then boss a Genesect? Well, if they can, that's the point. Also, you're judging them every turn, so for them to line up the Seal Stone play is pretty hard. They can't just Seal Stone. It's not that simple against Mew. The matchup I do think is favored for Guardi, but if you have something like a Panic Mask or a Box of Disasters, I could actually see it being like all of a sudden favored for Mew. You'd probably want Box of Disasters though. I think you'd probably want Box of Disasters. That'd be my guess. You want to go with the box, and then yeah. Yeah, it's definitely harder than you think. Like, it's not like you're getting judged every turn. You're getting rock sand eventually, and then they're also hitting you with they're drawing prize cards. Sometimes you have the Avery. The Avery I'm a little bit undecided on. I did kind of want to work on my Mew list today. That was kind of my goal. Was to maybe work on Mew today. After we're done talking Portland. But I think I'm going to do a little Portland talk and then, yeah. What about Poncho to protect V-Star against Boss's Order Diancie? Well, I mean, what deck are you playing? What V-Star? If it's Mew, then it's not worth it. Just don't evolve your Mew Vs to V-Maxes, and then I assume you're Psychic Leaping, and then you'd want to protect the one on your bench. So just don't evolve your Mew V on the bench to a V-Max, you're fine. Work on Mew so you don't have to? Yeah, that was the goal. My goal is to always help out Soda as much as possible. You with Luxray? Probably not good. We're on at NAIC registrations? No, but just follow the right people on Twitter. Follow Arcanine Labs and probably the official Pokemon accounts, like Play Pokemon and Pokemon. And someone's gonna tweet something at some point if you're on Twitter. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know how else you get information in Pokemon besides Twitter. I guess word of mouth is like the only other thing, right? You got like a friend group who all play Pokemon, and then someone puts in the chat, "Hey, registration's going up for what's called." I saw it on Twitter, but they saw it on Twitter too. So you have to know people who are on Twitter. Is Milwaukee registration still available? Go to arcanelabs.com and go find out. I'm registered for it. That's all I know, but I don't know if it's registration still available. Julian runs a Discord with a bot. Oh, really? Is there a bot that says every time that registration opens up for, or is gonna open up for a Pokemon tournament? Use Instagram to get your Pokemon info? What kind of info do you get on Instagram? Just like collector info, right? No shot. But does it only tell you when registration immediately goes live? It doesn't tell you like when registration is gonna happen? Does it only tell you when registration goes like actually live? Has some leeway. Let me find the tweets. Pokedata that. Oh, I've seen the Pokedata. Oh, is this made by Julian? Wait, what am I looking at here? Oh, that's right. There was a League Cup in London. like looking at stuff on this site now. Yeah, the race for like top 16 in North America is actually pretty close. And I can show you guys what I'm looking at here. Where am I going? Do I think Kyogre is bait? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, you guys can't see this full page though. Hold up, let me change this real fast. Oh, you can't see it on that one. Oh, you can't really see it either because my webcam is in the way, but you can kind of get the gist of it. Just have to deal with it, chat. I don't know, I'm just looking at the top 16 North American race. Here, I'll put it up here so you guys can like see it right here. But the bottom half of it is actually pretty close. Let's see, at around like the 700 mark. So like Bradner or Piper down. Piper to 16th is Caleb. It's got like 100 points on Caleb. Maybe just the last two spots are kind of up for grabs. Oh, no, that's like, wait, this is Caleb. Wait, Caleb is at, where's Caleb at? Caleb's at 680, and then Grant's at 7. See, I would say up to like, probably up to here. So 12th to 16th, it's pretty open still. Because any of these players could jump up with like a really good finish at NAIC. Like, oh, there's Brayden. It's like Brayden, like when there's like a big cutoff. There's not like a huge cutoff anyway. Maybe like 500 plus. That'd be Mahone. Yeah, even Mahone could get in there, to be honest. Even Mahone could get in there with a really good finish at NAIC. Yeah, like this is pretty good. I mean, Vaughn is still pretty much in the right. I mean, like, yeah, you can only go. So I don't know how far down you'd want to go, but this website is ugly. Yeah, I guess, but it's better than nothing. Oh, it's Julian in chat. How many times have I played versus Tor? Do I know my record? I played against Tor twice. Once we ID'd to both make top 8 at OCIC 20, I don't know, 15. And then once I beat him in the Players Cup. That's it. We played twice. Hedrick with 2 regional wins and not top 16 is crazy. I mean, I don't think that actually is crazy because Hedrick has kind of like not gotten any points at ICs as far as I know. Like, also Hedrick hasn't been to every IC. I don't think Hedrick went to LAIC or OCIC. Didn't do great at OCIC or EUIC. And then the rest of the points are probably just from regionals after that. Right. I bet the rest of the points are just like. The cup first and second. Okay. I don't know if this is current points. So those like cup points might not be reflected here. Yeah, those points might not be reflected here. Best player at the moment from every region. Actually sounds like kind of fun to do. We could do like a top 8 players from every region. That'd be kind of fun to do. A top 8 players from every region. I mean, it wouldn't be like super serious. I don't think anyone. Hopefully, no one will get like salty. I don't know if I would just like pick a best player. Do a top 8 from every state. No shot. And it would be like current too. So like even if someone has been really good in the past, if they haven't played as much this season or haven't just done as well this season, then they might not make the top 8. Even if like they're like an all-time great player or like better player. With the cam to see the names. Yeah, hang on, I'll move my camera. Is there fine? That's got to be fine. You'll have to just deal with it. You can check by where they got their points by clicking on their name. What is this? NIC stipend cumulative 20 CP. That just tells me that. Wait. Oh, this is where they got their points. Baltimore PokemonTCG Regional Championships. Wait. Oh, this is all the tournaments in that place where they could have got points from? Is that what it's saying? What did I just click on? The spikes in the graph are where they got their points. Oh, so they got their point at the tournament where it spikes is where they got points. So UIC, OCIC, LAIC. So Pedro's only got points at one, two, three, four, 5 events. Pedro's been killing it at the ICs. I played against Pedro at OCIC. Wait. Why did I do that? Okay. Oh, can I just like close? Oh, I like clicked on the. Oh, I see what happened there. Okay. I thought I went to a new page. Under the whole CP and stipends. Okay. Yeah, it definitely lists every event, that's for sure. So I can see, so looking at like something like my graph would be like interesting. So let's take a look at that. I got little baby points at San Diego. A lot of points at OCIC. Some baby points at EUIC. Welcome. I got BFL'd at all these tournaments. I got BFL'd at, well, Vancouver, I don't think I got points. I got BFL'd at Charlotte and Knoxville. Yeah, Vancouver, I'm pretty sure I didn't get points. What was Fort Wayne? What did I play at Fort Wayne? Fort Wayne Regionals was... Who won Fort Wayne? I need like a... I don't even remember. It was so recent. That was the most recent regional, right? Before EUIC was Fort Wayne Regionals. That went Reggie's, right? Oh, yeah, I played Reggie's at Fort. That one went bad, too. That one also went bad. Dude, that went bad. Udra. The points you got are the standalone points. Oh, I see what you're talking about. These? I see these points now. I didn't see these before. These are where I got points. Bunch of top 16s. Wait, what is this thing down here? UIC, OCIC, LAIC. Points are where I got points. Purple line is your red line, but it's for stipends, not total CP. Okay. The only stipend I missed this year was NAIC. I just didn't have any good I didn't have any great finishes. Yeah, I just kind of, my regionals were mid. My regional finishes were too mid. Mid regionals. Okay, I think I get it. I think I understand the graph fully. I think so. Fine. Oh, but this only shows like the current. This only shows like the current stipend, right? Yeah, or the current travel award, whatever. And then, oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm trolling. No, I'm not trolling. Anyone use limitless? Use limitless to do signups for in-person events. That wants an unsanctioned tournament. They're trying to figure out where to do signups. Yeah, you could use limitless. People use limitless before, like during the period where we had like no local tournaments. People were using limitless to run local tournaments. You should definitely use limitless. Who deserves world championship this year? What do you mean? Like where it should be, or like the player? Yeah, there's definitely still a decent amount of people who are in contention for the top 16 actually. Because yeah, someone could have like a really good NAIC. Someone could have a really good NAIC. A lot of people have like filled up their BFLs for regionals, so they would need to like go pretty deep to get regionals, more regional points here in North America. But yeah, because like 16th, what I say, 16th is only 680. So even someone down in like the 400s, if you have a really good NAIC run. Which player should win if it's full fair? I mean, it's not really a thing. It's Pokemon. It doesn't really matter. I see Rahul's twit longer from USA. What do I think about the situation? I mean, it seemed like the situation seemed like not that bad. Like I read the initial post from the person who called Rahul out, and it was like, I don't know, their English. Like they even said like their English isn't great, but everything they said everything just seemed weird. When I read that, like I was like, this isn't impossible, but this seems like just weird. Everything just seemed really weird. And then I have read Rahul's response, and it's like, okay, all that seemed like it seems like it was maybe a little bit exaggerated by the I don't even know where the player was from, to be honest. I called out Rahul, but like it definitely seemed a little bit like it just seemed weird. The way they like, I mean, they said their English wasn't great, so that like adds to it as well. But everything just seemed bizarre. Like it seemed bizarre. Like the whole, I was down the table and was very much exaggerated. Yeah, it seemed exaggerated, and then it just like was bizarre. Like the way that they said things like went down was just like super bizarre. I was like, I don't know, is that possible? Like, I don't know. These things don't seem real. So yeah, that's kind of when I first read it, I was like, this seems like too much. Like there's just too much happening. Like there's like too many bizarre things happening in one confrontation for this to be fully what happened. And then Rahul made his post, and it was like along the lines of basically what happened, but a little bit more grounded. And I was like, maybe Rahul did cut out some of the parts, possibly that maybe, like it's possible like Rahul isn't telling the full truth either, but like Rahul's things definitely just seem more grounded, more reasonable. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. It seems like it was probably handled reasonably by the judges. If there was judges like at the table during the whole situation, then I'd assume it was handled reasonably, and that if neither player was like banned, then it sounds like the person who called out Rahul was just a little bit pissed that they lost or tied. I don't even know what the end of the situation was, if it was a loss or a tie. Hazel, we are preparing to Chile regionals. What do you think about a Lugia single strike with 1/1 Urshifu? I think the Duraludon's better, but you want to play Urshifu if there's going to be a lot of Duraludon. So I would just make a judgment call based on that. Like, you want to play Lugia with a 1/1 Duraludon because Duraludon's just a better... Duraludon's better, but most swords could be true accounts. I mean... Yeah, but like, I mean, you could say any sword and it could be a true account. But like, judging from the outside in, it definitely seemed like whoever called out Rahul definitely seemed, their story definitely seemed a little bit exaggerated for sure. Definitely seemed exaggerated. Where did I end up with this? How close was I to type in Azul Garcia Griego? 190, and 16th had how much? Wait, this is so hard to read because the numbers don't change. How do I make it change to, so I have to count? Oh no, wait, here we go. Counter here on the side. 16th, I was like, this is hard to read. Who got it? 16th. Noah did. By 10 points over Justin. And where was I? Like, I'm down here somewhere. I see I'm 42nd. But I'm only behind by 60 points. So if I just like had 2 more, if I like placed top 32 at UIC, then I think I pass. Top 16 leaderboard with locals right now is 775. You mean like 16th? Brayden, is that what you mean? 16th is 700. Oh, 700 and I said 75. 735. Deckless error. Nah, no shock, Grant. Your deck wasn't going anywhere. 735 is 16th. Where's 16th at right now? This is 735, so it doesn't change too much. I mean, if all these players like down here in this, if all the players down here in this area like get close to maxing out their cups, like their points like stay roughly the same within each other, right? Like if you get like at least top 4 to winning 2 cups, top 4 to winning 2 challenges, everyone's gonna stay roughly in the same spot for points. So still anyone could get like a good, really good finish at NAIC. So I mean, because you even have people like Pram, who's still here at like 460. Pram would have to like win NAIC though. I think his 16th is, what was that again? Yeah, Pram would have to. Maybe not. So like, if you get 500 points for winning, that puts you at plus 500. So if you had 980, so Pram. So yeah, someone like Pram would probably have to win. If Pram got 860, who's 16th again? 860 is probably cutting it close. To be honest, if Pram wanted like at the 400 mark, actually we could like math this out. Yeah, so I think at the 400 mark, the 450 mark, you'd have to like win NAIC to probably get there. So let's just say like top 8 is reasonable. How many points do you get from top 8? It's like a little bit more reasonable. How many people go to Worlds? I don't know, it depends on the world. So it kind of just depends worlds to worlds. Like some are like more reasonable for people to go to. Sometimes invites are easier some years, a little bit harder some other years. Yeah, how many points do you get for a top 8 at an IC? Let's make that I'm gonna make that like the kind of Hail Mary for some of these players. What do you think? Is it fair that CPs give away that many points compared to regionals? That ICs give away that many points compared to regionals? Yeah, probably. Top 8 IC is 250. So top 16 is 200, right? Top 16 is 200. Top 32 is 100. What's 16th? Actually, hold up. Let me do it like this. Let me find. $200 top 16. Let me just go to the official leaderboards, because if those are actually updated with more points, that'll give us a better look. Is someone that I have an awful match history against? I mean, there's people that I've like lost to twice. Like, I don't know. Like, there's definitely players out there that I've lost to more than I've beat. But it's like also, I don't know. There's like how do I even want to put this? Like, someone that I have an awful match history against. I'm trying to like first of all think of a like if they're not like a. I'm like trying to even think of someone I've lost to more than I've beaten. I think I've like beaten people more than I've lost. Brian Miller. No, I've definitely beaten Brian like at least where I'm at least 50-50 with Brian. My record against Zhaneng is 1-4, but that's not a terrible match record. We just have a lot of ties. My record against John is 1-4. That's kind of funny. Yeah, it's not even terrible. It's just one more loss and a win. But otherwise, it's ties. The thing is though, like there's like people like locally, who I'm sure I'm like I've lost to more than I beat. Just played bad against Azul 10 years ago in a regionals top cut. Wait, did we actually really play, Sonny? When did we play? Is that gonna show all my records there, Del Cookie? What does this show? Wait, what does this show? Does this show all the... Oh no, it does show my results. I played against John 7 times. Oh wait, this is since when though? When is this since? Actually, this is a kind of a cool... And I've got to move my camera again. Hold up. Actually, I want to take a look at this. Move my camera. And then... What's this? Kind of cool. Okay, so this is since when? Top 16 Virginia Regionals. Top 16 Virginia Regionals. What was I? We played Darkrai that Regionals, I believe. Oh yeah, I did. Darkrai Mewtwo, yeah. And you were playing Hydreigon, Terrakion, Mewtwo stuff. Main tournament results, all from Arcade 9. Old ones to... The oldest one is 2018. No, delete this page. So this shows... Okay, so against John... against John, I'm... win, tie, loss, loss, loss. Wait, what? Loss, loss, loss? That's not true. Win, tie. I have 4... Wait, I have 4 losses against John? I've lost to John 4 times? Okay, so against John, I have a terrible record. But then against Grant, I have a tie, win. But what it doesn't show on this is that I am actually 7-0-1 against Grant. This only shows 4 of my wins against Grant. And I actually wouldn't know this, but Grant brought this up a little while ago. And then since Grant told me I was 5-0 against him, I have beat him twice more in tournament. So my record against Grant is 7-0-1. Jesus, bro. My record against John is not good. I played John the most since 2018, though. Against Sander, I got a winning record against Sander. I got a winning record against Gustavo. When did I beat Gustavo twice, though? I actually have one more win against Gustavo that's not on here. I also beat Gustavo at... Wait, I played against Noah 3 times? Is that true? I played Noah twice at NAIC. No, I played Noah 3 times at NAIC. Holy shit. Yeah, I played Noah 3 times at NAIC. I played him day 1, day 2, and in top 8. Against Gustavo, I know I have one more win against Gustavo. At the first IC in London, I played against Gustavo. Gustavo was playing Mega Mewtwo. I was playing Yveltal Garb. I beat Gustavo one more time. There's another dub against Gustavo. This is the 4 times I played Sander, though. Win, tie, and a loss. I took my first L to Sander at EUIC, actually, just a couple weeks ago. It's in match results, not game results. But yeah, I know. It seems like the second quarter of the 2019 season. Now let's check our online. No one cares about that. That's why it's not. That's why it's not recorded anywhere. Grant doesn't exist. Against Reagan, I'm tie, win. Against Caleb, I am loss, win, loss. Against Cal Connor, win. Jimmy Castro, win. Jason, win. Natalie Miller, win. Oh, I played against Natalie twice. Oh yeah, at NAIC, yeah. Isaiah, win a tie. This isn't like that much data though. It'd be cool. It'd be cooler if we had like data from. And then look at all these dubs. Wait, where are my L's though? Who have I only lost to? All my ties, all my L's. These are people I've only lost to. I've never. I've only lost to and I've never beaten. But it's only one loss, so it doesn't really. It's not like a. That bad. Not that bad. It doesn't really matter. I played against Tord. Yeah, I played against Tord twice. Well, I played against Tord on one of them was online. It was the Players Cup though. Win this versus Mahone. I think I've beaten Mahone before. We played at. I don't remember though. I definitely played against. Oh no, yeah, I beat Mahone in. I beat Mahone in top 4 of the regional that I got second at that I lost to Pram. I beat Mahone in top 4. I've got. It's weird that you only face first toward. Well, I mean, there's a lot of players, and then there's a lot of variance into who you're gonna play against, and then toward like I play in mostly North American events. Toward plays mostly in European events. We only cross paths and like, ICs consistently. Does it include top cut data? No, it does include top cut data, but that was before the. When I beat Mahone was before this data was collected. So this went back to Daytona beat. This is the oldest one, right? Because I went to like everything. So this is it. This is the oldest. This is the oldest regional that it's recording from, right? Because it's up here is. Oh no, it's not. How was this listed? The Caucus 2022, 2022, 2022. This doesn't even have like 2023 ICs. Yeah, this is like. Yeah, this doesn't even have 2023 in it. Unless I'm trolling. No, it does. OceanaTCG International. It doesn't have the date on it. They're just like labeled differently. Yo, appreciate the 4 months resub there, Young. Nothing from this year, yeah. Wait, no, it does though, because that's Oceana. This listen made up. But I don't know how it's categorized here. I don't know how it's categorized. Like, I don't know what the oldest tournament in all this is. Any old tourneys you remember being good, Azul? What do you mean? For a good one to watch? Oh, rewatch? And he's my favorite recent tourney? Not that I can think of. September 15th, 2008. Okay. I'll take your word for it on that one. I'll take your word for it. Daytona was definitely an older... Wait, did we have Daytona this year or it was Orlando this year? Dates on these would be cool. Yeah, dates on these would be cool. That's for sure. I was going to go over here, though. Why was I going to go over here? Oh, yeah, so I could see the updated rankings. You get a run back with that John fellow? No, I probably should just stay away from John, to be honest. Like, I probably just should not play against John anymore. It's just probably better. So 16th right now is So if we say roughly everyone stays like from this point, actually Ian's tied with Gabe. But I don't know who's been to like locals or not, to be honest. I think we could say like Farah up is probably safe. And then Piper, like Ian, Smart, and Piper are probably also safe. But then Grant, Shen down could be bumped out. Because like if all these stay at roughly the same amount of points within each other based on like locals, then like if Cameron gets like top 8 at NAIC and gets 250 points, they would go up to 870. Actually, I don't know if they would pass anyone actually with that. Cameron would have to like win, I feel like. Cameron would actually have to win. Or like get top 2. What is the cutoff going to be around? Let's see. If Hedrick... so Hedrick has a first and a second at Cups. So let's say Hedrick also gets the challenges closed out at a first and a first. That put him at 765. And then if Hedrick at least gets... if Hedrick at least gets... Let's say Hedrick at least makes top 128. Nah, they would do a little bit. Let's say Hedrick gets top 64 at least at NAIC. What is that for points? How many should you get for top 64? Has some more best finishes to improve. That's true. There might be some regionals best finishes for Kim. But people like Justin, Caleb, Andrew, Isaiah, Grant, like they all have their best finishes filled up for regionals, to be honest. But yeah, Cameron might have some more open. I think he has also done challenges already. We can actually check that, right? Because this is like pre-locals. 636, right? Or like drag it over. Yeah, 636. And then here, Hedrick has plus 99 points. Has a first and a second. How much do you get for second at Elite Cup? 40? It's like a top 4 at a challenge as well. I think cutoff is gonna be 850-ish. 16th would be 850-ish. Yeah, that sounds really good for me. I'm not gonna lie, after I had won OCIC, I was like thinking about if I could actually whiff top 16, but I'm pretty sure now it's impossible. It's like cities 40. I'm pretty sure it is 40. Includes his London Cup. Oh, that's true. It includes the London Cup. So yeah, there has to be some challenges finished from there. So we could say like Hedrick has like maybe plus 15 points to get. Could maybe get to 550. And then also like if you just get 100 points from getting top 120. Is it 100 points for top 128? That's a lot. Is it 100? It might be. I think it's 100 points, right? Okay. Let's say Hedrick at least gets top 128. You get to 850. Hedrick could be in 16th place at 850 pretty reasonably. So let's actually give it a little bit of a buffer though. Let's call it 900 for 16th place. So if it's 900 for 16th place, Ryan would need well, Ryan maybe has some points to get from cups and challenges. So Ryan would need like top 16 NAIC currently. Caleb would need top 16 NAIC. Justin would need top 16 NAIC. Connor would need at least top 16 NAIC. But there's probably some, including like some cups and challenges points. Tyler Matthews would need top 16. No, a little bit more, like a top 8 NAIC. Cameron needs top 8. But Cameron probably has some more points to work with. Andy, top 8. Braden, top 8. Sam Chen, top 8. I don't know how far we're going to go. Well, Sam would need Sam would need a win plus some cups and challenges. Mahone would need top 2. Rajeshin, top 2. Makani, top 2. Vaughn, top 2. Drew, top 2. Pram, top 2. Yeah. I think maybe around like 900. If you give it like a little bit extra to like, I think 900 would be the goal to shoot for. It could be around 950, but I think you should like, putting it at 900 is probably the goal. I have bad reg finishes and 1 cup still to fill, and I'm assuming most people that are lower do as well. That's actually probably true though, Braden. Yeah, I mean that's probably why I should call it 900 then, right? Because if more people can get up to that point, around, yeah, if more people can push up to like 700 points, then there's definitely a possibility it could be pushed to 900. Because a lot of people in here are going to be over 900 pretty reasonably. Like yeah, so like Farah up is probably safe. Does anyone know how to pronounce Farah? I should have asked. I played against Farah at where did I play against Farah at? Whenever I like mention them, I always like don't know how to pronounce their name. Does anyone know how to pronounce Farah's name? I should have asked them because I literally played against them at, where did I play against them? Where did I play against Farah? Knoxville? I think it was Knoxville. No, Charlotte. No, how do you pronounce their first name? I'm sorry. I think I'm correct. Faraz, I'm pretty sure how you pronounce their last name, but I have no idea how to pronounce their first name. Kieran? 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 Kieran. It's just the normal way. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen that name before, so I don't know what the normal way is, Kieran. All right, Kieran, we got it. Yeah, so Kieran, yeah, probably Kieran up is pretty much locked. Kieran up is probably just locked. So that means there's 6 spots up for grabs, but depending on how many cup and challenge points Ian, Gabe, and Piper have gotten so far, they are probably going to be close to locked as well with like any kind of finish at NAIC. And then down here, I think is where it gets closer. But it does kind of a lot depend on, yeah, here's where it gets closer, like down here. So like there's like 3 spots up for grabs. It's a little bit harder for me to have any kind of read on like Europe. Like I don't know. I mean, towards locked. But they get to 22, right? Theirs is just weird, bro. Actually, they have a lot of room. Actually, over in Europe, there's a lot of room for people to get bumped in. So I would probably say it's probably safe around 650. But the thing is, like, how many events does Europe even have left? I don't even know how many events Europe has left. You have what? A regional and a special event? $450, bro. EU so free, bro. So free. Damo and Turin, one regional, one SPE. Okay. And they could also come over to NAIC. But yeah, I would say 650. Like here, Christian is probably safe. Like Christian up is probably pretty safe. But any of these players could still easily make it into their top 20. Dude, they get 22, bro. Yeah, any of them could easily make it in top 20. Even like players down here. All these players have a shot. Except for Jesper. Yeah, they all have a shot, like down here. I don't know how far down you want to go. I mean, if you win a regional SPE, if you win a regional SPE, you get 200. So we'll stop at Robin. I mean, Jan could actually get there as well. I mean, like, yeah, so if you win, you have 5 to 572. Yeah, I would say 650 is safe, but it might be less than that, to be honest. Like, 650 is definitely safe, I feel like, but it could be, like, less than that. Like, 550 would put you at... 550 would still have you up here right now. But, yeah, maybe it'll be less than that. There's not that many more points to get, to be honest. There's only two more majors left, but then Cups and Challenges get involved as well. But there's not as many Cups and Challenges in Europe, so not as many of these players are going to be able to fill out their points as well as, like, American players. Any of us, I'm making sure I don't miss registration to the NAIC. Just go play Pokemon on Twitter, follow Arcanine Labs on Twitter. Yeah, start there. A few are going to Portland. Yeah, there's a few Europeans going to Portland. I think, and oh no, I don't know if any Europeans are coming to Portland, but I know Henry is coming to Fresno. Latin America. What is the Latin America has top 16, right? It's a pretty drastic drop off towards the bottom of top 16 though. You have like some of the players like Pablo travels to like North American regionals, so is gonna have more points just because of that, which is like fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the top, maybe like here, like Diego's probably safe at 450, right? How many more Latin America events are there? Top 16 makes day 2, yeah. In Europe, it's top 22, and then in Australia, it's only top 4. Wait, is Latin America top 8? No, it's top 16, right? Yeah, Latin America has Sao Paulo regionals this weekend, and then they also have another regional on June 3rd. So they have 2 regionals, and then they have 3 special events. They have 5 majors still coming up. Yeah, Latin America still has five majors coming up. So, and they get top 16, right? Or is it top 8? I actually don't remember. So there's a lot of points up for grabs, to be honest. And if anyone gets like a win, like if anyone is at like 200 points and gets like a win, then they're all of a sudden in contention for the day 2 invite as well. I think Dialga can be meta. Probably not. No. And then Australia now is just top. I don't know about any of these, to be honest. You need John's deck list. Yeah, if you want to beat me, just borrow John's deck. And then Australia is top 4 right now, right? They only get the top 4, right? But they're done with events, right? Australia is done with events besides cups and challenges. But I know Henry's coming over to Fresno, I think. And then Fresno regionals. And then we also have no thanks. There's also NAIC for any of the Australian players come over and play in NAIC. A chance to get points as well. I don't know how many of them are coming over though. How many world champs have you chosen? How many world champions do each region have? I don't know. Is there somewhere you could actually look that up? Actually, that might be on. We could do the math on it. In this case, as many dubs as Japan, you know that. Oh, but the 2002 Worlds was whack. We don't want to look at that. 2004 Worlds is where it like started. So Japan won 2004. Well, we could look at 2000. We could look at results over there. So America won. Because America won, we're gonna count 2002. So 1 for America, 1 for Japan, 1 for America, 2 for America, 1 for Japan. It's about to be 3 for America, 3 for America, 1 for Japan. We got 1 for, what is this one? What is this flag? It's like Finland or something. What were they playing? Can't see. Oh, my freaking webcam is covering it. Hold up, let me move. There. Covering the winner. Yeah, what was Tom Roos? What country are they from? Someone knows what this flag is. Finland. Oh, I was right. Let's go. Okay, so there's 1 for. We got what? 3 for America, 1 for Japan, 3 for America, 1. So someone write this down. 3 for America. 3 for America, 1 for Japan, 1 for Finland. Another 1 for America. 4 for America, 1 for Japan, 1 for Finland. 5 for America. Dude, this was. I'm not gonna lie though. Oh, if we're doing it, are we doing it region? Yeah, I guess we can do it region. We can do it region. So yeah, we'll do it region. Dude, this deck sucks. This deck is terrible. Every time I play Worlds decks and you play this one is this deck sucks. I cannot believe Silvestro won with this deck. This is the deck that probably should have won. Fabian had the coolest deck. This is not I don't know about the Registeel in there. I don't know what the Registeel does, but Fabian had the coolest deck, I think, for sure here. With the Gyarados deck. Fabian had the best deck, I think, at Worlds that year. I don't know. Flag on Machamp was pretty good. So yeah, I played against Sammy for the first time at EUIC, actually. I played against Sammy. Sakum. They were cheating, surely? Surely. There's no way. The Bees is so bad. It's so bad, man. The deck is terrible. Undercooked Gyarados deck? Yeah, but it was still the best deck there, I think, there for sure. I don't know how Gyarados stood up to like this kind of deck, to be honest, so maybe Gyarados didn't have that good of a time against this, but I assume it did. Yeah. The French deck, the Gyarados. Another one in top 16. Top 16. Yeah, by far the best deck, I think, was the Gyarados deck at this World. I wasn't there, so I don't know for sure, and if someone else, like, you know, played back then, they can tell me different, but Steven, Sylvester winning is definitely a scam. This deck's so bad, bro. It's so bad. All right, so what are we at? 5 for America, 1 for Japan, 1 for. Oh no, make it EU. You make it EU. So 5 for. Or are we gonna do it country based, or are we gonna do it region based? Let's do it region based. I think region based makes more sense. So we're at that 2010. Another 1 for Japan. Poor Pram, bro. Rip. Japan has 2. Another 1. U.S. dominated. Dude, U.S. dominated this year, bro. We had 5 in top 8. We had 6 in top 8. Holy moly. Dude, we were cooking, bro. Oh, this is back when it was top 16 was the cut that you played. You played top 16 on. We were still cooking though. 1, 2, 3. We had 4 more in top 16. We had 8. We had half of top cut this year. Dude, what was the rest of the world doing, bro? They're all hanging out down here. That's what they're. Okay. Another one for NA. 2012. Igor. Portugal. So EU. 2013. This was Jason again, right? America. Do it again. Once again, we dominated top cut too. We had 6. I mean, we have the most players most of every year too, so that's gonna help a little bit, just a little bit. But 2014, another North American dub. Strata with the yeah, Brazilian Genesect dominating. Yeah, Strata with the dub. Is that 14? 15? Another American win. North American win. Jacob. 2016. Shintaro. Dude, a lot of people said this deck sucked. I don't think this deck was that bad, though. I never really tried it out. Like, no one knew about this deck, as far as I know. No one knew about Mega Audino. As far as I know, no one knew about Mega Audino. Dude, the rest of the Japanese players, though, showing up with Volcanion was, like, so bad. This deck sucked. Well, no, the deck wasn't terrible, but in the meta, this deck was terrible because you were just unfavored against Night March, and Night March was like the best deck in the best deck in the tournament. I don't know why they would bring there were so many Japanese players playing Volcanion, bro. We were all hoping to hit them and get the free dub. What did we just do? 2015? No, we did 2016. Now we're on to 2017. Who won 2017? Diego. Is that Latin America's only Worlds win? That is then, right? Because we're going through the rest of them. There's not that many left. Another one for Europe. Oh, there it is. Jeff. I don't know how to say the last name. DQ'd. Banned. Did they get lifetime banned? A dub for Australia. Is that's Australia's only international win then, right? Is that they have yet to win an IC? Australia has yet to win an IC. They gotta work on that, especially their own home IC. You'd think that they would win their home IC like once, and then Europe gets another Worlds win with the big peak. Dude, Big Peak dominated this year. That was actually insane. The only reason Japan didn't win this year is because Andre played a Big Peak deck that was better for the mirror match than Daichi and Ryota. Is this the same Ryota who's always playing in online tournaments? I assume it is, but our deck autoed Big P. Our deck did beat Big P. We never played against it though. So 9 NA, 4 EU, 3 Japan, one Latin America, 1 Oceania. When's my name gonna be on the list? I don't know. Hopefully one day. You hit 2? Oh, what the heck? I hit 0. I wish I hit a Big P. It was so salty when I was railing him. Yeah, Big P is free for Ice Rider. It's so free. The match was definitely insanely good. Unlucky though. Yeah, that's it. I was curious about that once it got brought up. Jason was cooking at Worlds? Yeah. That was actually all Jason was cooking at, to be honest. Like, Jason was obviously a very good player outside of Worlds, but Jason has like 1 regional win, and then Jason's last year playing the game also won US Nationals. So got the international win, or the national win. I guess it was back then, it wasn't international. Got the national win and a regional win the same year, but that was Jason's only regional win and only national win. I'm sure Jason won like other stuff like gym challenges and stuff back in the day, but that was actually interesting. What do I think my max bench is? I have no clue. I've never done a 1 rep max. We need an Irish person to win an IC and an Irish regionals or specials. Maybe one day. There's one Super Trainer Showdown. I don't know what that is. When they matter the most? Yeah, so like Jason won every kind of event I think you possibly could, basically. Because Jason like quit before ICs. I'm sure like Jason won some state championships as well. And obviously won like cities and challenges and battle roads and cities and all those. When am I win worlds? I don't know. Super Trainer. What is a Super Trainer Showdown? You mean Pokemon.com? What? Super Trainer Showdown 2 in the 2000? Super Trainer Showdowns 2000s were 2 official Pokemon TCG tournaments that occurred in the summer and fall of 2000. They were the first top-level events that Wizards of the Coast would host for the TCG, which had been recently released the previous year in America. To make the events more accessible, they were not DCI sanctioned, the official ranking system for all Wizards products, meaning that players could play without registering for a DCI number. They did, however, follow the same rules as a DCI sanctioned tournament. The Super Trainer Showdowns were actually international events, despite being held in America. Wizards aimed to support the non-Japanese international releases by inviting a few players from other countries where the TCG was being distributed. Qualification, yada yada. What was the qualification actually? Both East and West Coast Super Trainer Showdowns (STS) were open to general attendances. However, players could secure guaranteed entry with a gold invitation. They earned these by placing highly in the Pokemon TCG tours that took place in malls across America in early 2000. A spot could also be secured. Wasn't the world supposed to end in 2000, right? Wasn't the world supposed to end going to 2000? A spot could also be secured by special invite by being a highly ranked DCI player or being a special international attendee. It's unknown how these international players were chosen, but it was likely by local DCI rankings. For those who wanted to attend as general attendees, they had to present their Pokemon League badge books with a requisite amount of badges. For the first STS West Coast, the requirement was 3 badges. For the second STS East Coast, the requirement was 5 badges. You had to get your badges. Even those with the required number of badges were not guaranteed entry if the event reached capacity. This happened to many attendants at the first West Coast tournament, so Wizards created a pre-registration process for the second East Coast tournament. Gold invitation. Allowed cards, base set 2 jungle, fossil team rocket, gym heroes, gym challenge, only added for the East Coast tournament. All Wizards Black Star promos that had currently been released. The prizes was first a gold medal, Super Trainer certificate. Let's go. And was that these things up here? No. Okay. Super Trainer certificate, booster packs 54, and merchandise. Event jacket and cap, special edition binder. Second place, just less packs, silver medal, bronze medal, Super Trainer certificate, all the way down to 17th plus. Wait, everyone got a Super Trainer certificate? What the fuck? You just got 4 more. Everyone got the Super Trainer certificate? We're all Super Trainers? 11 to 14. Top 4 winners at East Coast. Top 4 winners. On a medal. Wait, is Jason in this picture? Is that Jason right there in the blue? Best Worlds finalists to rewatch. Maybe the one Diego one? I don't remember. I haven't watched any of them in a long time. Now that's Billy. All right, let's get a Billy. There's a certificate. ChatGPT says Ray Rizzo is one of the best TCG players. Makes sense. Shout out to Ray Rizzo. Isn't Ray Rizzo like playing again or something? I feel like Ray Rizzo's playing again. Or am I wrong on that? Shintaro won? Shintaro who? Oh wait, we see the champions right here. 15 and over was Andrew Marshall. Wait, the West Coast one happened first, they said, right? 11 to 14 was Jack Savage. And then the champion of the 10 and under was Joseph. Do I remember? Are any of these names? Do I remember any of these names? Like, are any of these names nowadays? I don't think so, right? I'm trying to see if I noticed any of these names. Yeah, I don't think so. Jack Savage. That's a nice name, though. Jack Savage? West Coast final standings. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, no, what is this showing me? I don't want to see this. Oh, now we get into the East Coast Super Trainer Showdown. I was just showing who beat who and how it broke down, I guess. Jason Kozinski at the event. Wait, someone said Jason won. Jason didn't win. Jason's right there. Jason got top 8. Yeah, Jason got top 8. Won a different event in Hawaii. Beat Ray Rizzo at Worlds in a TCG side event. Seems sus. You want a different one? Yeah, alright, Evie. Alright, let me see if I recognize any of these names. I mean, besides Jason, of course. I'm curious like if anyone plays from back then still. I forget when Pram started playing, but Pram's been playing for a long. So has Ross as well, I believe. Tropical Mega Battle? That's different. Well, check juniors and seniors if you can find someone. I mean, this is the juniors and seniors. I don't recognize any names. Wait, unless James O'Brien is Jimmy O'Brien, then that's someone I know. Bro, doesn't tell me anything, bro. Don't send me a link ever again. Yeah, if James O'Brien is Jimmy O'Brien, then I recognize that name. I think Ross talked about his first majors being more like 2002. Makes sense. Oh, it shows me their deck list. Yo, they're walking the Wigglytuff, bro. Let's go. 25 energy? Bro, we were theme decking back in the day. Did everyone have that many energy? 28? Bro. All right, let's see. Everyone's deck have that much energy? 28, 25, 23. Okay. Jeez, 28 energy. Side events and activities. Let's go. Give us a coloring book. Pokemon cars. What is this? A Mew? Oh, it's a Lugia. It's got the tail, bro. Why does it have a tail? When Pokemon was done right, we all had 20 plus energy. True. That's the day, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. 20 plus energy back in my day. International Tropical Mega Battle 2000. Non-Japanese qualifiers. In the US, the top 12 rated DCI players age 11 to 14 were invited. So there was no What are these gyms? Like the real life Pokemon experience? He played in a sealed. Oh, it's a sealed deck format? What? The same identical 60 card pool of cards and had to build a 40 card deck from that pool. Japanese competitors had a slight cosmetic difference in their pool since Jungle Mr. Mime and Jolteon were only available in holofoil in Japanese, but English they were not holos. Oh, cosmetic difference. Okay. Yeah, so this is what Jason won. Yeah, but there was only the 11 to 14 was the only age group that they had like this. This is like Worlds, right? Effectively was Worlds. Or I don't even know what this is. What kind of event you'd even like call this as? It was the Tropical Mega Battle. Okay, this was the Tropical Mega Battle. Insane. We should have Worlds in pre-release format. I mean, they do for Magic. That's what they do in Magic. At their Worlds, they do sealed. I'm pretty sure, right? Magic does sealed at their Worlds. Magic Worlds is like 16 players. Magic Worlds is like top. They do a bunch of different formats though at Worlds in Magic. I think they do sealed, they do draft, and they do standard, and then maybe they do like another one. I watched it one year. They do a lot of stuff, don't they? It's draft and standard. Oh, it's draft and standard. Okay, it's not sealed. My bad. Draft and standard. They just do 2 formats. I thought it was more than that. Yeah, Magic World is only like 16 players or something like that. How's the draft format? Draft is sealed, right? No, sealed is where you get like 6 packs and then you make a deck out of those 6 packs. Draft is where you all open a pack, like you get 6 packs, you all open a pack, you pick one card, and then you pass the card to someone else. I do the tier list already? No, we haven't done the tier list yet. I'm still gonna get into that. We're still gonna get into that. We're just kind of looking at. I don't know how this came up somehow. I forgot. I was gonna rank. I was gonna pick the 8 best players in each region. But I don't know if I want to do that or not. Pre-release is sealed. Cube is draft. I mean, draft can you can draft with sealed packs as well. That's a thing as well. Pioneer is basically expanded from Magic. Actually, let's do that. I actually think that'd be kind of fun to do. To pick the 8 best players in each region. And obviously, I'm not going to have as much input on some of these regions as others. Like, obviously, I'll have more info in the US, but I don't need this one anymore. Like there. History with Azul stream. That is basically what we're doing. We should just have state championships be played in GLC instead of expanded. Expanded is dead now, isn't it? Basically. We should. You know what they should do is they should have, not for other parts of the world, in America. What they should do is they should bring back a different. They should bring back like states or have some other form of tournament. Do best players from each country. You just want to make a top 8, Soda. That's all you want to do. Where are you even from, Soda? What one of the many European countries are you from? What was I gonna say though? I was gonna say, oh yeah, they should bring back states or something like similar to states, and then in North America they should have less regionals and have those take up some of the space for tournaments, and then in the rest of the world, they should just add those because everywhere else in the world just needs more tournaments. But in America, I think we could have like a couple less regionals and then add like a period of time in the tournament season where they have like state championships or something like kind of similar to state championships. Like bring back a different tier of tournament, which would be it would just be cool to have another tier of tournament. But everywhere else in the world, they should reduce their major tournaments. It would just be in America because we probably like time wise, you don't want them to conflict with major tournaments. So you'd probably just reduce, like you'd cut out 1 or 2 regionals and then add in like these other tournaments. I don't know, maybe you could make it work in the schedule though overall, but you wouldn't want it to overlap with major tournaments probably. No hate, but GLC is trash. Well, GLC is not supposed to be competitive though, and that's the way it should be. We shouldn't try and make it super competitive. For Masters, that's probably appropriate. For juniors and seniors, that'd probably harm competition, unfortunately. How would that harm competition? Did you have to live in a state to play in the states? No. You could go play in any state you wanted, but they all happened on the same weekend. So the last year of state championships, you could go to 4 states. They had 4. Initially, the first year I did state championships, I believe they had 2 weekends of states. Because I remember going to the first time I went to state championships, I remember going to maybe it was 3 weekends. But I think I remember going to New Hampshire states and Massachusetts states back when I lived in New England. And then Rhode Island conflicted with one of those. So some people went to Rhode Island, some people went to New Hampshire, and then everyone was at Massachusetts states. But then it eventually built up. The last year they had states, you could go to 4 states. There was 4 weekends of states. I think it started out as 2 weekends of states, and then it built up to 3 weekends of states, and then ended with like 4 weekends of state championships. State championships in New England was based. It was super, yeah, because there were so many states just right next to each other. So the last year of states, I won 2 states, got second out of states, and then I bubbled top cut at the last states. I should have played my win in it and not tied it though. That was on me to just be a little bit better. But yeah, I got second at the first states, and then I won the next 2 states, and then I bubbled a lot. Dude, I should have won 3 in a row to be honest. I switched decks every time. I won the first states. Or I got second at the first states with Vespiquen, Raichu, Gallade, which eventually turned to Zebstrika, Vespiquen, Gallade, which is what I played at Nats that year. I think the deck was pretty good too. Maybe it's a little undercooked, but it was pretty good. And then the next states, a friend was visiting, and they had a Greninja, a rare candy Greninja Octillery Jirachi deck that they really liked, and I didn't really care at that point. I don't even think I was playing for top 16 either at that point. I did get top 16 that year, but I was like, yeah, sure, this deck's cool, I'll play it. Then I won that states. It had a 101 Swampert in it as well. So it was a rare candy Greninja deck with a 101 Swampert, a 1-1 Octillery, 2 Jirachi for the Night March matchup and the Mega Ray matchup. I won that states. But I don't think I actually... My top 8 match was weird. My opponent conceded when they shouldn't have, if I remember correctly. Top 8 or top 4, they like... I was like sitting there using Jirachi over and over, and they just like... I beat them game 1 pretty handily, and then that game I went a different route of whereas I'm just going to go just Jirachi this game. I don't think I should have, and then it led to my opponent did eventually concede, and then I was like... And then we were both kind of like... They were like... He was like, I probably shouldn't have conceded there. I think I could have won. And I was like, yeah, I think you could have won. And then the finals was easy because it was against Mega Ray. And then what was the states after that I won? I won the states. Oh, I won the states after that with Quad Zoroark. That was my favorite deck, was Quad Zoroark. Quad Zoroark was so sick. But for some reason, I felt like it fell off going into Nats. Because we got a new set. We got a new set that came out. Quad Zoroark was super sick, though. That's the deck that I could have won back-to-back states with. I won the next states with Quad Zoroark. You still played one Yveltal, and you played Baby Yveltals to beat Night March. And I remember in the finals of that one, I beat Toad Tina because you used Zoroark Break to copy Tina's attack, and you basically just auto-win that matchup. Because like getting through the Toad's not that hard because they don't do any damage with Toad. And then you copy Tina's attack with Zoroark Break. And Trevenant was like really hype. Like Night March was really hype, and your matchup against that was fine against Night March. And then Trevenant was a super hype deck to counter Night March, and then Quad Zoroark also beat that. Quad Zoroark was super sick. I love Quad Zoroark. It was a free win because you still have a Yveltal EX. You just use Yveltal EX. Quad Zoroark was insane. The deck was broken. I I remember Kevin Baxter was a huge fan of Quad Zork as well. Kevin Baxter actually played Quad Zork at Nats that year. I gave up on it going into Nats though because I felt like the Toad matchup was too tough. Yeah, I gave up on Quad Zork going into Nats that year because I felt like the Toad matchup was just too tough. So I went to Vespa Queen, Zebstrika, Gallade instead, which I got second at in the first states with that year. And then the last states I played Zork again, and it was still a really good play. Quad Zork was still a really good play, but my win in and I tied. There was like a possibility I could make cut, but I knew my resistance was bad. I should have just conceded that. I should have just played it out because it was against Trevenant too. I should have just played it out and tried to beat them straight up instead of IDing with them and then try and get to cut that way. But yeah, that was a mistake on my part, but I've learned from that. Like, cups are great for masters outside of travel war folks, but the junior seniors basically just hi, have a free worlds invite, not really competitive typically, at least unless you're in Seattle. Oh, I didn't even see your response there, Snoopy. Hang on, let me scroll up. Regionals are really important for juniors/seniors at even at state level, and there are so few top 8 juniors seniors. Toronto, they never play each other unless they had to go to regionals. I mean, there would still be regionals, and it wouldn't necessarily like ruin things or anything, but it probably wouldn't improve things at a junior senior level. I mean, I think the biggest thing for juniors and seniors levels, the biggest thing that's going to change things for juniors and seniors is locals coming back. Like, there's no juniors and seniors at any locals right now. I mean, there wasn't that many before either, but there's even less now because like there's no way for juniors and seniors to get into the game right now, currently, like at all. There's like zero way for junior. Then the way I have to imagine the way that juniors and seniors got into the game before was locals. Like, it'd be like you'd like, oh, bring my kid to the card shop. They can learn how to play Pokemon. That's cool. States would be kind of shit for places in the West because of distance, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be states. I was just saying some tournament. I'm not saying it has to be states. I'm just saying a tournament like states or something like states. And sure, it would be shittier on the West Coast, but like not everything's perfect. Who cares? Not everything can be perfect. Life isn't perfect. I live on the West Coast, and I'm saying something like states would be fine to bring back. Like I wouldn't be able to. It would be bad for. It would be hard for me to go to as many as well, but like it's fine. Like shit's gonna be worse. It's already worse for the West Coast anywhere compared to the rest of the country, but it's also worse in Australia than it is on the West Coast in America to like play in Pokemon tournaments. So like, it's just some things it's just gonna, yeah, it's just because it's better somewhere else doesn't mean it can't exist. Yeah. How do travel awards work? Are they actually useful for getting to events? Yes, but travel awards are really overblown in terms of like, you appreciate the 36-month resub there. Slap Jax 13. My life is perfect because I can use AzulGG. Appreciate the 36-month slapper. The effectiveness and value of travel awards is really overblown, and especially like travel awards is a little bit different than a stipend for a tournament. But like, if you just do the math on the time investment to get a stipend for an IC or a travel award, if you just like committed that time to working or picking up some kind of like hustle or like some kind of extra way to make money, you would just be able to pay for it. Like you would just be able to pay for, you'd get the $1,000, you get the $1,000 worth of stipend money, or you would be able to get, I mean, the travel award is 3.5K, so that's a little bit more. But you like, for those, it's really, you have to like be like someone who like does really well at the IC to usually pull the travel award anyway. So you have to like go there and try and go to the IC to initially. But if you just don't pay for that IC to go there, yeah, it's just like really like, I think it's just stupid to like complain about the current, like the travel award system isn't perfect, but like I think a lot of the current complaints around stipends and travel awards are just bad. I also think you should be able to, like, this is the biggest thing that people have a problem with is they don't think cups and challenges count towards a travel awards or stipends, but I think they should, because you want everyone to have a chance to be able to get travel awards and stipends, right? Like, if like someone has a chance to only go to like one regional in a quarter, but they win their regional, let's say Timmy goes to Portland regionals, and that's their one regional they're going to this quarter, and they win it, and then let's say they win it, and then they win 2 cups and win 2 challenges. Now that 330 points, if the cups and challenges don't count for the quarter, then they probably don't get the stipend. They don't get top 16. They don't get the stipend for whatever IC is first next season. But if the cups and challenges do count, then all of a sudden maybe they do get the stipend, and now they can compete to go to like those places, which I think is fine. Which I think is a good thing. Like, you should give as much opportunity for other people to compete for going to the ICs. Because like all the really competitive players, you're gonna go to the IC. You're gonna go to the IC. Like, if they're not gonna go to any IC, but all these more competitive players go to the ICs anyways, like, you're gonna have a chance. Like, if you're a competitive player and you don't get top 32, top 16 at the IC, it's like, who cares? You didn't get the stipend. But if you get that, you're gonna outclass Timmy anyways. So like, why are you complaining? Like, Cups counting for stipends is just head ass. Little Timmy isn't winning a regional, and if he is, he can easily get stipe anyways. Not if only he goes to is that one regional. Cups and challenges counting for stipends, I think is like fine. I think it's fine because it lets like Timmy have a chance to compete to go to get the stipend, which means maybe now Timmy gets to go to LAIC if they want to. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go to LAIC. Has better odds than Tort of getting a stipend. No, but 8 cups don't count. I'm not saying there should be a best finish limit of 8 grand. I'm saying best finish limit of 2. The way it currently is, I think is fine. Like, having a best finish limit of 2 for cups. And stipends or cups and challenges, I think is fine. I think it's fine that like if you had a best finish limit of 2 for each quarter or best finish limit of overall of 8 for like top 16 at the end of the year, I think that's also fine as well. At the juniors and seniors level, who have very limited ability to travel and comes to challenges for travel awards, gives them a chance to compete where they couldn't otherwise. Yeah, sure. I mean, juniors and seniors is kind of like fucked in that situation though, because like juniors and seniors, like it's just literally whoever travels the most in juniors and seniors, which I also think is fine. Andrew Hedrick is little Timmy. Just wins a regional and that's it. I think it's just fine. Like it's you can't compete at that level. I think it's like the juniors and seniors kind of system is a little fucked where it's just like whoever just travels the most is that's it. Whoever like is gonna go, whoever's parents are gonna pay for them to go to all the regionals in a quarter, then they get the travel award. Then they go to the IC, they do well at the IC, they get the travel award for the next one. It just kind of chains, right? So I think it's like fine for juniors and seniors just to be able to easily get their invite off of like cups and challenges. Because like, yeah, you just can't compete with the top juniors. Like juniors and seniors, it's so much harder to compete with the top juniors and seniors for like travel awards and stipends and stuff, because it's just like, yeah, because like you usually just can't afford to do all that traveling. But there's like really nothing you can do about that. How do we stop them from putting NAIC in Columbus next year? It's just too convenient. Like it would easily make more money being a TikToker. Yeah. There's a few that definitely are being enabled to go to ICs due to travel awards. Well, of course, I mean, they're all enabled to go to ICs for travel awards, I would assume, for the most part. But like, but like once you start chaining them, like no one else can compete is what I'm saying. Like, unless you like make that initial first commitment as a parent to like take you and your kid to the first IC to chain the next IC and so on. Columbus. I mean, I think it's fine for it to be in the Midwest, to be honest, because it's just super convenient, right? Like, even though I'm someone who's on the West Coast, like, I understand, like, the Midwest is just super convenient for the whole country. The way Columbus is the most convenient, no, just somewhere in the Midwest is just super convenient, right? Like, it's in driving distance for a ton of people. Even East Coast people could drive to it. Not all of them, but a lot of them can drive to it if they want to. Columbus is like pretty easy driving for a lot of people on the West Coast, or East Coast, my bad. West Coast does have to fly out. There's just so many people in the Midwest area who just drive to Columbus. Yeah, it's just I think it's just too, I think Midwest is just too convenient. Maybe Columbus isn't the best, but yeah, maybe Columbus isn't the best, but just Midwest I think just makes the most sense. Putting it on the East Coast or putting it on the East Coast I also think would be still pretty reasonable. Putting it on the West Coast does not sound very reasonable though. So East Coast would be reasonable. Down south would be like okay as well, I guess, a little bit more further south. But West Coast isn't very reasonable at all for NAIC. And actually, that's something I was curious about for other regions as well. So anyone in chat who's like from Europe, how convenient is London for Europe? Like, is that just like kind of like, it's like, even if you don't like London as someone who's in Europe, does London just make sense to have EUIC in it most years because it's just so convenient for everywhere else in Europe? Because that's what it should be. It should be convenient for the region, for everyone in the region to get there. Same thing with Australia. If anyone in here is from Australia, like, I don't know where you put it, but is there another city besides Sydney and Melbourne? Mid food. Well, yeah, the food's bad, but like I mean, location wise to get there, does London just make sense that way? Because they had it in where was last EUIC? It was somewhere in Germany, and then it was also in Berlin before. Actually, easiest way to a regional in Europe is either France, Italy, or Germany. How convenient is Sao Paulo? I mean, it's got to be pretty convenient for everyone else in the world. I don't know. Yeah, they were saying it was cheaper than NAIC. Yeah. London's actually not good for EU. It's not good. London is definitely good for the rest of the world. Yeah, but I was curious. Yeah, so locally, London's not that convenient. Is passport stuff? Oh, yeah, you do require a passport. That's why Philip couldn't make it. I think it's just where their HQ is. Oh, is the TPCI HQ in London? Maybe that is why then, yeah. They've had it what? They've had it in Germany twice and now and then London the rest of the time. Because I feel like for North America, I mean, I don't know why they put it in the Midwest, but I feel like Midwest is probably the most convenient place besides the East Coast for NAIC. But I was curious about the other regions. Like, is it just that London is super convenient, Germany's super convenient, and then the other one would be I just legendary Yugi Moto and Seto Kaiba just followed my channel. This is some kind of airports, right? What do you mean, just convenient airports? Austin? I mean, Texas is a pretty good airport. Yeah. UK is an island, so hard to drive to. I mean, yeah, but that's on Philip, right? I don't know if you can blame anyone else for that. So is Germany, like from the places that we've been to, is Germany more optimal, would you say, than Europeans in chat? So is Germany better than, and not just because you maybe live in Germany, is Germany better than London? Because they've had it twice in Germany now, right? I don't know where the other, it was Berlin. I went to the one in Berlin. Where was it last year, though? I didn't go to that one. I was gonna go to that one, then I didn't end up going. As a non-European, yes, Germany is better. Okay. Germany's more central, but the country sucks. Okay, besides the country sucking, though, like it is a more convenient location, right? Sounds like nobody likes London. That's what we were just saying, Grant. Would be more convenient? Okay. Frankfurt and Berlin. Is that where it was last time, Frankfurt? Is that where the last EUIC was? It was in Berlin before that. I'd be curious to see where they put it next year. Yeah, maybe London might just be most convenient for international travel, which is maybe what their goal was. And actually, like I said that I thought America would probably be the second most popular country at EUIC this year, and it was, by actually quite a bit. France, Italy. Yeah, we'll see where they go next year. It'd be cool if they went to France. I would like to go to France. I do plan on going to all the ICs next year again. What if we put EUIC in DC? What are you saying, Slap? Yeah, I would like them to go to a different country. I wouldn't mind them going to Germany again, but if I had to pick, then France or Italy would be my pick, because I haven't been to either of those countries yet. I'd be down for that. I'd be down for that. And then for Latin America one, I don't know why they pick there. And I guess for Australia, I don't know. You can't really put it anywhere besides Sydney or Melbourne, right? Is there even a third city in Australia? I think they just have those two cities, right? Like that's it. Where's Tord from? Norway. How much is it normally to go to a EUIC cost-wise than American? For me, my flight was $600, I believe. EUIC is definitely like the most reasonable IC for Americans, besides NAIC, of course. Brisbane, Perth. Those aren't real places. That's what I mean, right? Like those are like fake things invented by Australians to make people think Australia is bigger than it actually is. Barcelona one time? I don't know. What's it in Barcelona? How much are plane tickets to Sao Paulo? I think my Sao Paulo plane ticket was 700, if I remember correctly. I don't remember exactly how much my plane ticket was to LIC would be easier for a West Coaster. Now my flight to London was 10-hour direct flight. I don't remember what my flight. I think I had to stop over in Texas for my flight to LAIC. You appreciate the 16-month resub there. Flying high. You still give out uncommon energy dice? No, we're all out for now. We might bring them back though. Yeah, LAIC was not. Yeah, I think I had to go to Chicago or Texas first to go to LAIC. I think my flight for LAIC was like 700. My flight for EUIC was 600. Yeah, EUIC is pretty reasonable, especially if you're on the East Coast. I remember my first. It's probably more expensive now. My first ticket to London for the first EUIC was like $350 from Boston, flying Norwegian Air, which was like a spirit of international European travel. But like, I mean, back then I was like, holy shit, only $350 for this flight. That was pretty hype. Yeah, so the first EUIC I went to, my flight was only $350. So London actually isn't like that, and sometimes our currency is worth more. This time it was worth less. So sometimes you're like, for Worlds, the American currency was worth more in Europe. This time around it was worth less. I think it's like a lot of things that people figured out when they looked at, like, that's why there were so many Americans in EUIC this year, because I think a lot of people realize it's actually not that expensive to fly to Europe, and the flight's not that long either if you're on the East Coast either. Like, my flight was 10 hours from America. You do have to leave a day earlier, so like work gets involved a little bit more for a lot of people, right? Like, you do have to leave a day earlier than you would for like a regional, but like actually going to EUIC is like not that expensive, to be honest. Like, if you're gonna fly from the East Coast to a West Coast, if you're gonna fly from the East Coast for a West Coast regional, you also could just go to EUIC instead if like you're picking between the two, and it's probably cost wise about the same, but it is like plus 1 day because you compete a day earlier, so just take 1 extra day off or whatever. But if you like figure that out, like going to EUIC is like pretty reasonable, I think, for most people. I think a lot of Americans figured out this year because a lot of Americans are like, oh, I need the points. How much is EUIC? Okay, EUIC is actually pretty reasonable. It's like not that bad. So I think EUIC will definitely compete with NAIC like moving forward as like potentially the biggest. The second biggest tournament of the year, as the just depending on like it'll probably just get theoretically it'll get capped every year, EUIC and NAIC. So whichever one they have more, what's it called, it was like good. Your EUIC flight was 1K. Well, Grant, you're really bad at finding flights, so like that's on you, bro. You should need to move out of you're just in a bad city then. Yeah, from Boston, my flights to London were always really cheap from Boston. And then from even, like I said, from the West Coast, it wasn't that bad this time around. You should have to buy, if you just like look at flights usually a little bit ahead of time, you'll usually be on track to usually get a reasonable flight for most places. Your airport is troll. Yeah, you should need to get a new airport, Grant, to be honest. You need to get a new airport. If I booked a month in advance, my flight to London was 480. Yeah, like that's not too bad, right? Like that's pretty good. Yeah, so I definitely recommend to a lot of people, like when you're like planning competing in North America next year or in America next year, definitely look at, or North America, definitely look at EUIC as a potential tournament to try and go to, because it's like pretty reasonable. I think a lot of people just assume it's more expensive than it is as well, and that's why most people haven't gone over before. It's just like, well, you're going out of the country, so it's got to be more expensive than going to like a regional, but it's really not too much more. Live in a major city, take notes. Yeah. Have you seen a plane ticket to Japan? Dude, my flight to Japan, well, I'm on the West Coast, so I'm definitely a little bit privileged because of that. I already bought my flight for Japan, and my flight cost, and I actually have it right here. It was $950, which, I mean, it's still a lot, but I think that's pretty reasonable. Like, that's not bad. I'm like, all right, that's pretty good. I am flying on the effective spirit of international travel to Japan, but it's a direct flight, so it's only like 10 hours. So it's only like 10-hour flight. So I was like, when I saw that for the price, I was like, damn, that's like pretty good. I was like, 10-hour direct flight for $950? Bold of you to assume you're making worlds. Yeah, bold of me to assume I'm not going to get banned. Azul is a lucker. Sometimes lucky, man. Dude, I really thought the West Coast was going to be a little bit, some of the flights actually like come out pretty reasonable, to be honest, though, on the West Coast. Like So I mean, it's definitely a little bit rougher to get back to the East Coast for some of these tournaments. The flights get a little expensive, but I'm racking up those miles and stuff from all this traveling, so it's not usually as expensive as it always seems. But then you have some flights, like all my international flights this year have been like super chill. Like my Australia flight wasn't that much. I forget how much my Australia flight was, but I remember being like surprised at the price I got it for. Like my Australia flight, my LAIC flight, my UIC flight, my Worlds flight, all my international flights have been like pretty reasonable out of San Francisco. What's the go-to airline? I don't have a go-to airline. I just buy what's cheapest. I just have the travel credit card I have is the so I don't have like an airline credit card. Although I might think about doing that going into like next season for travel. Maybe I'll kind of lock in on like one airline or two. Like maybe for international, I'll always look for like the cheapest airline, but for domestic, I'll try and lock in on like one airline. But I just use Google Flights, and then I kind of go with what is cheapest or most reasonable. But just make sure you scroll for a little bit. Like when you look up like a flight, because sometimes like you'll find a Spirit flight for like 150 bucks, and you'll be like, oh well, I'll just go with that. But if you scroll down a little bit, you can find like a Delta flight for like 175, and it's like worth the extra 25 bucks or 50 bucks to like fly a better airline sometimes. But yeah, I usually just go with kind of what's cheapest, and then I have the Amex Platinum credit card, so I don't have an airline credit card. But next season, I'm definitely considering like getting like a Delta or United or something card, and then kind of locking in on maybe one airline to try and get like the better status on like an airline. But I don't know. I might just always just use something like the Amex Platinum and then like just buy whatever's like the most reasonable flight from whatever airline. But I use like, I mean this year I've flown Spirit, Delta, American, and United. Maybe a Frontier flight. I don't remember. But then for international flights, I've flown like a couple different, like the airline I'm flying for Worlds is called like Zip Air. It's like the Spirit of flights from California to Japan. The Venture. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting the Venture Dusk. I've looked into that. And then I forget what I flew to Europe. I think I flew United to Europe for Worlds and UIC. And then LAIC, I forget what I flew. And then OCIC, I forget what I flew. But yeah, actually, there's no way anyway. I've taken a couple pretty bad Spirit flights in the past. But like I said, if you go to Google Flights and you type in the dates and what you're looking for. Also, like if you're someone who's like looking to like travel to like regionals but like work as a conflict more often, then you should look for like sometimes flying back Sunday. I definitely always look at like flying back Sunday. Always like dig for those flights as well. Do I take direct flights? And when they're available, but I don't mind taking like a layover at all either. I don't only take direct flights. I just go with what's cheap because I'm like committing my whole day to travel anyway. So if I have to have like a 2-hour layover in like Dallas or something to make it like, usually when I go to East Coast, I always have to have a layover. So usually my layover will be in Dallas. I feel like that's the most common one, or Vegas. It's either Dallas or Vegas, which is kind of weird because Vegas is so close. But I've been to the Vegas airport so many times. But I don't leave the airport. So, you just go, 2 hours. That's actually why, like, I didn't have a laptop for a long time, but I bought a laptop recently because I was like, it makes like travel so much more enjoyable to like watch movies or something, or just like do stuff on the laptop on layovers. Like, I'm committing my whole day to traveling anyway, so I don't like mind layovers. It's not like I'm like getting home and gonna do a bunch of work or something. I'm like exhausted by the time I get home after the flight and everything, so I don't mind like taking layovers. I try and avoid the longer layovers. Back when I was initially traveling, I tried to be as cheap as possible, and I would do like some of those 8-hour layovers. Like I've done like some 6-8-hour layovers before. Not anymore though. I definitely will pay the extra $50 to have a 1 hour, 2-hour layover at max. Definitely not worth the trade-off. But I've also got better at like finding better flights as well for like just like figuring out what works fine. How's your regional experiments when we're showing up Friday past like 9 p.m.? I haven't done that in a while. I usually show up. What's the latest I've shown up recently? I mean, it doesn't really hurt the experience too much. Yeah, now I'm trying to fly out as much as I can Sunday. I leave Portland Sunday at like 8 p.m. or something. So plenty of time to win the tournament and then catch my flight and go home. Getting to Portland at 1 a.m. Saturday. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. That is definitely trolling. LAX best airport in the world, easy. I've only been to I've only flown into LAX a couple times. The last time I went through LAX to get back from EUIC actually, but I was just there for like I went from, was it, or maybe it was from OC? No, it was from OCIC. I think I went Australia to LAX to San Francisco. But my flight to Australia was direct from San Francisco, which is weird. Like to show up Thursday night and just work from the hotel Friday night. Yeah, that's like a good play as well. If you're able to work remotely, that's like a good play. Instead of flying in Friday after work, you know, if you can just show up one day earlier, show up Thursday. Can you explain the difference between a day 1 invite and day 2 invite? Stipends and travel awards and what you need for each. So each region has like a cutoff point. So like this is the Australia leaderboard. So the top 4 players in Australia, the top 16 players in wait, I don't remember how many it is. The top 16 players, actually, I messaged Natalie about this. I'm just going to look this message up from Natalie. Can you search on messages? And give me a second. I messaged Natalie about this a little while ago because I was curious. Unless someone in chat is from Australia and can answer the question of how many players get... Okay, here, I found the message. I'm just going to read this. Okay, so in Australia, per quarter, the top 16 players, the players who are in the top 16 each quarter, which means between ICs. So like this IC quarter just ended with EUIC. So between OCIC, between the events after OCIC, leading up until the end of the weekend of EUIC, the players with the top 16 points in every region besides Europe, I think it's top 22 for stipends, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I might be wrong on that. It might just be top 16 for stipends and travel awards. The top 16 get a travel award of $1,000 if they go to NAIC, and the top 4 players get a travel award of $3.5K to go to NAIC. And then at the end of the year, so that's for ICs, in between ICs, to like get players to get international players to ICs that are out of their country. So top 16 after EUIC, whatever the top 16 was after EUIC points were input on that weekend, or the last weekend to input points was the EUIC weekend plus EUIC points. The top 16 players, or 5th through 16th, get a stipend of $1,000 to go to NAIC, and the top 4 players get $3,500 to go to NAIC. And then at the end of the year, the top 4 Australian players, the top 16 North American players, the top 22 European players, and the top 16 Latin America players, or is it top 8 Latin America players, get a day 2 invite as well as a travel award to Worlds. And the day 2 invite means they just don't play in day 1. So there's at Worlds, there's day 1 competition, day 2 competition, and then the last day is just the finals of each division. So it's a pretty big deal to get a day 2 invite because you don't have to play through the day 1 bracket. And the day 1 bracket is literally everyone who got an invite. It's like a reasonably big deal. But I think if you're generally like a player who's generally competes for like a top 16 spot and you're in day 1 of Worlds, you'll usually get through day 1 to day 2. Latin America is top 16, but travel award is top 4, stipend is top 12. Yeah, but that's only for ICs. For Worlds, top 16 will get the travel award, right, Alex? Yeah, everyone, like the top 8, top 4, top 16, and top 22 of each division, or of each region, of each of those major regions, will get a travel award and a day 2 invite. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. What's the threshold of how far away a regional is from your house that makes you fly rather than drive? I love driving myself. Road trips are super fun for me, but it gets to a point where flying is cheaper. The only regional I'm driving to... Well, I drove to Vancouver, but that was more to take the trip up. Like, I drove up with Lorelai, but she had, like, a friend in Portland that we went and stopped and saw, and then we drove from there to Vancouver. And she's driving up to Portland this time, but I'm flying. The only regional I would theoretically... If, like, that wasn't a thing where we're, like, stopping over to see someone's friend on the way up, the only regional I would drive to this year would be Fresno. But I wouldn't drive to... Oh, I drove to San Diego as well. Actually, I take that back. And I would drive like 8 hours. Like 8 hours. Like 8 hours to drive to San Francisco is like reasonable. Or San Diego, not San Francisco. San Diego regionals was like reasonable. Is there a texture difference between matte and dual matte sleeves? The shuffle feels different. texture, like the back of the sleeves, I think are the exact same. The front of the sleeves are the exact same. The dual mats feel like a little thicker, I want to say, and there definitely is like a difference in shuffling. I prefer the mats over dual mats. Yeah, the only, like, I wouldn't theoretically, like, at besides the ones that I drove to, I wouldn't drive to any other ever, to be honest. Like, yeah, those are the only ones I would drive to. Like 8 hours probably is about it, or like 6. Yeah, I drive to like anything under 8 hours. San Diego is like probably as far as I'd want to go. But isn't Portland like 8 hours? Portland's like 10 hours for me, I think I want to say. Portland might be like 8 hours, but I don't want to really drive. Yeah, San Diego, to be honest, I maybe wouldn't have driven to San Diego either. The reason I kind of had to drive to San Diego this time around though was because like was it Lorelai went to that one as well, and there was like she was at like a con the day before, and then she flew down and left her car at the airport. So then I left my car with her when I drove down to San Diego, and then flew back and took her car. So to be honest, I maybe wouldn't have even driven to San Diego because like the flights from like Sacramento to San Diego have to be pretty reasonable. They can't be that expensive. So I probably would have flown next time, to be honest. Only dual mat, but I need to get new sleeves, so I figured I'd ask. Yeah, I would recommend you try out the mats, Ryan. They're I prefer them over the dual mats, but dual mats aren't bad. I know some people prefer the dual mats over mats, but it's kind of preference. But I would definitely give them a shot because they are different, for sure. How about a Greyhound bus? No, I'd rather just drive. if I'm gonna take a vehicle to the regional, then I would. It's just I don't mind driving. It's just like the time versus the time to be in a vehicle versus the time flying. So yeah, I would if I was gonna take a bus, I would just drive at that point. Maybe I consider taking a bus. I don't know. Maybe I would actually. I don't know. That whole hassle of like getting to the bus station, I'd rather just have full control over everything. It's like, oh, I need a pee, I can just stop over, or I want to go get food or something. I'd rather just drive. I would rather have the convenience of me being the person driving because I don't mind doing the driving. It's more so just the time investment, more so than anything. For me, dual mats feel like shuffling nickels together. That's interesting. What about trains? I wouldn't mind a train, but I don't think there's any trains that would reasonably work. We don't live in Europe. If I lived in Europe, then yeah, that'd be the move for sure. How far in advance do you book your flights? As soon as possible. I hate, like, I've been booked up. I just booked Worlds like last week, but I've had all my flights booked up for months now for everything else, for like 2 months. I hate waiting to do that stuff. I hate trying to figure out stuff. Like, I actually like to get it out of the way and just be like all set for everything as soon as possible. So I've had my flights for these last 4 regionals booked for like 3 months. Or more than that, to be honest. Maybe at the beginning of the year, I pretty much booked everything, to be honest. So since January, I've had everything booked for the rest of the season. I hate waiting to just get that. I like to get that stuff out of the way as soon as possible. Don't have to think about it. Don't have to worry about it. Just have my flights booked, be ready to go. So when you go to regionals, do you just bring a backpack or do you pay for the carry-on? Well, most of the airlines I fly with come with a carry-on. But otherwise, like this one coming up, I'm flying basic economy on United. But I get there Friday, leave Sunday night. So I'm only bringing a backpack for that one. So most of my flights, I'll end up on a flight where I have a carry-on. So I'll just bring the carry-on. But like if I end up with Spirit or something, I'm not paying. I never pay for my carry-on. I never pay for a carry-on. I just make it work with a backpack. I find Dragon Shield whites are the most consistent. Some other ones have corners catching. Might just be how I shuffle. That is interesting. I mean, if you bought like a he's a free shirt at every regional. Do not anymore, bro. They let you wear branded stuff on stream now. We should 313 sub there, King. Yeah, so now I won't be able to get any more free shirts at regionals anymore. Yeah, it might be if you just bought like a bunch of one kind of sleeve Robon, then maybe they just had like a bad run, because that can happen sometimes. Like they even like tweeted recently that they had like some bad They had a bad run with one of their machines recently, so they had to like fix it, of course, and everything. I have 40 leftover Dragon Shield sleeves. I'm getting a new 100 for South Power. Is that okay to mix sleeves from different boxes? Of course, same color on both. I've done that. I used to do that in the past, Alex. I guess I've been kind of like scared, like with all like the penalties coming up more recently with sleeve stuff. I haven't done it recently. But I used to do it, and I never had a problem before. I guess if you just like, I don't know. Anyone else have in chat? I would never do it with non-dragon shields. That's for sure. I would. It's only my sleeves that get kind of destroyed after too much shuffling while playing PTCG Live. Well, you should be using like dead sleeves. You shouldn't be using your actual deck to shuffle. Don't mix Dragon Shield boxes ever. I used to mix Dragon Shield boxes literally all the time, and it was always fine. I've never had a problem with mixing Dragon Shield boxes. They all looked about the same. I would like check them to make sure. Whenever I got deck checked when I mixed them, I never had any problems. But I would never mix non-Dragon Shield. So if you're using like Ultra Pros or Ultimate Guards or anything like that, I would never mix boxes because there's definitely way more major differences in those sleeves with mixing packs than there is with Dragon Shields. So I would say there's still probably not great to mix boxes of Dragon Shields, but it feels really bad to leave 40 sleeves. It feels really bad to leave 40 sleeves and 40 sleeves just kind of hanging, right? When you could just like put them together, and now you got 80 sleeves combined. So I don't know. I would like, yeah, I don't know. I would have to like do it again and then see what it looks like. Especially if you get them in like the same. If you buy like a case of Dragon Shield sleeves, then I would feel like I'd be pretty confident that mixing them would probably be fine, to be honest. But if you're picking up like individual boxes here and there of the same color, like you go to a local store one day and pick up, you know, some matte blues, and then you go to another store a week from now to Elite Cup and you pick up another thing of matte blues, you kind of have to mix Ultra Pros because they are the 50 counts. But you can get the 100 counts. You should just get the 100 counts. I've definitely had in the past. I bought on like 250 things of Ultra Pros and not been able to use them together because like I put them together and they're like a little bit discolored off. So if you buy if you bought like a case of Dragon Shields, it would probably be like from like the same run. So like theoretically, if you had like a case of Dragon Shields, and you can buy them in cases like where you have, I think it's like 10 boxes of them, 10 boxes of 100. Which to be honest is like the way I would recommend buying Dragon Shields. Like just buy like it's probably a little bit cheaper that way for sure as well. So you should just buy a whole case of your current favorite color. And then that's what I've usually always done is get a case, one color, get a new color the next time. Got to switch it up at some point. CEV. And then they're probably from the same run, so those would probably be pretty reasonable to shuffle the extra 40s together, to be honest. Those are probably pretty reasonable. I would like still check them. And then like what you can also do is like if you have a deck sleeved up, like you could like take the extra 40s of both boxes, sleeve them up, and you could have a judge look at them before you actually start the tournament and be like, you can even tell them what you did. You're like, I took extra sleeves from 2 boxes of Dragon Shields, put them together. This is what the sleeves look like. Does this look fine? You know, just ask someone to take a look at them. Like if it looks fine to you, if it looks problematic to you initially, if it looks bad to you initially, then you probably just shouldn't play. You should probably re-sleeve with a full, with all the sleeves from one box. But if it looks reasonable, then I'd be like, okay, this looks reasonable to me. Let me ask the judge real fast, take a look at it. Because you can always do that and have someone try and see if you can have a judge take a look at your sleeves real fast, just to see if it seems fine. But yeah, I've done it a lot in the past where I take the remaining 40 from each box, but it would usually be from like a case of sleeves. So like the 2 boxes would be from the same case. There'll be a stream for Sao Paulo, hopefully. Can you use white matte Dragon Shields at regionals? White? Yeah, they're not clear, right? You don't mean like clear. You mean like the color white, like. Yeah, you don't mean like clear, right? You mean white? Yeah, you can use white. Don't use clear though. I love the orange Dragon Shields. Are there some colors to avoid? No, if you can see the back of the Pokemon card through the sleeve, that's fine. It's fine if you can see the back of the card through the Pokemon sleeve. Yeah, if you can see the back of the Pokemon card, that's not a big deal. See the card reflect off the back of it. Oh, that's a different font though. Are you using classic Dragon Shields though? Or what kind of sleeve were you using? If you're using Ultra Pro whites, you shouldn't be able to see the card off the back of it. If you're using like classic Dragon Shields where it's like not rough on the back but it's like smooth, then I could see you could see the card off the back of it. I could see that. Genius soda. You can actually on matte sleeves you can see the card. Dragon Shield matte, they said they could see that a full art, they could see a full art card. Like if you had one, so if you had it like this, you mean you could see the reflection of this card on this sleeve. You could see that. I mean, you definitely can't on these. I guess you could maybe do it on the white ones. I guess that'd be a reason to not use the white ones then. I can see the Pokeball symbol. Well, no, if you see the Pokeball symbol on the back, if you see the Pokeball symbol through your sleeve on this part, that's fine. That doesn't matter. Like, if you can see the back of the card through this, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Through the back of it, if you can see the Pokeball symbol and, like, all the other stuff, it doesn't matter. You can see that it was a full art. Oh, interesting. I guess maybe avoid the white sleeves then, if that's true. If that's going to be a problem with most judges, what happened with Vaughn, then I would say avoid white. I would say avoid white sleeves, maybe. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Dragon Shield art sleeves. Well, you can't use Dragon Shield art sleeves in tournament. You can use Dragon Shield mats though. You can't use Dragon Shield art sleeves in tournament. It has to be a blank sleeve or a Pokemon official sleeve, if it has any kind of artwork on it. Or avoid full art cards. That would also be a recommendation, but people love their full arts. I've seen the people before complaining about red sleeves. I've never heard that before. We've already done that one so many times, though, Cookie. Use Japanese. Yeah, if it's official, Japanese sleeves are official Pokemon sleeves, yes. All the colors out there, why would you pick white? That's a good question as well. There's so many good colors out there. Yeah, I guess maybe avoid white sleeves then. I don't know. Also, white sleeves can get dirty, which is easy to mark. That's true. The marks and stuff stand out. All right, we're gonna make it an official recommendation from here on out. Don't use white sleeves. Yeah, don't use white sleeves. Just in case. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, don't use white sleeves. Just pick up literally any other color and you're good to go. Dragon Shield sleeves tier list. And let me peep this tier list real fast. We've already done this one before, though. Oh, yeah, see, I've already done it. I already got them all. It's been done. See, I already knew, bro. I had the white ones in D tier. I already knew. Like, I already knew. This is it. If you guys are pick up top tier 1, here we go. Magentas used to be my favorite. Magentas were my favorite. The yellow ones as well. The yellows and the magentas. I went from yellows to magentas. Was my initial, but these colors are all really sick as well. These ones up here. So if you need, this is what you just pick one of the S tier colors. Magenta, this teal, this purple, this pink, this orange. Like if just, boom, there you go. You're good to go. Second is called Mint. You're called Mint. Does this list change with the silver borders? I don't think so. I think all the S tier would still do pretty well. Why is orange S tier there, but D here? I don't know. I guess I've had it. Dude, people can change, bro. Let people change. Well, because the color orange in general isn't very good, but that color isn't just orange. That color on the Dragon Shield tier list isn't just an orange. It's like a lighter orange. It's not like a hard orange. The color orange in general isn't very good looking, but The color orange isn't very good, but the Dragon Shield orange, whatever that is, it's like, what are the other names for like those oranges, like the fruit? It's like a tangerine. It's like a tangerine or something. It's called. Are yellow Dragon Shields really the best for shuffling? No, they're all about the same as far as I know. Is that what Tord has said? Because I know Tord uses the yellow Dragon Shields. Yeah, it's like called like tangerine or something. The Dragon Shield colors. It's not like orange though. Tord doesn't riffle, right? I have no clue. I don't think so. You probably just watch a stream match and you'd be able to tell if Tord riffles or not. I don't think so though. Which could be optimal. It might be optimal to not riffle. Riffling just feels so good. And like I think theoretically, like for to be as random as you can, which is like a weird thing to say. I don't like that statement, but I said it anyways. Theoretically, a mix of riffling and mashing is probably best, but yeah, maybe it's I've never like thought about that before. Maybe it's just correct not riffle. I do both, but statistically more randomized. I feel like a mix of riffle and mash is just like seems generally best, but maybe if you just mash one or two more times instead of doing a riffle, it's fine. Palkia's a rough play right now with Miraidon popular right now, even if it's a low total play. You got to make up your mind here. Palkia is a rough play right now with Miraidon popular right now, even if it's a low total play. So is Miraidon popular or is it a low percentage? You don't have to beat everything. So if it's a low percentage, then Palkia is fine. But if Miraidon is popular, then yeah, Palkia is probably not great. But to be honest, Palkia against Miraidon probably could be like a pretty close matchup overall. These both want to carry each other back and forth, but I guess you have no one price to offset the price trade. Do you have any good decks for expanded? Nope. Palkia's even that unfavored against Miraidon. That's what I'm thinking as well. I'm pretty sure Palkia beats Miraidon at least 50-50. I was gonna say it's probably kind of close to be honest. No one prizer in Palkia? Yeah, there's no one prizer, but I don't know. Is it unfavored or is it not unfavored? The question is, yeah, is Miraidon popular or is it not? What is it? Miraidon is always 50-50. You high roll or you don't. Palkia plays lots of boss and Miraidon. It's the most bossable deck ever. But you want to be counting they're active as Palkia, because like theoretically they get the first prize card, so then you have to respond to that. But I guess if they go first, you can always push up a one prizer. If you can push the one prizer as Palkia, I feel like it gets pretty close. Talk about pile shuffling. Pile shuffling is bad. You shouldn't pile shuffle. Piling shuffling is literally a waste of time. If you pile shuffle once at the beginning of the set, I think it's okay to make sure you have 60. But pile shuffling doesn't make any sense anyways. Like once at the beginning of the set is okay because theoretically you're not eating time of the round. But if you sit down like 30 seconds before the tournament or before the round starts and you pile shuffle, there should be a penalty. Like you should get penalized. If you sit down right as the round is like pairings go up, like pretty immediately, and you pile shuffle, that's like fine because it's not eating time and you can do your 7 whatever mash and riffles afterwards or how many. But if you pile shuffle in between games in a best of 3, you're literally just, it should be penalized, to be honest. It's just a waste of time. It doesn't do anything. It does absolutely nothing. It's not recognized as an official way to randomize your deck, and it's not actually a way to randomize. It's not actually a way to randomize your deck, and it's not recognized as an official way to randomize your deck in the PokemonTCG. So if it was, it'd be a little bit different. First each round helps IMO. Wait, helps what? You have to. What does it help there? Ewok. What does it help? Now you have to explain yourself if you're going to make that statement. Well, yeah, but you can always just count your deck out like this into 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You can just count to 60. What you really should do, the optimal way to do it, is just to count to make sure you have 60 cards. You could do it either at the end of the round, if you want to sit there at the table. But you could just, what I do is I just count to make sure I have 60 in between rounds. Like, I'll finish my match, sign the slip, get up, leave, and then I'll just go sit down at open table and count, make sure I have 60, put my deck back in my deck box, and then go to the next round. If you count if you have 60, then it's the same thing as counting if you start at 60 when you sit down at the beginning of the round. 6 piles of 10 to avoid counting errors. That's fine, but you should do it in between rounds. You shouldn't do it at the table when you go to sit down. There's no reason to. Also, if you do it at the table when you go to sit down, there's just a higher chance that you show your opponent your cards. I used to have an issue where I'd shuffle the regular way, but my sleeve corners kept getting bent and it got hard to... Was I just shoving it too hard into the corners of the cards? How does that happen? Shuffling the regular way. What do you mean the regular way? Just mass shuffling? Well, yeah, you're probably just being too aggressive. You're probably like holding the deck. If you mean like this, you're just probably holding this deck too firmly. You have to like hold it loose so like the cards slide into the cards. You're probably just holding it too firmly. Yeah, you have to clarify what the regular way is, though. And Ewoks also explain themselves. Pyre shuffling every time is pointless, but doing it before each first round helps, in my opinion. Helps what? Just explain what you mean by helps. What are you helping by doing it each first round? I assume you mean at the beginning of each round. I pile shuffle when I use quick ball. So every time you use quick ball, you'd pile shuffle. What if I cut my opponent's deck by cutting it 6 times after each shuffle? You're going to jail. Show my opponent my whole deck to assert dominance and confidence. I go to card shops, pile shuffle for 2 hours, and leave. That makes sense. Yeah, just don't hold it so tightly. Don't hold the pile that you're shoving the cards into so tightly. I should maybe, you know what, to be honest, after your 3rd round match, your deck's clunk, and then it make sure you have all 60. Apart from those 2 things, pile shuffling is better than mashing if you don't. Or so you just don't know what you're talking about, Ewok. So let's see. And I'm not trying to rag on you personally, a little bit, but also so other people in the chat can get clarification. After your 3rd round match, I assume you mean after your 3rd game in a match, your deck clunks. So that just doesn't make any sense. Why would it clunk more after the 3rd game than the 2nd or the 1st game? It's not like a thing. Unless like after the 3rd game, like if you have all your energy, like if your discard pile or the way your Pokemon are on the field, like stack a bunch of energy on a Pokemon, all your more trainer cards are gonna be in the discard pile. But if you sufficiently shuffle in between games, it'll become truly random once again, and it won't be clunked. That'd be weird for your game, because that means going into game 3, before game 1, your deck is theoretically more clumped or clunked than it would be in going into game 3 than it would be in game 1 or game 2, which just doesn't make any sense and is not true. It does make sure you have all 60 cards, but that's the only thing it does. Pile shuffling is better than mashing if you don't riffle. It's just not true. Pile shuffling doesn't sufficiently randomize your deck. After your 3rd match, all your cards are together, clunked. Yeah, but if you just riffle or mash shuffle like 11 times, your deck is as random as it'll ever be. Pile shuffling does not make your deck more random, nor does it separate your cards any more so than a riffle or a mash. All pile shuffling does is put your cards out in a specific order. And then how you pick it up could randomize it, but it's only going to randomize it as much as it would if you just mashed your deck. It's the exact same thing. You don't understand that. A lot of people don't understand this as well. Pile shuffling doesn't do anything. Pile shuffling does not shuffle your deck. It doesn't do anything. It's even more tilting. I actually want to like turn on my other camera for this. This is the most tilting one for me. Hang on, I'm gonna turn on my camera for this. I love this part of the streams. Hang on, give me 1 second. Should we always shuffle our opponent's deck? What if they know how to perfect shuffle? I mean, if they're truly like a magician or something, you're gonna get bodied anyways, to be honest, if they're trying to cheat. So like yeah, if you're playing up against a wizard, you're just gonna get bodied anyways. Just take the L. I'm baiting into making Don Dozo deck for my first. Hi, yo, what's up, Smiles? Yeah, Don Dozo's cool, but it's not good. What were we talking about? Power shuffling should be banned. It's so easy to cheat with. Power shuffling is only easy to cheat with if you don't make sure your opponent's deck is sufficiently randomized after they pile shuffle. If your opponent doesn't shuffle sufficiently, I've had to tell so many people that they need to shuffle more. I've had to tell so many people that they have to shuffle more this season more than ever. People are just really bad. They'll like mash. I'll even show you guys. Let me just pull over to my other camera real fast. My camera not working. Oh wait. Oh wait, I don't have my other camera working right now. How can I get it to work real fast? Hold up. I can do it. Hold up.
Azul says he'll be right back. Oh, it's working now. Let's go.
What was I saying? I was talking about something. So first off, pile shuffling doesn't do anything. Because like, okay, so let's say this is my discard pile. My active Pokemon. A couple of energy. Got a couple prize cards over here. And I'm gonna move my. Oh yeah. By the way, go check out Quality Patch. Do some of this plate. Go check out Quality Patch. Designs.com. I got this super sick mouse pad. I gotta move this anyways. I got super sick mouse pads over there. This is one of them that they have. It's an Umbreon. The Umbreon's over here on the right side though. You can't see the Umbreon. The Umbreon's over here. Yeah, qualitypatchdesigns.com. Code AzulGG. As always. Okay, so this is my active Pokemon. This is my hand. That's my prize cards. 3-card hand, discard pile. I got a 5-card hand actually. One more basic Pokemon. And then I play Quick Ball. And I play Quick Ball and I get my Pokemon. This is all the cards that should be in my deck at this point. So this has to be randomized. So these are all the cards that should. Whenever my deck. So let's say I played two. Let's say I played a level ball. This is my Quick Ball. This is a level ball. I did that, and then if I played the Quick Ball, and then I'm gonna go back in with level ball. The deck doesn't have to be truly randomized before I play the level ball, but after I play the level ball. Because I'm just going to go back in, I should just go back in and do that ahead of time, right? But then let's say this is a B-Barrel on my bench now. If I'm about to use B-Barrel, my deck now has to be truly randomized, right? So I have to shuffle. They're pretty bad shuffles, but... There we go. I shuffled at least 7 times. Offered to my opponent to cut. They cut. My deck was truly randomized at that point. And now, because these are all the cards that are supposed to be in the deck, they were riffled or mass shuffled 7 times at least. My opponent cut. So now it's random. So now I draw with my B-Barrel for 3. Boom. So that's how it should work, all right? But when people pile shuffle, and this is the most tilting one, when people pile shuffle, let's just do 6, because 6 is the most common. When people pile shuffle, at the beginning of the game, actually I should do that first. At the beginning of the game, if this is my deck, this whole thing is supposed to be truly random together. This is supposed to be riffled. What is considered random is 7 mash or riffle shuffles with all of the cards that are supposed to be in the deck at that point together, right? So I just did like 7 or 8 mash or riffle shuffles, pass it to my opponent, they cut, and that's a random deck, right? It's a random deck that has been interacted with by my opponent. So now it's like truly random. All the cards that are supposed to be in the deck, this is a 60 card deck, let's pretend, truly random at this point, because I mash or riffle shuffled 7 times with all the cards that are supposed to be in the deck, right? It was the 60 cards initially, and then I draw my hand and we go from there. But when you pile shuffle, and this is the most tilting one when I see people do this, especially in between games. If they do it, but I'm tired of people like pile shuffling at the beginning of a game, doing like 3 mashes and then passing it to me to cut. I'm like, no, you have to shuffle your deck more. Okay, when people do this, when you pick up this and then you add this and you do this, is the stupidest thing ever, because you can't just randomize 2 stacks of 10 cards, and this doesn't extra randomize your deck because it's not all the cards together being, you just mash them all together. Like if you're going to pile shuffle like this at the beginning of a match to count your cards, you show up at a reasonable time before the match. If you do this, you're not doing anything. This is not, you don't have all the cards combined. All the cards that should be in the deck random together have to be together. Doing this doesn't do anything. Like, you're not doing anything. Nothing is happening because all the cards aren't together. You need all of the cards to be together. And then they pick up another pile. They add that. They do a couple more. And then they add another one. But this can't do anything. This doesn't do anything because not all the cards are together. But as soon as you get to here, you still have to mash or riffle the deck 7 times. You still have to mash or riffle the deck 7 times for it to be random. You can't just bring 2 stacks of 10 together. You can't just bring 2 stacks of 10 together and then have that be, and then riffle them a lot together or mash them a lot. But if you just take the whole 60 cards, let's say, this is what I do. I count my deck in between rounds. And I'll do it more than 7 before the beginning of a match. But I count my deck in between rounds. Or if I don't have time to count it in between rounds, like if I'm the last match playing or something, I'll sometimes count it at the end of the round at the table. Like if I'm still talking to my opponent and we're just chilling talking, I'll do it at the end of the round. But if I pick up pretty quickly after the match, I'll do it in between rounds. I'll just go sit at a table and really quickly count out 60. Sometimes I do it at the beginning of the round, though, if I forget to. Like, I'll sit down across from my opponent, or they might not even be there yet, and I'll quickly count out 60 cards like this. Just count to 60. Quickly count out 60, and then I'll usually mash and riffle it like 21 times. This is like the number I shoot for. Like, just quickly. $18, $19, $20, $21. These ones are a little flimsy, so it's a little harder to shuffle. Then boom, pass it to my opponent. They cut. That's it. But some people do the stupid pile shuffling thing. Once again, this is a waste of time. This doesn't do anything. It counts your deck. But if you're trying to count your deck, just do a single pile. It's faster, so it's more time efficient. You still count if you have 60 cards. You could even do 6 piles. So you could do that, or you could just do it like this. Just I just do 1 pile, or I sometimes do 2 piles. 2 piles, 3 piles. I usually do 3 piles, actually. I usually do 20, 20, 20. When I'm counting it at the beginning of the match, I do like 20, 20, 20. Because that way, if you get to, if one of them comes up with 19, it's easier to figure out where you missed a card instead of having to recount the whole thing. So, yeah, doing pile shuffling is a complete waste of time. It doesn't do anything, because for a deck to be random, it has to be all the cards that should be in the stack of cards. The amount of cards that should be in your deck, whether it be after a quick ball search or at the beginning of the game. Doing this doesn't do anything. Nothing is happening. This isn't doing anything because these cards aren't interacting with the other cards that should be in the random deck. Do 1 pile counting in 20s also. Yeah, that's what I do. I do 3 stacks of 20. I do 3 stacks of 20. Sometimes I do a stack of 1 if I'm in between rounds because I have enough time to like recount it. If I'm off by 1 or over by 1, then I have time to recount it. But if I'm sitting down across from my opponent, I want to try and be a little bit more thorough and time efficient. So I'll do 3 stacks of 20. But doing this, these cards aren't interacting with these cards, so this doesn't do anything. I'm never piling right before my first match. So after the second or third match. Oh, I see what you're saying. That still doesn't do anything. Ewok, I see what you're saying. You meant actually after the second or third match, not the second or third game. But that still does absolutely nothing. That works for MTG too because of the lands. I don't know what you're saying there, Raj. I see what you're saying, Ewok, but you're still wrong. That's like not a thing. I see what you're saying, but that's wrong. It's not a thing. What if I just put the cards in random piles? You're still putting them in a specific order, though, right? You're still placing them down in an order. So it's not counted as random. If an opponent like something asks you to cut or tap, I'm going to pile shuffle their deck again for them. Pile shuffling is literally banned in official MTG. It should be banned in Pokemon. It honestly should be banned in Pokemon. Like, there's no reason that it should exist. Like I said at the beginning of the match, if you show up with like 30 seconds until the round starts and you pile shuffle, you're stupid. It's stupid. If you sit down, I think the only time it's reasonable to pile shuffle, if you sit down, you know, like a minute after pairings went up, you know, because sometimes you have to like wade through the sea of people to get to your table, whatever. If you sit down, like reasonably after pairings went up, and you want to do your pile shuffle, this is how I would recommend a pile shuffle as well, because I think this is the fastest if you do the 3 and 3. And you want to do that, you want to sit down, do this real fast, count to 60, and you show up reasonably, that's fine. Don't do this, though. Don't pick up 2 piles of cards and do this. Don't do that. That's cringe. It's stupid. You're just wasting time. That's super cringe. Should be banned. This should be banned. Doing this is awful. If you want to pick up, if you want to do the pile shuffle, if you do it in between rounds, it's also cringe. Don't do that. That's stupid. If you want to lay out the 2 piles of cards, count to 60 real fast, pick up both of them, and then shuffle them up afterwards, you know, quick 7, whatever, 11 riffles and mashes real fast, and then hand it to me to cut, that's fine. But don't pile shuffle in between the matches, or in between the games, and don't pile shuffle and do the little pickup of each stack at a time and shuffle. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything. You're not randomizing your deck more, because you still have to put them all together and mash it 7 times, and it's as random as it's ever going to be after you mash it 7 times. Maybe 8. I don't know. But yeah. Somebody got on me for putting all energy on the top with Energy Recycler, playing Magazone, but I riffle shuffle my deck as well as mash. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. What about players that uncut a cut deck? Wait, what do you mean, Envy Lord? Hasn't there been a cheating scandals from pile shuffling? You're taking a certain way and then you guarantee drawing 7 cards you want. It wasn't that, Mayor. It was double nickeling. So double nickeling, for anyone who doesn't know, and this is like a thing in the Pokemon community for back in 2016. No, it was 2013, 2014. A bunch of players and a couple players got banned. Actually, Canadian Nationals that year, both the finalists got banned after they were both double nickeling on stream. That was actually kind of funny. But there was even some players in America, because our regional was going on the same time that their regional was going on. It might have been Canadian Nationals, actually. It might have been Canadian Nats where they both got banned. I play Pacho because they want to declump, not understanding that a declump deck is not random at all. Yeah, they just don't understand. They just don't understand. Like, both finalists. Yeah, both finalists got banned because they aren't confident in their shuffling skills and don't want to be fumbling cards in front of an opponent. Yeah, but pile shuffling isn't shuffling. It doesn't matter if you're uncomfortable. If you, that's not, then your deck's just not random. Which it doesn't matter. Pile shuffling does not. Pile shuffling is not a shuffle. It should be called pile placing or something. Just because it's called pile shuffling doesn't make it a shuffle. It's just not a shuffle. You're not shuffling. You're not shuffling. It's not a shuffle. Pile stacking is not a shuffle. It doesn't matter if you think. If you can't shuffle well, if you can't do this well or this well, then you just need to get better at it. It doesn't matter. Also, another tilting, like I said, I was tilting when people do like this. When people do like this and they pick up 2 at a time and they like shuffle them, and they pick up another one and they're like, I'm gonna add another one to this, and they shuffle more, and they shuffle this for like 7 times and they pick up another. It's stupid. It's a waste of time. But what still is pretty tilting is like when people have their 6 piles. Maybe they're a little bit more reasonable at picking them up. They're a little bit more reasonable. And then they do like this. 2, and they pass it to cut. That's not a random deck because all the cards weren't together for 7 riffles at least. All the cards were together. It doesn't matter how many times you riffled your 2 piles and your 3rd pile together, and your 4th pile. Like, I riffled my deck like 100 times, bro. I did like. This does not count as a mass shuffle. That doesn't count. You can't do this 7 times, and then 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 this twice, and then offer it for me to cut. Your deck's not random, because all the cards that should be in the deck in a random state weren't combined for 7 riffles. You have to mash and riffle it 7 times for it to be random, at least at the beginning of the match. I think, like, I don't know the exact math on everything, but I think as you get to, like, a lower deck size, like 20 and 30, I would assume that doing, like, 5 matches and riffles would be like the equivalent of 7 at like a 60 card deck. In a 60 card deck in Pokemon, I would assume theoretically you'd need to do like 8 though. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I would assume with like a 60 card Pokemon deck you'd have to do like 8 because like at the beginning of the game, because 7 is based on a 52 card deck, right? A 52 card deck of playing cards. So I'd assume if you have a 60 card deck you'd have to do like 8, 9. But then as your deck gets smaller, wouldn't it be 5 be sufficient as well? Are you asking? My shot shuffling has changed over the years. Yeah. Or would you play the random deck when you can play the stacked one? True, because we're not trying to get DQ'd, or we're not trying to get banned in the finals of Canadian Nationals. Must be liable to change position at the same time. Yes, among the other cards that should be in the stack that is random. Can I explain double nickeling? Yeah, I'll explain double nickeling. 7 for a 52. Yeah, it's 7 for a 52 card deck. So theoretically, it should be 8 or 9 for a 60 card deck, right? And then theoretically, as your deck gets smaller, it could be less, right? Am I wrong on that, or am I correct on that? It shouldn't go the opposite, right? Like with a 60 card deck, it shouldn't be 6, and then with a 30 card deck, it should be 9, right? The ruling on shuffling your deck after your opponent randomizes it. After your opponent randomizes, oh yeah, this is like another thing I can talk about as well. It's probably based on a 52 card, like these used for the number of riffles required might be slightly higher. There isn't a specific study on 60 card decks. Yeah, it'd be reasonable to assume. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it should be higher with the 60 card deck. So at the beginning, yeah, so I do 21, like I said. So when a game starts, I'll sit down. Hopefully I counter my deck in between rounds. I'll sit here and I'll riffle and mash 21 times. And I'll do that in between each game. But like a quick 21 mashes and riffles. 21 every single time. And then I also, this is something I've been trying to get like really disciplined at so I don't waste time. Because I know everyone in here's a card game player. So we all sit there and it's like usually you stop, like, and this is what I did in the past. I would usually stop shuffling when I had like a feeling that it was like random. But now I've just started putting a number on it. So the beginning of each game, I'll mash and riffle 21 times. That's it. I'll count to 21. That's it. And then let's say I'm halfway through the game and we got like basic Pokemon, discard pile, prize cards, and then here, discard pile, active Pokemon, and then I play quick ball. This is my hand. Play quick ball, get my Pokemon. I'll do just 7. I'll do just 7. Boom, that's it. I just count to 7 every time. That's it. I'm done. Go ahead, cut. I also do a Hindu shuffle at the end of all my shuffles. So I'll do, oops. And I know a lot of people think Hindu shuffles are, I don't know. This is just like a habit I have though. I'll do something like this at the end of 7 matches and riffles. I always do like the Hindu at the end. And then I offer to cut, they shuffle, they tap. And then speaking on that, if your opponent taps your deck, you can't do anything. If they cut your deck, you can't do anything. If your opponent shuffles your deck, you actually are allowed to cut your deck, for anyone who didn't know that. So if my opponent picks up my deck after I'm done shuffling it, and they can shuffle my deck. If they choose to shuffle my deck, I can actually cut my deck back if I want to, for anyone who didn't know that. So I can cut my deck back if I want to. I never do that usually. And actually in situations recently, because I don't want to pick, so when my opponent, in certain situations for my own deck, or my opponent's deck, I've actually been calling for judge shuffles just because I don't want to be the one to decide the outcome of a card. So I know it seems like a little bit much maybe, but like if my opponent plays, the most recent situation that came up was I was playing up against Reggie's at Dallas Regionals, and my opponent needs to try and hit Marnie off Reggie Drago. So they played quick ball, they went and got a Pokemon, and then they offered the deck for me to cut, and I was like, I'll judge shuffle it because I don't want to cut their deck. I don't want to tap, cut, or shuffle it. And I don't want to be the decider of the outcome, to be honest. For them to like Drago into the Marnie, So I had the judge. I asked for a judge shuffle. They got the Marnie anyways, but like I don't let. Then it like eats at me a little bit. So what if I cut? What if I tap? What if I shuffle? I just like do a judge shuffle in those situations. When I know like the outcome is like when I know fully like what the outcome is going to be off. Like they're hoping to get a draw off a B barrel or a Drago or something. Or if I Roxanne them, like I had it at NAIC. I Roxanne my opponent, and they need to hit boss off the Roxanne. I call for a judge shuffle there. So. In those situations, I just don't want to pick, so I should always just call for a judge shuffle. But I think normally, like when your opponent offers the deck for you to cut, you should pick between. Oh, like normally, I'm not gonna do it with every action. It's like it happens like once or twice a tournament nowadays. It feels like, and it's never because I think my opponent's cheating. It's just because I don't want to. How did the opponent do actually the request of the judge shuffle? They've all been like pretty understanding of it so far. I was like, I clarify. I'm like, it's not you. I just don't want to pick, and they like understand it pretty immediately. Yeah, none of my opponents have seemed sussed out by me thinking they're cheating. I never think any of my opponents are cheating when I've done it. If I thought they were cheating, I would call a judge and be like, I think my opponent's cheating. So when your opponent offers you their deck to cut to me, you can tap it, you can cut it, or you can shuffle it. But remember, if you shuffle it, not that this is like a big deal, if you shuffle your opponent's deck, and I've been doing that more recently because my opponents suck at shuffling. You guys got to get better at shuffling. This is actually cringe. If you shuffle your opponent's deck, they can cut it back. They can choose to cut it if they want, which isn't like a big deal if you want to shuffle it. What you should do, if you think if you're shuffling your opponent's deck because you think their shuffling sucks, though, you should tell them to shuffle their deck more. I've been doing that a lot more recently. Instead of picking up and shuffling the deck for them, I'm like, you have to shuffle that more. That's not random enough, right? I've had so many opponents who like, you know, they play a quick ball, they go with their basic Pokemon, and then they're just like, cut. You just do it 7 times, please. Especially in the early game when your deck's bigger. As your deck gets smaller, you can go down to like 5 probably. But I don't know if you'd ever go less than 5. Like, but please shuffle your deck a little bit more. I don't think you're cheating, but like I'm trying to like everyone wants to have that element removed from the game. So if everyone just like plays reasonably and shuffles efficiently, there's no reason to think anyone else is cheating for that reason. Yeah. Gotta shuffle more. I'm tired of telling people to shuffle more. So just mashing 7 times is plenty good enough. Yeah, and I think as your deck gets smaller, you can go down to like 5. Like if you have like a 15 to 20 card deck, you could probably shuffle or mash 5, or even like a 30 card deck, like 5 times is probably enough. That's just on you, Law. What happens if they say no? Wait, what do you mean, Ninja Daniel? If I told my opponent to shuffle more and they say no, then I'm just gonna call over a judge. And I'll be like, my opponent mash shuffled twice. They need to shuffle more. And the judge will be like, yeah, if you mashed twice, you do need to shuffle more than that. And if the judge doesn't say that, then I'm going to appeal to the head judge. And then if it's like, and what would happen probably there is the judge would be like, if my opponent was like, no, I mashed actually 7 times, then the judge would be like, then I would be like, okay, can I get a judge shuffle this time around? And then the judge will probably watch my opponent a little bit after that to make sure that they're actually shuffling sufficiently. But whenever I've asked my opponent to shuffle properly, they always just do that. I was like, you need to shuffle more than that. They'll shuffle more than that. So that's usually the outcome. Yeah, if I ask my opponent to shuffle more, they've always shuffled more. But if I called over a judge and my opponent was like, and I was like, judge, my opponent is refusing to shuffle more. They only mash their deck 3 times. And my opponent lied and was like, nope, I mashed it 7 times. I'd be like, okay, can I get a judge shuffle on this shuffle? And then, I mean, is it possible that someone could pay attention to how my opponent's shuffling and, you know, make sure they're actually doing a reasonable? But I've never had that. That would be like a really weird interaction for my opponent to just lie like that. I feel like most of it's inexperience on players' parts with shuffling more so than anything. I've never ran into an opponent who I feel like is doing it maliciously, like mashing their deck once and passing it to me to cut. I don't think anyone's doing it maliciously, at all. Yeah, I don't think anyone's doing it maliciously at all. But it doesn't mean they shouldn't be doing better. And it's fine to correct people when they mess up that kind of stuff. It's fine to correct people and be like, yeah, you gotta shuffle more. And if it truly came down to my opponent saying, nope, I mashed 7 times, I would be like, can I get a judge shuffle on this one around? And then, like, you know, pay attention to them in the future. That'd be great. Because, like, you know, but I've never had that happen. I don't think it ever would happen. People are reasonable, generally, for the most part, as long as they're explained why they're being unreasonable. But, yeah. Okay, let's talk about... let's talk about double nickeling real fast. So double nickeling is when, if you took your deck, let's say these are Pokemon cards. You take your deck and you put all your Pokemon together. I don't know how extensive you go about it. I don't know if you'd like organize, like if you'd organize the deck that someone did it with in Pokemon that I remember. I'm not going to say their name, I don't think.
but they're playing Blastoise Keldeo. So I don't know if you would like take all your Keldeos and put them together, and then all your Squirtles, all your Blastoises, and like divvied up that much, or if you just take all your trainer cards, all your Pokemon cards, all your energy cards, or if you would go as far to like take your trainer cards and you'd put them as like so for the Blastoise Keldeo deck, you'd go like 4 Rare Candy, 4 Research, 4 Superior Energy Retrieval, and so on. If you'd go that thorough, and then you would take the deck like that, and you'd stack it. So all my Pokemon, all my energy, all my trainers. Like I said, I don't know if you'd actually separate all your trainers. Like if you'd put like my 4 Rare Candies, my 4 Professor Research, my 4N, my 4 Superior Energy Retrieval, or if you would just do all trainers together or not. I don't remember. I think you would, like, if you want to be more thorough, you do everything. And then to double nickel, the reason it's called a double nickel is because you would do 2 5 piles, where you go like this. You do 2 5 piles. So you do a 5 pile, pretend this is a 60 card deck with like actually relevant, and I think you would just pick it up like this. I don't know if there's a certain order of how you picked up the 5 piles. That's possible. And then you would go again. That's why it's called double nickel, because you do 2 5 piles. The nickel's 5, 2 5 piles. Makes sense. And then I don't know if there's an order in how you pick these up. I don't think there is. I think it doesn't matter. You would do that, and then you would do like 1, 2 matches. And then your deck should have like pretty perfect distribution of like, it would be like energy card, Pokemon trainer, 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 energy Pokemon card trainer. So your deck would be like evenly distributed. Your deck would be evenly distributed of energies and Pokemons and trainers. And if like you did divide up your researches, then theoretically you'd have like research, and so on. So that's what a double nickel is. There's a problem in Magic. That might be why Magic actually banned pile shuffling. But it wasn't. It was only a problem in Pokemon. So if you ever see your opponent do 2 pile shuffles and then not mass shuffle very much after they do 2 pile shuffles, I would call a judge, to be honest. If you ever play against someone in Pokemon and they do two 5 piles, if they do two 5 piles and then don't shuffle very much afterwards, I wouldn't just shuffle their deck. I would call a judge in that situation. Because you could pick up their deck and you could mash it a lot like this, and then that would probably clump the 5 pile. That'd probably mess up the double nickel, to where they would draw randomly again. But if they did that, I would just call a judge and be like, my opponent literally just double nickeled in front of me. That'd be pretty sus. And at that point, I'd be like, can you like look through their deck and see if everything looks like evenly distributed? You can also shuffle their deck. No, but that's like such a bad answer to be like, oh, I think my opponent cheated against me. Let me just try and de-cheat their cheating. You should just call a judge. You should definitely call a judge if they do that. Mash shuffles between the 5 piles. If they mash shuffle between the 5, well, if they do 2 5 piles, to be honest, that's cringe to begin with. If they mash shuffle between the 5 piles, then they messed it up. So yeah, that'd be fine. They'd have to do enough matches. If they do like 1 match, that's probably not enough to mess it up. Yeah, you can fix it. Yeah, but why let the next opponent get fucked? Yeah, I do. Like if that like if my opponent double 5 piled and then like mash shuffles once or twice, I would call a judge. I think for sure. If you don't have any evidence on them, I mean, I would just be like, I mean, that's what you just say, but like I would just call them out. I would just call them out on the spot in front of like the rest of the people at our table, and then in front of the judge, and they'll probably watch them from there on out. I'd be like, yo, my opponent literally just double nickeled in front of me. I would like you to look through their deck and just see if things look evenly distributed, like as it should, with the double nickel. And if it is, I would like to talk to the head judge. And then from there, I would assume it's possible the opponent doesn't have anything happen to them there, might get a warning. But now everyone just knows. Like that's how I would approach the situation. Bro, are you double nickeling me right now? Yeah, like your opponent is like finish up the second 5 pile and like, bro, are you double nickeling me right now? But yeah, it was like a thing in Pokemon. Double nickeling like was a thing that got popular. I'm gonna say popular, but like as far as obviously cheating goes, it was pretty popular. I forget. I know some of the players who were doing it at the time. I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna name any names, but there was some bans and DQs that happened. Most of the players who were doing it just stopped doing it because, and I think it's possible back in the day, people didn't quite understand it was cheating. You know, it's just like their friend told them, oh, this is a way that you always draw well. And like, they probably didn't make the connection. Oh wait, me manipulating my deck to make it so I always draw well, isn't random. And that's probably cheating. So I think it's, I think it's very possible that some of the players back then, remember some of them being younger too. We're just like, oh, why wouldn't I want to draw better? That makes so much sense. And they didn't really think about it in terms of, oh, wait, this is just cheating. I can't do this. I shouldn't do this. So I think it's very possible that was one of the reasons some people did it. Some people definitely should have known better. And like I said, Canadian Nationals that year. It was Canadian Nationals or one of the Canadian regionals. I think it had to be Canadian Nationals because there was no Americans at the tournament. If it was a Canadian regionals, then there would have been Americans at the tournament, unless it was like the same weekend as what's it called? I'm pretty sure it was Canadian Nationals. How do I feel about riffling face up versus face down? You should never riffle face up. Riffling face up is just stupid. I had to tell one of my opponents to not riffle face up. On my winning in, my opponent was like riffling face up on like the second to last shuffle, and I was like, can you stop riffling face up? And he got like a little bit peeved at me. He was like doing it on like the fourth or fifth shuffle, so he would do like this. I don't know if he was doing anything malicious, but it's like, just why would you ever do that? All it does is like potentially add. So he did like that, and then like towards the end of his shuffle, he would just do this. I don't know if he was looking, but and then he would do this, and then he would like offer to me to cut, and I was like, can you not shuffle face up? Like, yeah, can you not shuffle face up, please? And he stopped, but he seemed a little pissed at me that I asked that question. I was like, listen, I don't want to have to think about you cheating. I don't think you're cheating, but like, why would you ever like bring around? That's why like declumping and like double nickel like or like pile shoving stuff is just weird, because like, why would you want someone to think you're cheating? Like, drawing your prize cards out of order is just weird. Why would you like want to make someone think that you're cheating potentially? Yeah, face up is hella sus. Azul bullying a blind player. Shake my head. It was Canadian Nats, and one of the two players who got banned secretly got unbanned, and they played. I mean, I don't think the bans were very long, to be honest. KG. I think they had both like 3 months bans. I think they both potentially played in Worlds that year, to be honest. It wasn't like a long ban they both got, I don't think. I don't remember the exact, but I know they both got banned for a little while. Most cringing is when people get all offended for calling a judge like, bro, they are there for a reason. Yeah. We're not cutting onto their playmat. I mean, that's reasonable stuff, to be honest. You're kind of a dick for that one. Face up in general is sus. Yeah, it's hella sus. Do we ride over declumping? Not yet. We're going to talk about declumping in a second. I had an opponent feel annoyed I didn't use a playmat. That's weird as well. Why do they care if you have a playmat? You can riffle face up between games or whatever to help bend it backwards. Oh, I guess that'd be the only reason to. But you should just learn how to bridge. It's like not that hard. Everyone can do it. Or most. If you have really small hands, I guess it could be hard. How do you feel about riffling, declumping, also banned in Magic, MTG, but not in Pokemon? Yeah, declumping should be banned in Pokemon. We'll talk about that. Some Japanese players I played against at Worlds did not shuffle their deck well at all. It was crazy. Okay, so to talk about the Japanese player thing, because this is something that people are very ignorant on. People are very ignorant on the whole every Japanese player cheats because none of them know how to shuffle. It's just like in Japan, the amount that the Japanese players shuffle is considered random enough in Pokemon in Japan. How much the Japanese players shuffle is considered random. Like that's what the judges enforce, is at least how much they shuffle. I'm sure if they just like did one, if the Japanese players like searched their deck, got their Pokemon off their quick ball, and they did this and passed the deck to cut, I'm sure they have a problem with that. The Japanese players like do this. They do a little bit more than that. That wouldn't be considered random by our standards, but by Japanese standards in the Pokemon TCG, that is considered sufficient, which is fine. Is it truly random? No, but you shouldn't. It's nothing against the players, right? Like a lot of if you just started playing the game as a kid, in Japan and you were just always taught like that was enough shuffling, why would you ever shuffle more? Like no one penalizes for you, no one tells you to shuffle more. Everyone else shuffles that way. You're going to shuffle that way. It's just that when you come over to America or the international events and then you don't shuffle sufficiently, it's not considered enough. But it doesn't mean they're cheating. That's what's so ignorant from everyone who just assumes all the Japanese players are cheating because they don't shuffle like we do. It's not random, but it is sufficient for where they play the game. So that's why they shuffle that way. It doesn't mean they shouldn't shuffle more when they come to international events and play under the rules of TPCI, but we shouldn't assume they're all cheaters. People are just ignorant. Would you ask them to shuffle more then? Yeah, I would ask them to shuffle more. And actually at Worlds this year, I played against 2 or 3 Japanese players, and they were all pretty sufficient with their shuffling. They were all pretty good about their shuffling. I never said they were cheating. I thought it was just... Oh, not at you specifically, Jesse. I'm just talking about there's a general vibe where people are always like, Japanese players are cheating because they're really bad at shuffling. Are you saying it's not cheating because it's not intentional? Yeah. Cheating... All right. This is another thing. To cheat, there has to be intention. If you attach twice for turn, you didn't cheat unless you did it intentionally. That's another thing that people have very bad grasp of and are very ignorant on. Cheating implies intent. There has to be something malicious intent. That's the difference between a mistake and cheating. Is if I attach to my active Pokemon twice for turn, intentionally trying to get another energy on the Pokemon, that's cheating. Now, if I attach twice for turn by mistake and I genuinely thought I could, that's a mistake. And that's why it's so hard to penalize based on people cheating. So the Japanese, it's the same thing with the shuffling. The Japanese players aren't cheating because they're insufficiently shuffling. They're making a mistake and they just don't know the proper way to sufficiently shuffle in those tournaments. It's not cheating, it's a mistake. And they should, but it's not that to say that you shouldn't be penalized for your mistakes. You should be penalized for your mistakes, but not to the point that you should be if it's actual cheating. You appreciate the prime sub there, Fox Laranja. I think I got that right. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of water. We got plenty of milk. It's impossible to tell if someone is cheating unless they tell you they cheated. You can't prove intent, but you can prove it enough to the point that you can actually DQ and ban players, right? But Pokemon does DQ, penalize more harshly, and ban players, right? So you don't need, like, yeah, you truly can't know what's all going on in the mind of a player, but up to a certain point, you should be like, yeah, you made enough mistakes, or the mistakes were severe enough that we're just gonna go ahead and call you a cheater in this situation, and you're banned, right? The other thing that Pokemon does, though, is that if they think you could have got a severe enough, I think a good example of this was Salt Lake City Regionals, not this one, but the one before, where that player got DQ'd in top 8 for marked sleeves. I don't think they got banned, but it's like, you could have gained such a high... There's such a high chance that we think you could have gained. Now, I don't know if they should have been DQ'd, but they were like, the advantage you possibly could have gotten from this is so high, potentially, that we're going to have to DQ you over it, though. We don't think you're cheating, so you're not banned. If you're cheating, if we thought we were cheating, you were cheating, we'd ban you. You think anyone has cheated you? I mean, probably. I've been playing for a long time, so I bet someone has cheated against me at some point. It probably just has happened, right? Talking about Stackery? No. Not Zach Cooper. Zach Cooper got DQ'd at NAIC. Salt Lake City was someone else. I don't remember their name. But... yeah, I bet I probably have been. It's like, I would say Andrew Munez. Yeah, Munoz. I don't know how to say the last name, but yeah. They got DQ'd because they apparently had marked sleeves, but they weren't banned, so they don't think they were actually cheating. It's possible to cheat and still lose too. Yeah, of course. But it was like, we think you have such a high chance of taking advantage of the situation that, like, we're going to DQ you here. What I think is reasonable. If you make enough mistakes, or if something egregious gets by you in terms of your something that you should have been like had more control. Like, let's say one of the things that has come up in the past has been like coins or dice that like are like messed up. Like, it's possible that someone is using like an illegal coin. There has been illegal coins in the past that you're not allowed to use. But if you're using one the whole tournament and you didn't know it was illegal, I mean, it's a little bit on you. And at that point, it'd be like fine to like DQ someone over that, right? Like, we've had there's like a Blissey coin or a Chansey coin at some time in the past. I think that was like banned. If you show up with that coin unknowing that the Chansey coin is banned, but you use it the whole tournament and you're like going into top 8 and it's like, oh wait, you've been using this the whole tournament. You're like, yeah, and you play Super Scoop Up in your deck. Yeah, we're gonna have to DQ you. We don't think you're cheating. We think it's a mistake, but there's no way we can let you, for the integrity of the tournament, we can't let you continue to play. I'm sorry. So I think it's fine to DQ in those scenarios. If they truly thought you were cheating, they would ban you, which I also think is fine for people to ban people in those, like, of course that's fine. Yeah, if they actually think you're cheating, they should ban you. Yeah, but up to a certain point of mistakes, even if you're not actually cheating, you should, like, the penalty should get harsher and harsher. Like, if you keep drawing 8 cards off your research, even if it is truly non-intentional, at some point it should probably lead to a DQ, right? Like, you're only going to give someone so many 2 prize penalties for seeing an extra card, right? Like, at some point it's gonna be like, all right, this is your 12th time, Timmy, researching for 8 by accident. We're gonna have to give you a game loss, match loss, whatever, escalated to eventual DQ. It's like, you can only see the 8th card off research 30 times, Timmy. Like, you can't, the 31st, you're done, Timmy. We're giving you the DQ. Like I said, and they could all be by mistake, right? Timmy could just be seeing that 8th card every time, like, on accident. He's nervous, first Pokemon tournament, whatever it might be. Who cares, right? Maybe Timmy is like, it's not cheating, though. That's not cheating. That's what I'm saying. Like, people are really bad with understanding that cheating has to require, by definition, cheating has to require intention to do it on purpose maliciously. So if you're seeing the 8th card off research every time on purpose, and the judges think you're doing that, it'll 100% lead to a DQ, maybe a ban. I don't think even when the judges think you're cheating and it leads to a DQ, I don't think you always get banned or you're not always gonna get banned for that, because it probably is a little bit controversial, like on, like, you can't prove cheating obviously, but I mean, we have seen people be banned in the past for cheating. So you 12th time, Timmy. Yeah, you can only Timmy so many times. What if Timmy does not understand the rule? That doesn't matter. At some point, then he learned the rule that tournament. Doesn't matter. Just because you don't understand the rules, you don't fully know all the rules, doesn't mean that you can't be penalized by the rules. That's part of it. Yeah. Yeah. Like, if Timmy sees the 8th card off research every time, you can't. Research only draws 7 cards, so I mean, you're making a mistake, especially after you get your first warning, your first double prize penalty. It doesn't matter if Timmy doesn't know, once you do it the 30th time, you're going to get a DQ. And there's no written rule for that either. There's no, like, outline of, like, oh, when you see the 8th card off research the 21st time, you get DQ'd. So, Look, important, if you're renting a car, don't park on the street, find a garage. I'm not renting cars, I'll be safe, punk. I appreciate the advice, though. For anyone else out there, you rent a car, don't leave it on the street. We're gonna talk about declumping next, right? Ignorance ain't an excuse to break the rules. Well, no, but I mean, that's worded poorly, because that implies intent, taste. But yeah, that implies intent. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I think everyone else in chat will get it. Yeah, intent is very important. That's what people just don't understand. Like, people just see what is, like, the most recent mess up that's happened on stream. What is the most recent mess up that happened on stream? Did anything happen at UIC? Can we talk about triple nickeling? Alex? What did Alex do? Wasn't there a junior that double attached? Oh, there was a junior that double attached in the finals, yeah. So yeah, like, the junior that double attached in the finals, that's right. Yeah. So the junior that double attached in the finals, they could have been cheating, but it's probably a mistake. I think almost all the time it is a mistake. Like, most of the time, almost, yeah, like, I don't know. You could put a number on it, but it's probably close to, like, over 90% is a mistake, right? When things like that happen. Like, so the junior in the finals of EUIC did double attach, and it was probably, I don't know which one it was. I just heard it happened. It's probably a mistake, right? And that's why the judges, like, keep track of these things. Like, if a person makes so many mistakes, it eventually escalates. It didn't get caught in the moment, which sucks. That would have been best if the judge had been like, hey, you already attached, you can't do that. And then you probably get a warning there too, because there was an attempt to double attach. But people will look at that and be like, oh, that junior cheated. They attached twice. You can't do that. It's against the rules. Now, they could have done it on purpose. And then, if they do it on purpose, that is cheating. But if you attach for turn, and then just later in the turn, you don't remember that you attached, especially because they were both playing Lugia, right? Both the juniors are playing Lugia. So, like, there's a lot of energy in play. And then you go to attach again, not remembering that you already attached. You go to attach again, and then you don't do it on purpose, and it's not cheating. There has to be intent. You have to be doing it on purpose. You have to be like, oh, I already attached once for turn, but I'm gonna try and slip this second attachment in there. Then it's cheating. If you attach already for turn and you're just like, and I want to attach here as well later in the turn because, like, you didn't think you had attached for turn yet, then that's different. That's making a mistake. You should still be penalized. You should still be punished for that. As long as it's caught in the time frame. If it's caught after the fact, there's nothing you can really do about that. And I think that's just like, that's fine. It's past that. Now, if the judges review it and be like, we think that was malicious, then they should recount and then actually penalize you sufficiently for that. Isn't that basically what happened with Jeff when Robin won Worlds? Jeff didn't get DQ'd at the event, did he? Bad judges. Bad judges is also a bad take because Pokemon doesn't pay their judges and they're not sufficiently, like, they're not trained. Bad judges is a bad take. Bad judges is a bad take because if Pokemon judges really can't be held to high standards, they're not paid. Like, they're all volunteers. Pokemon judges are all volunteers. You can't really. Bad judges is always a terrible take. That's another thing people have a really bad take on. Unpassionate judges, you can make an argument for that, but they're all volunteers. So at this point, we have to, for Pokemon tournaments to exist, we have to have judges. So we just kind of get what we get, and we hope that the judges, you know, do a good job. Basically, is all we can hope for. But like, bad judges is also a terrible take that a lot of people have in the Pokemon TCG community. Cheating versus mistake is a really bad. People just don't have a good perspective on that in the Pokemon community, and so same thing with quote unquote judges in general, because people are just like are very ignorant on like the process of everything. Can be a coin when you attach. Well, would help. Remember in the later rounds. Yeah, that could. Yeah, you could do something like that. Can you showcase some shuffling techniques real quick? I mean, it's hard at these because these aren't really good, but mash. Riffle. Yours are a lot of fun. The positive heavily outweigh the negatives. Yeah, definitely. And a lot of it's just like human error mistakes. A lot of like these quote unquote negatives of Pokemon tournaments or regionals in general. Pokemon tournaments or regional in general are just human errors like that happen every day. Everyday humans. Like it's everyday human like situations. Like it's a lot of it just like human error stuff. And it's like nothing to be like over what's it called? Was clearly intentionally cheating, played him in finals where he was caught multiple times and caught him to attempt to do it 3 times. Kept getting away with it. That's unfortunate. What about the judge that DQ'd a player because of pronouns? I mean, I talked about it a lot. Me and Chip talked about that a lot on the podcast. The one thing that I forgot to mention on the podcast as well, with that, I'm not going to talk too much on this, but the one thing that I forgot to mention on the podcast as well with that, I was gonna put a pinned comment on the last episode we talked about it though, was like with what had happened at Vancouver Regionals just like a week prior, and then Pokemon making that statement. The other thing to like bring up in that scenario, and I'm not saying it's justified for Makani to have been DQ'd, but the other thing that should be like people should like take note of and think about is was there talk from Pokemon to TOs and then from TOs to head judges and head judges to judges about like zero tolerance policy with those kind of things. And the other thing that could be mentioned is with TOs and head judges, do they just see that post and then they don't want to be the next judge that gets Pokemon drama posted about them following an incident at was it Knoxville, because they didn't do something kind of following the the guidelines of Pokemon's Pokemon guidelines of their inclusivity policy, right? Like if the head judge makes a wrong call there, people are going to be after the head judge. Like, how much pressure do you think the head judge felt in that scenario, like, to have to make that call after what just happened at Vancouver and the post that Pokemon made? And was there, like, pressure being put down from TPCI in general towards TOs and head judges and stuff that, like, where they felt like their hand was forced to make that call? Or did they feel forced to make that call as well, potentially because of that post being made, even if TPCI didn't tell them anything, right? It is safer for the judge to be overly cautious and to allow discrimination under their watch. Than to allow. I mean, I don't know if I fully agree with that, Uncle. You should be able to like look at situations nuanced, right, and be able to make a judgment call based on the specific situation for sure. You should be able to like you should apply some nuance to every single situation. I think for sure you shouldn't just have a blanket. Oh, someone said this, and then if it is true, that should theoretically go against the policy, so we're gonna ban. You should like a little bit of investigation, try and figure out the full story. So it does seem like for the Makani situation, they weren't very thorough with like figuring things out before like choosing to DQ Makani. It seems like it seems like they didn't even ask Makani for their statement before like deciding to DQ Makani. So that's obviously not good. But like, yeah, I think there's a little bit more pressure on the judge than people probably realize with what had just happened recently at Vancouver. So I'm sure it was a pretty tough situation for the head judge to make that ruling call. But yeah, with what had just happened at Vancouver and the statement that Pokemon had just made, like I said, something could have come down from up top, or they just felt pressure to do that because of what just happened like the week prior. So it's like, it's a tough situation for the head judge, I think, for sure. A lot tougher than people think. And obviously it got way too toxic and out of hand with people like doxing the head judge and like some other judges involved, I think, as well. And then one of the people who weren't even involved in the situation at all was called out as one of the people involved in the situation. So that was like, that's ridiculous. The best thing to always do in these kind of situations is wait for as much information to come out as possible, or seems like it's gonna come out. And it's like I said, like I've said before on the podcast too, it's good to like be there for Makani and support Makani. But you shouldn't just like, if you only know one side of the story, you shouldn't like overly jump to like harassing the other side. You should definitely question their intent and how they handled it or seemingly handled it. But being toxic about it towards one side over the other without the full story on the other side is like, it's cringe. You're just a cringe human if you do that. How do you get your name? Is it from another language or something? It's just my name. My name is Azul. That was the Vancouver incident. Yeah, Hans. No Pokemon today? I don't know. We're working through everything. We're gonna do a Portland tier list here in a second. Means which ethnicity? I mean, I don't even know like what the official term would be, but like my dad is, I mean, my dad's not from Mexico, but his grandparents are, I think. My actual full name? Oh, okay. I thought you like, is my name a gamer tag, basically? How'd I get my gamer tag? Yeah, my name is Spanish. Yeah, I'm basically just American, but I'm American. But yeah, my dad is like, so I'm like fourth generation. Yeah, I'm like fourth generation Mexican American. I want to say my dad's grandparents came from Mexico. Yeah. Maybe yeah, I don't actually remember, to be honest. It's been a while since I asked. I can't remember the last time I actually like, so I don't actually remember when, yeah, what generation Mexican American I would be. But like my mom's American, so I'm like, would I be even considered like fourth generation Mexican American at that point? Because I'd be like half. Yeah, my name is Blue in Spanish. Yes. Yeah, I'm basically just American to be. I am just American basically. Like, what do I think about Sablezard? I think it's pretty good. Do I coach? I do. Yeah. Exclamation point coaching in the chat if you want to get the link, or it's in the description, or it's like down below. I don't think that's what I just say. That's what I just. I say I'm American. Other people get confused when I say that because of my name. It's like, but like, what are you? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, someone on my dad's side of the family was from Mexico at some point. Like, they came from Mexico. My Mexican heritage has been declumped. Yeah, fully declumped. Hey, there's another question I was going to answer. Oh, another thing I guess I'll say on all that stuff is like, another thing I want to say on that stuff, I guess as well, like, not talking about to the Makani thing specifically, but just is someone doing like a shitty thing or a bad thing doesn't make them like a bad person or like a shitty person. Like, that's definitely a separation of those two things. It doesn't mean people shouldn't be judged for their actions, but an action doesn't define a person either. A single action. But a consistent string of actions, I think definitely you can use to define someone as well, for sure. So, and that applies to like everything in life. It's not just Pokemon. Like, that applies to everything in life. Obviously, some actions are greater than others, but yeah, like the judge who DQ'd Makani, even if it was unjust and probably wrong, doesn't mean they should be crucified over it. Pile shufflers go to hell. Except for that, of course. Yeah, pile shufflers are going to hell for sure, but... Is Azul blue from Pokemon Red? Nobody knows, really. People make mistakes and can be redeemed. Yeah, exactly. Can you explain why pile shuffling is bad? I already went over it. I'll put the video up on one of the YouTube channels, either AzulGG or AzulGG2. I'll put the shuffling video, the shuffling clip from this, highlight from this stream up on YouTube, on one of my YouTube channels. I'm curious now, my scene is on the smaller side, so in things like cups and challenges, you sometimes get paired against juniors and kids. If I'm already out of contention for top placement, I let the kids win. Is this not the popular opinion? I mean, that's just like a personal thing. I don't think it has to be like a popular or unpopular thing. That's like, it's like nice of you to let the kids win. But the kids are still competing for points, right, as well. So maybe making them work for it, I don't think is a bad thing, and like beating them. They don't feel bad for being the juniors and seniors because they're all competing anyways, right? They're still competing for points too. So if you give that junior a free win, then the other junior playing against a master doesn't get a free win and they get beaten. I mean, you know, maybe let them figure it out between each other. And you know, just beating them is not a bad thing. Maybe if it's a junior who's already out of contention in their division or whatever, letting them get a win is nice for sure, but it's not bad for them to take an L. When they are cocky though, they hold that L. Yeah, it definitely. Some juniors will destroy masters, to be honest. Of course, yeah. I see you pile shuffle on tournament streams sometimes. Not anymore. You won't see me doing it anytime recently. I don't think. I don't remember the last time. I used to pile shuffle. I'm not trying to hide that. I pile shuffled before. I can't remember the last time I pile shuffled though. It's been a while. I don't think on any of my recent, on any of the recent tournament streams I've pile shuffled. Like the last, like since post COVID, I have not pile shuffled on stream once. I don't think. I edit my own content. I edit my own content, but it's not very much editing for most of my stuff. Have you ever had an opponent shuffle too much? Like you felt like they're wasting time? Of course, yeah. No, it's not always like time wasting. People just don't know when they should stop shuffling. That's why, like, and even I've had that problem in the past as well. I've been caught pile shuffling. Yeah, dude, if it gets leaked that I pile shuffled, bro. Pile shuffle before game one to count. Like that's like I said, Brayden. That's the only reasonable time to pile shuffle. Saw me pile shuffle 10 minutes ago. The only reasonable time to pile shuffle is before game one. If you're not sitting down 15 seconds before the round starts, and you count, you do it just to count, and you don't do the little extra shuffles of 2 piles at a time or 3 piles at a time, and then you just pick it all up, get going, and go from there. Pile shuffling in between games never makes sense. It's always kind of sus when people do it. Shouldn't do it. Makes 0 sense. If you really want to count to make sure you have 60 cards in between games, just do 1 pile really fast or 3 piles. Be like, 19, 20, 1, 2, and throw it. Like I do 3 piles of 20 usually when I do that. If you really want to count in between games, like if you and your opponent have the same color sleeves, that'd be a reason to count in between games. Or if you just feel like you maybe dropped a card or you're like missing a card, just do that and that's fine. Opinion on people warning others at a venue about known cheaters. Have no idea. Local one curiosity, and I was warned to keep an eye on 2 seniors. There obviously is going to be like a little bit more talk, but also a little bit more like locally. Some people, like more people, because like they play so much more in those areas. It's hard. Like if someone shows up to a regional and they play through a regional, there's going to be less people who know about, or like there's going to be less people who play against them enough times to think they're cheaters. But like locally, yeah, if there is someone who is like a cheater and known at it, I mean, you should take it with a grain of salt. I feel like everyone wants to call people cheaters or be the next person to catch a cheater. So a lot of people just like to say people cheat. Because a lot of people don't understand what cheating means either. Like I said before, like earlier, like a lot of people are ignorant on mistakes versus cheating and don't understand that. But I think it is more likely that on a local level, people are more likely to be caught cheating locally because it's probably easier to get away with because they're probably playing against, you know, newer players more often. And it's a buzzword. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Jesse. Yeah, cheating and cheater is like a buzzword in the Pokemon TCG for sure. But I would say locally, more people are going to play against those people more often, so they're more likely to be caught or just be more sus more often against certain players. So more likely, the way cheaters are going to be kind of found out is like locally, right? That's how you're more likely to be found out as someone who's sus and potentially a cheater is like locally. I mean, we play against this guy all the time, and he's always doing sus stuff. He's always getting like letting board states get broken and stuff. So yeah, I would say like that. definitely is reasonable that that's how more cheaters have found it more often. But I would definitely wouldn't like, you shouldn't go into any game assuming your opponent's cheating. Even if the player has a, like, if they have a really bad rep in the locally, I mean, sometimes they're sometimes just cheaters, right? They are sometimes just going to be cheaters. But try to be like, make your own judgment. I think trying to make your own judgment is like always a good thing. But you know, if you have a friend that you trust tells you to be wary of a certain player, you know, if you trust your friend, then be wary. But like, don't like, you know, be like malicious or toxic about it towards them for sure. Because maybe your opponent just had a bad experience against a player one time, and yeah. Playing control players, that's not a thing. Control players aren't slow playing. Their decks just take more actions and are just longer to win the game. They're not slow playing. There's also, yeah, that's also a bad people think everyone who plays control is like slow playing. Bro, if I have to take 10 actions on my turn to Pidgey lock your ass, I'm not slow playing. I have a lot of actions to do. Does cheating come from nature or nurture? That's a good question, JCar. You should do a study on that and then get back to us. Let us know. Is it nature or nurture? What I do at League, if I pair against a junior in finals, I'll play it out for real. When I'm about to win, I concede. Kids need to win sometimes, but they still need to know who is best. That's a good one. Yeah, you should like basically almost beat them. Yeah, make them work for it. Make them play their hardest to try and win, and then if you want to concede to them at the end, that's actually the best way to approach it. If you play against a junior or senior and like you don't care if you win or lose, make them play as hard as they can to try and win. And if you want to concede to them at the end of it all, or just like intentionally throw and like let them win, then go for it. I would say, but make them work for it initially for sure. Yo, chill, Slap. Yeah, playing control doesn't. Yeah, actually, now I'm kind of curious to remember. I don't remember Slap, but that was hilarious. I think it's before like Sander was like known as like the control guy. Yeah. That was funny though. I need to go with some food. To me, letting someone win is very disrespectful. But as a junior or senior, like, I think it's a little bit different if you're a junior or senior. I don't know. Is that disrespectful? To let someone win? Let me think about that. Is that disrespectful? It's interesting. I definitely see where you're coming from. That. What'd you say? Honestly, what'd you say? To me, letting someone win is very disrespectful. It can be patronizing. I don't know. Whenever I've sat down across from someone and we're in like so I've had this happen multiple times where like we're playing on the winning end and I probably am winning, or I'm in a game where I'm probably winning, but then it goes to time, and my opponent's like, you know what, you can just have it. What about a situation where it's going to be a tie? Because like I had a situation come up. Well, I had one situation come up where we had a gentleman, so that was different. I had a gentleman's at Knoxville, and if I hit my ordinary rod if I hit my ordinary rod off my prize cards, I was probably going to win. I didn't. And then, so I thought my opponent was probably going to win. So we basically were just like based on board state, and I was like, yeah, I missed my ordinary rod off my prize cards. You can have the win. So I scooped to them. But that's not disrespectful, right? Because we had an agreement. I did have one game at Portland that tied. But we were both out of contention if we tied. This is Portland Regionals, the one that Ian won pre-COVID. And I conceded because I was like, well, it doesn't matter. I don't need points from this. I mean, we can't make day 2 if we tie. So I conceded to them. Is that disrespectful? Or is it only like once you've beaten your opponent, if you then concede to them? But I've had that happen to me before where I've like played against someone and they're like in a cup or a challenge, and it's like they beat me and they're like, you know, I'm not going for an invite. You can have the win. You can continue going to the tournament. I've had that happen a couple times. But it's not because, but I guess in my situation it might be different because it's obviously not because they think they're better than me, right? As like arrogant as that might sound, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would. To me, in my head, that doesn't seem disrespectful to like concede to someone after you beat them. I'd have to like think about that more. Yeah, it doesn't seem as disrespectful. Maybe to a junior or a senior. To a junior or a senior, I could see it. If you're like a really competitive senior or junior, and then a master beats you, it's like, you can have the win, kid. Like maybe that. I could see that if you're a junior or senior. But if you're like just a master and you're just playing, like I don't know, it's hard for me to like think about that as disrespectful. Have you been on a winning end? Time gets called going into game 3. Going into game 3. Yeah, probably. Yeah, definitely. But we've always had like I think with all my winning ins, I've never had a winning in. Actually, that's not true. I did recently have one at Dallas. and my opponent conceded to me after. We didn't like. We should have had an agreement on like what we're gonna do going into game 3, but game 3 had just started as time was called, and my opponent gave it to me because they were like they didn't care as much. And I definitely wasn't. I didn't want to concede to them either. We should have just had an agreement. We never made an agreement, but we weren't even into game 3, so an agreement probably wouldn't have done anything anyways. But they just gave it to me because they were like, well, neither of us make day 2, so I'll give it to you. They did initially start the conversation, and he was a chill guy overall, but he's like, so time was called, and I was just like, I didn't even think about like not one of us ending up with a win because we didn't say anything. It was literally just going to game 3. So I went to go circle tie, and my opponent did say, no disrespect to my opponent, like he's a chill dude overall, but they did say, what, you're just gonna like let us both not make day 2? And I thought about that for a second. I was like, well, maybe I could give him to win, but then if you say that, well, why wouldn't you scoop to me then? So like, I'm not gonna like so that was a little bit that peeved me for a little bit. I was like, well, you can't just say that and then not concede to me. You can't be like, we can't go to a tie and then I go to circle tie and he's like, what, you're just gonna let it tie and neither of us gonna make day 2? You can't just say that and it's like, well, why don't you concede to me then? Like, it's a stupid statement to make. And at the end of it all, he was just like, you know what, that's fine, I'm just gonna concede to you. I don't care as much about this as you probably do. But chill dude overall. I know he just felt like it just felt shitty to him in the moment that like neither of us were gonna make day 2 in that situation. But it was chill dude overall. Besides that, chill dude overall. But I've had that situation. I feel like I've seen that situation come before. I think it was the first time I was in that situation though, where someone said that when we were going into a tie, where it's like, wait, we're just both not gonna make day 2 here. Oh no, I had that also happen at Virginia regionals. Yeah, this happened to me actually once. The one that Igor won with the my Volcanion Turtonator deck. Dude, I won so many regionals back then. So many people played my decks and won regionals. But yeah, Volcanion Turtonator. I was on the winning end playing against a Gardevoir, and it was in the middle of game 3. No agreement, nothing. My opponent was cocky, kind of annoying, and they thought they were favored in the matchup for sure. But game 3 was pretty up in the air at that point in game 3. If I really thought my opponent was about to body me, I probably would have conceded. But like the points for me were still pretty good because I didn't need it for my invite, but it helped for like stipends and stuff moving forward possibly. My opponent was like, so what, you're just gonna not concede here when none of us make day 2? And I was like, well, you can concede if you want. He was kind of being a dick about it too. I was like, I'm not just gonna give you the game. And he's like, that's ridiculous, whatever, man. And then we just tied. Neither of us made day 2. But he was like, dude, there's like some of you probably know this category of players where they're kind of like arrogant and like super cocky. And listen, I know everyone in Pokemon, so I know they're not like a top tier good player or anything like that. But it feels like the kind of players who like probably body their locals every week, and then they come to like regionals and they come off like a dick. There's like a category of players like that, who like are super cocky. But if I don't know your name, you're obviously not actually good in the Pokemon TCG community. Maybe you're like a really good like Yu-Gi-Oh player or Magic player and you're coming over to play some Pokemon, you're doing well, whatever. But there's like a category of players who like come off very like condescending. And he probably didn't know who I was. I wasn't as like, obviously I wasn't like as popular like back then, like as I am now. And not everyone knows who I am at every Pokemon tournament either right now. But like, yeah, it's like, I don't know, bro. I don't know you. And you were kind of like a dick throughout the whole game. Like you're very, like it was very like, I don't know, like cocky, kind of condescending, like throughout the whole match. And I was just like, I don't, but there's like that, there's like a certain like category of players who like fall under that stuff, who are like super cocky and like condescending and like, I don't know. It's just like weird to explain. It's like a person who like, I feel like they win their locals all the time, or they're a very good player from a different game. I feel like when I run into Yu-Gi-Oh players, they kind of give off those vibes. Yu-Gi-Oh, like, you know, when you're playing against a Yu-Gi-Oh player, in Pokemon sometimes. I feel like it's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm not trying to call out Yu-Gi-Oh players. There's probably some of you are probably very nice. But yeah. It's like they probably win their locals a lot, and then it's like they go to the regional. You don't have to be like a dick to other people though. Yeah, you don't have to be a dick to other people. And it's like, if I don't know who you are, like I know you're not like, you know, if I don't know your name, I know you're not like, yeah, if I don't know your name, you're not like a big Pokemon player who's like, I don't even know what I mean by that. There's like what do I mean by that though? If I don't know your name in Pokemon, I mean, obviously you're not like in the Pokemon, like I just know everyone. I've been around for so long. I literally know who everyone is. If I know if you're a good player, I probably know your name, like decent player, even like other regions as well. It's like, yeah, like why are you being so cocky and condescending? Like, it's not like you've done anything. You're just like showing up here being cocky and condescending to people. Not that anyone should be that, but it's like, I also don't know who you are, so I know you haven't done anything. Like, I know you haven't done anything, bro. Like, what? Like, why are you being cocky and condescending? I know you haven't won you haven't won anything in Pokemon. Like, chill out, bro. You're not more deserving of this win than me. Maybe if you were like bodying me, I'd probably concede because I'm like, well, fuck it, yeah, go ahead, go to day 2. You're winning this game. But we're in the middle of a game in game 3, and he was like kind of a dick the whole game, and his buddies were like, it's like, oh, dude, this is another thing that tilts me. Not with this guy specifically, but he was like he was talking to his buddies in the middle of the game as well, if I remember correctly. Like his buddies were off to the left of the side watching, which I don't mind if they're watching. Yeah, I don't mind if his buddies are watching the game, but like he like talked to them at the point throughout the middle of the match, which is like that I think is actually disrespectful, to like talk to your friends or something outside of the game while you're playing a game. I think that's a little bit disrespectful. All Yu-Gi-Oh players actually just play Mew. True. Actually, that is kind of true. Not all of them, but that a lot of them do. Do you like to be famous, or sometimes you'd wish to be unknown while playing tournaments? Yeah, I mean, it can be a lot. I don't know. Actually, to be honest, like people coming up to me, like the times where I feel like the worst in tournaments is when, like, obviously when I lose, it feels tough. When I lose, when I misplay is like the worst. That's when I just want to go like outside and take a little bit of a walk and then like kind of shake it off and then come back in. I had a dude on winning texting his friends in a group chat. Yeah, that's cringe. Yeah, but to be honest, when people come up to me and like even in those kind of situations, it definitely kind of lifts me up when people come up to me and ask for me, even if I'm feeling down and dejected, like after a loss, or especially one where I misplayed, possibly could have done something better. Like people coming up to me asking for a picture, an autograph, or something like that, and being like, it kind of actually like that kind of like lifts me up a little bit. It can be a little bit much, like when people come up to me constantly and like, you know, I'm leaving the venue or something. It's not usually too bad though. I'm like very thankful and grateful for the people who come to me and ask for autographs and ask for pictures, or just come up to say hi. Because it does remind me like how lucky and fortunate I am to be in the situation I am in. It does get overwhelming. I definitely won't lie. It does get overwhelming sometimes, but it's pretty rare where it feels overwhelming. Most of the time it's just a positive in my experience at tournaments. And definitely does pick me up. Like I had someone ask me after my my second loss in day 2 of EUIC, was feeling pretty down because I was out of contention for top 8, and then someone came up to me and asked for a picture, and then asked me to like to be in like a little video of theirs, and that was like definitely like lifted my spirits for sure. So sometimes it can be a little bit much, but most of the time it's actually just a positive in my experience, and like that like helps, it like almost helps me get over a loss, like because it makes me feel, you know, appreciated and then like grateful to be in the situation I'm in and all that stuff. So yeah, whenever someone like comes up to me after a tough loss, it like definitely like lifts me back up and puts me in like better spirits. Maybe not like the best maybe not a better headspace to go into the next game, but like, you know, I feel better about me being there and like doing what I'm doing, and then like wanting to go to the next tournament and so on and so forth, even if I had a rough tournament this time around or whatever. If they smoked me too and asked me to sign his deck, that'd be fine. Yeah, I was fine with that. So for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes it can get overwhelming, I'm not gonna lie, like but most of the time it's like overall a major net positive for people to come up to me, ask me to sign something, want a picture, just say what's up. Major net positive. I wouldn't replace it for anything in the world, to be honest. So but yeah, not gonna lie, it does get overwhelming sometimes. Like sometimes it can get overwhelming, but it's worth it to be overwhelmed now and then for the trade-off. I don't know if you don't remember, but do you remember 3 guys who walked up to you outside of the venue at Knoxville and asked you who gets the bed and who gets the floor that night? That sounds vaguely familiar there, Blue Bronco. You think that deck is randomized? Not yet. That's why I've been working on it. This is the deck that I'm going to bring to Worlds, but I have to sufficiently randomize it first. I don't pile shuffle. So because I don't pile shuffle, my decks are never fully randomized, and that's why I don't win everything in Pokemon. But this deck is going to be insanely randomized and sufficiently shuffled for Worlds, so there's no way I lose Worlds. Never been to a regional. Not saying I'm a top player or I play perfect, but what can be taught by coaching that can't just by experience? I think it just accelerates your potential to gain information from experience. Mayo. So like coaching just like accelerates your process, basically. I would say coaching just accelerates your process. You could go to just keep going to IRL tournaments and just playing to improve over and over and over. But like coaching, I think definitely accelerates that process to you getting better. Like that's like the point of coaching. It just accelerates. You could do it all. You like someone initially had to do it by themselves, so it's definitely possible. Right? I never did coaching. And I ended up being pretty good at Pokemon, but it took me a lot. Like I've been playing for like 11 years, So unless you're trying to strap in for 11 years, like there definitely is coaching definitely can accelerate the process at which you get better. There's a lot of egocentric people. That's a good way to put it there. Site. I'm like scrolling back up to see if I missed any questions anyone else had. If I didn't answer your question while I've been rambling the last couple times, and you still want to ask feel free to ask the question again. If I didn't answer your question, it's probably because like the chat's moving pretty fast, and I've been stuck on a ramble for a little while. So ask if you had another question. If you had a question, also at me. When you have a question for me, at me so I see it better in the chat. If you have a question specifically for me, at me. What do I teach in coaching? Basically just how to view a board state and break down a board state and come up with the optimal line of play. Don't just at me, but at me with a question. I view it as okay, so I've been playing 10 years. If I do coaching, will you just help me improve a little bit that much faster? You just help me improve that a little bit that much faster. That would be the idea. I mean, I haven't coached too many players who have been playing for a really long time, so it's really hard for me to get a guess. I've definitely coached. No, I definitely have coached some players who have been playing for quite a while, but it's hard for me to like say that about anyone specific when I haven't had a session with them. So if you want to get like an initial coaching session, we can see where you're at, see where you're going. Some people are pretty close to like getting there, like understanding what the heck is going on. How many people have asked for your autograph on a flying Pikachu? A lot. Is that a flex? 11 years? No, I'm just saying like that's how long I've been playing. So like, why did you high roll me like that in Salt Lake City? Well, I high rolled by playing against you. I didn't high roll you, Danny. The high roll was getting to play against you. Do you think Pokemon would be a better game and or less unintentional draws if players could look at prize cards once during setup? Yes, but yes. How do you improve a decently experienced player? I mean, I'd have to like coach with them and like see like what they're coming up short on or what I feel like they're missing. Like once you get good enough at the game, the next step becomes deck building and meta calling and teching properly for a meta. Like you can like playing a deck Pokemon game perfectly has a ceiling, and then from there it becomes like meta call and stuff. But that's harder to do when you don't know how to play appropriately. Like you can easier to add a tech card to a deck when you fully understand. I don't actually want... So I do think there would be less draws and stuff if you could look at your prize cards during setup. But after that whole discussion happened, after the whole prize card discussion of like about prizing and like doing the organizing your deck thing at the beginning of the game, the amount of people who like self-reported in how little they prize check and how bad they are at prize checking through that conversation on Twitter happened. I don't want you to be able to do that once because I think I have a pretty decent advantage over my opponent by being better at prize checking than my opponent and more efficient at it. So I think I don't actually want you to be able to look at your deck at the beginning of a game to check your prize cards, because that would be an advantage lost from me. So if people in general show that they're pretty decent at checking their prize cards, then I'd be fine with it. But I think a lot of people self-reported really hard during that discussion how bad and how inefficient and how lazy they are at prize checking. So how useful would coaching be if you're fairly new? Pretty decent, but if you're like really new, you should just start playing more Pokemon first probably and get an idea just of how to play the game. And then once you have like an established idea of like how to play the game of Pokemon, then probably that's a better time to get coaching. If you're just like picking up the game like right now and you just put your first deck together, getting coaching immediately probably is not great unless you have a decent background in other games as well, like being pretty good at other games. I'm doing 2 tournaments this weekend. I think I'm going with Goo. Is including a copy of V-Guard good or just roll with it? I don't know. I haven't tested the V-Guard at all. When you eventually play Mew on live, can you check Discord Diaz? I'm curious to see if my Mew is how you try Mew now. Well, I'll probably work on my Mew list so you could see exactly how I do the Mew when I do it when I try it out. I can improve if you have your testing group breathing down your neck and preying on your downfall. I mean, are they actually your friends? I mean, you should want to be working with people who are trying to like push you to be better. But are they just like messing with you? Or are they actually like are they actually just bad people? Like, what is the actual? Are you taking it too personally, or are they actually preying on your downfall? Which tips can you give to how to make a good training session with your practice group? Like discuss, what is that word? ECERY? How do you say that? Is that a real word or did you mess up? Well, I mean, the best way to play games of Pokemon with your house coaching on PC Lab going worse than PTCGO by quite a bit. That's for sure. Not being able to turn off the timer is literally awful for testing and coaching on PTCG Live. I just want to be able to turn the timer off, man. Like, it's so hard to test now, not being able to turn the timer off. It's so dumb. But the best way to do practice games with your team, if this is what you mean, Soup, is to get on Discord, get in a call, and then both share your screen and talk through plays. And that's it. If like you have a question, like obviously if you can just like make the correct play you think and just play through it, you should. But if you're like, should I judge here or should I boss? What do you think? And you can even look at their hand and be like, okay, how would this affect what you currently have options of? But you shouldn't play as if you know their hand. You should just be like, look at their hand and be like, oh, I didn't even think that you could consistently have the option of doing this if I do that. So maybe I shouldn't boss. Actually, I should judge because if I do this with the boss, you'll just do that. And they're like, yeah, I probably would do that. That makes sense. So you definitely should judge me. Judging here is like always better because of this play that we realize because we're looking at both hands. Not that you should 100% perfectly play around their hand, but you should play around the potential ideas their hand could have. And you want to come to a conclusion on how often you think those plays could be replicated out of your opponent's hand. Because if they can only be replicated like 2% of the time and they just have that 2% in hand, you probably don't play around that 2%. But if the play in hand that you realize exists because you can see their hand happens 50% of the time, you should probably play around it if the other play plays around it that much better. What do you do with your champ mats and stuff? They're in a bin in the garage. Do you think prize card searching is just a skill you should develop instead of letting people look at them? For right now, we consider your best strengths in the game and your weaknesses as a player. Initially, like going into this season, I think my best strength had always been like meta calling, and picking a good deck for the meta. I think I'm still pretty good at that and understanding the meta. And I used to think that I think my play came up a little bit short. But my deck choices and like deck lists were always so good, especially during like the time with DDG because we had so many people working on them. I think my play coming up a little bit short was fine because it definitely didn't matter as much. But now I think to do well consistently in the current day and age of Pokemon, like it all has to come together pretty consistently, like deck building, deck choice, and play. Do I find all 6? Depends on the deck and depends on how much time is left. If I'm going to invest the extra time to like find all 6 or not. Or if it's taking me too long to find all 6, then I obviously have to shuffle up. But yeah. But I think as of late, my play has, like, I still think the meta call stuff is pretty good, but my play has definitely improved overall. Because I think everyone is coming up with good decks nowadays, like more people are. So like having the better deck doesn't matter as much because more people are coming up with better decks. So like it has to be a culmination of everything to consistently do well. And for me, doing well is top 80. Like anything besides a top 8 is kind of whatever. So, or if I feel like I could have competed for a top 8, if I get close to the winning or get the winning in, I feel like that's pretty good. But there's always more time you could invest like into try hard competitive play. I'm returning back to the game after like 9 years. I feel like the recent TCG products are goated compared to what they were. There's things like battle decks, the overall cards, and definitely you played during all those years. Do you think this is true? Oh, yeah, definitely true. The products are definitely way better nowadays. They could definitely be better. We're not on Japan's level where they give you like the full deck in like a starter deck or whatever to like play the game. I don't know if they've been doing that much as recently in Japan, but Japan is definitely as maybe not. Maybe they're having trouble with shortage of product currently, but I feel like accessibility to like good playable cards, maybe prior to this year, has always been like ridiculously good in Japan. We're not quite on their level, but hopefully we get there eventually. But it's definitely a step in the right direction. What do you think is the most optimal way to prize check? We'll just call it the Bradner prize check because Bradner is most infamous for it. Bradner, or someone mentioned that someone brought it up as Bradner and Moffat. But yeah, the put the stuff in the front, put the stuff in the back, or whatever. And it's the method or the method of what you should put in the front and put in the back should change deck to deck. Like if you're playing Mew, you should probably put your Pokemon in the front and maybe supporters in the back and just count your energies as you do your pass through and then like recheck your Pokemon, recheck your supporters, and then maybe count your tablets after that and then shuffle up. If you can get any further than that with like pretty efficiently, then you can go for more. But that definitely is the most efficient way that I found to check your prize cards. But I'm always down to be contested on that or someone will come up with a better way to do it. Am I going to Columbia SPE? No shot. The only SPE I'd maybe go to would be like Cancun or something because you can like turn into like a mini vacation and like see somewhere new. I mean, Colombia would be somewhere new for me as well, but it's not Cancun. So I'd like maybe do like, if there was like a Cancun special event or something like that, I'd go. But yeah, I'm not going to Columbia SPE. I probably wouldn't do any SPEs ever, to be honest. Just the potential return, unless it's somewhere, like I said, like Cancun, the potential return is just too low. But I am trying to go to a regional in Europe next season, because I think it would just be cool to go to a European regional. Lost some matches early on in my regional journey for not prize checking and learned how to prize check and have been performing much better and not losing a turn to committing a play that doesn't exist. Exactly, yeah. It's a big deal. Prize checking is a really big deal. And like I said, a lot of people self-reported with how lazy and bad they are at prize checking with the whole like prize checking discussion that happened a little while ago, like a month ago. So now I don't want people to be able to just like check their prize cards at the beginning of each game. If people didn't self-report so hard, I'd probably still be on the train of, yeah, at the beginning of each game, everyone should be able to check their prize cards because we're all going to do it anyways, right? Or at least enough of us will, but does not. Do you think Arceus deck is still a top deck? Does it beat Lost Box? Arceus seems to be slightly favored against Lost Box, but I don't think it's a top deck. Probably tier 2. There's probably some form of Arceus deck that's tier 2, tier 3. Do you use timers when group testing? Well, we have to because we're playing on PTCG Live now, so you have to. Oh, do you mean like with Lost Box, would it not in format? It's important? Oh, you mean like general timers, like a 50-minute timer? No, we never really do that. We did that in the past for Pidgey Control. Going into Worlds, we did that for Pidgey Control to make sure it could actually win a game in 50 minutes, but it definitely could. Yeah, the only time we ever did that was for Pidgey Control. Yeah. Pidgey Control was the only time we ever really did that. Because we had to make sure it could actually win a game in 50 minutes. That's the only time that I can remember that I ever did it. Do I miss Marnie? I mean, not really. I think Marnie was... it's definitely better without Marnie. Format's definitely better without Marnie. But it wasn't like the end of the world. Judge is a way better trade-off, though. I feel like, yeah, Judges feels way better. Are you still on that Fusion Path Judge Mew list you had been talking about just before? No. How'd I build it now? I have no idea. Fusion Mew? No shot. No clue. You ever seen someone throw hands at a local tournament before? Isn't that what Harrison Levin got banned from playing? I think that is why Harrison got banned. I don't remember what hand, where the hands were being thrown. I've heard of a couple times of people fighting, but I don't know. Do I do in-person coaching at all? No. Sometimes maybe with someone who I coach with regularly at like a IC a day or so before, but usually no. Will there be a live stream for regionals? There is for every North American regionals. There's always a live stream. Actually, to be honest, if there was a regional in Mexico, there might not be a live stream. For every Canadian and American, for every yeah, US and Canada regional, there's always a live stream. For other ones, it's always unsure. Usually European regionals have a live stream. Sometimes the SPs. They actually had a really nice stream for the last SP in Europe. And then Latin America is kind of up in the air as well for if they have a stream or not. Is day 2 always at 7:30 a.m.? No, not always. Sometimes it's 8:30. Thoughts on putting Whimsicott V-Star and Gardevoir EX for the meme? I mean, anything could be a meme. You just have to call it a meme. So yes, I guess. Limitless CG and its consequences have been a disaster for the Pokemon TCG. Is that just a statement slap? What do you think the average PTCGL ELO would be of a league challenge winner? I have no clue. How long does a coaching session last? Usually an hour, but I don't allow coaching sessions after 2 hours because at that point I feel like I get kind of burnt out on talking through things and just like kind of talking stuff in general. So I feel like my quality of coaching diminishes. That's also why I only do I max my coaching out at 2 hours and a night. Because I feel like my quality of coaching, diminishes if I coach for longer than that. So I don't do more than that much coaching. It's not illegal to order the cards when you're doing a search on a deck. No, we'll talk about declumping in just a second, though, in general. Clumping and declumping, I guess. Tip up, tip down for card. Can you do the tip up, tip down for card? You mean like this, where you like push a card up? Like this? Is that what you mean? Tip up, tip down? What is tip up, tip down? Tip up, tip down. Is there a spot to see your meta lists? My Discord and then YouTube channel are where all my lists make their way. Yeah, SP was annoying. Got top 16. Yeah, SPs don't give any cash payout. Got top 16 at Milan and then realized I wasn't getting any money, which made me break even. It's unfortunate, but yeah. I mean, better than nothing though, right? At least you have the SPs are there. But yeah, some money, some better prize payout, or just more regionals. Replacing more of them with regionals would be nice. Which actually, most of the European SPs have gotten a ton of people. I wonder if some of those should probably turn into more European regionals next season for sure. To be honest, there's like a ton of people at the European SPs, right? Didn't Utrecht have like 800? Appreciate the prime sub there. SMC. Welcome to the right pack. A lot of doors. We got plenty of oranges. Tech for Wallpick's a bad but fun one. Yeah, I mean, it'd give you an answer. Man, I gotta do a little scrolling. Can you explain how you pick a deck? I just pick whatever. So basically, to put it simply, Me and my group just pick whatever deck we think is going to be the best play for the tournament. That is just how we pick our decks every single time. I've been doing that for years now. Is there a meta list of yours? Meta list of yours? Of just like the meta in general? I mean, yeah, there's a tier list on I'm gonna do a tier list today as well, but there's a tier list. Actually, what time is it? Am I gonna do a tier list today? Gosh, it's already 4:15. Dude, how is it 4:15? Yeah, I'm gonna do there's a tier list on my YouTube channel right now, so that's all the decks that I consider meta, if that's what you mean. What's your prediction for the top meta share deck for next regionals? That'll probably be Lost Box still, but it's gonna be close. Have you ever had someone get coaching not to actually get coached, but just to chat? Sometimes, but it's still to chat about stuff that they should improve on. It's not just like just to chat. Like, yeah, what's up, Zul? How was your day? I was like, I don't know, it's pretty good. How was yours? What'd you have for lunch? Went with a turkey sandwich. Like, it's sometimes we don't actually play any games of Pokemon, but we like chat through like proper orders of operations and stuff like that, and like any questions they have about like best like practices for like regionals and stuff like that, or just like competing in general. I mean, that's just not true there, OVO. Coaching is definitely can help you get on track. You want a good play for decades? You definitely don't need to play for decades. And also just like getting a better idea of what you should do, and good practices and bad practices to get ahead and not have to go through them yourself for years or seasons or whatever, and just know what are good practices and bad practices will definitely fast track you. You definitely don't have to play for decades. I mean, I literally won the first regional I went to in Masters Division. Like, I had not been playing for decades. I was pretty good. The deck that I was playing kind of lined up pretty well, though, with the meta at that time. And I was one of the players in my area who I would beat everyone else, but I wouldn't be able to beat the good players back in the day in New England. I would lose to, there was like 4 or 5 players. There was like 4 or 5 players back in the day. Look, I beat one of them. Actually, I beat one of the good players. I beat Dylan, but I wouldn't beat anyone else. That's because Dylan just played Gyarados, so I just beat up on Dylan. Coaching won't be there to hold your hand when the lights are on. Yeah, but to have a better idea of what to do when the lights are on, coaching can get you to that point. This is just you're just making. I've seen your takes before, OVO. You've got some bad takes. Chalk another one up. Obviously, like the experience does matter. Like going through the experience does matter, but what deck was it? Shuppet. It was not Shuppet Donk. Rent free? No, I just remember whenever I see your name, I just know that I don't remember what the takes were, but I know they're bad. I don't remember what the takes were, but I just know they're bad. You're consistent though. You're consistent. It's good to be consistent. Dylan Bryan? No, Dylan the Flavor. You explained it in a previous stream. You don't play locals. It's just because it's not worth the time. It's not worth the time investment. Yeah. I mean, the caliber of players has nothing to do with it. Yeah, it's just not worth the time investment. I don't know, maybe next season I'll rethink about going to some locals, but I don't think I'm gonna go to any locals next season either. I've already been to 0 this season. I don't feel compelled to want to go to any. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go to locals next season either, which means I might not get top 16 next season because I don't. But I'm okay with that. I don't think it's the end of the world. I'll be all right. I'll be okay with that. Yeah, when I first started playing, I got good pretty fast, but also like me and my siblings also played a lot of Pokemon because like almost all my siblings used to play. Don't have fun at locals? No, it's just not with the time investment. I'd rather just stream or make YouTube or stream and make YouTube videos and work on all that stuff, or like it's just more Pokemon with like low stakes. It's just like more low stakes Pokemon. Like it's just not worth it. It's not worth the time. It's just low stakes Pokemon. It's not worth it. I'd rather just like play God of War. Like I don't need to play more Pokemon. I don't really want to play more Pokemon. Yeah, more low stakes Pokemon doesn't do anything for me. So OVO does not care if they look bad. It's fine. Yeah, when they cross the line, it's fine to give them the timeout. I don't even know what they said, to be honest, but if Slap hit him with a timeout, it's reasonable. I don't think they're a terrible person or anything. They just have bad takes. But, I mean, to have good takes, there has to be bad takes to exist, right? Otherwise, every take would be neutral. But yeah, back in the day, I got good pretty fast because all my siblings played, so I just played a lot of Pokemon. And then I really enjoyed the game, so I was really enthusiastic and passionate about trying to get better. And yeah, I basically got to the point pretty early on where I would only lose to the good players, but I would lose to them literally every single time, pretty much. I just wasn't as good as them. I pretty much beat everyone else. I feel like I've been improving at the GC and every scene played at a League Cup. I was first after Swiss, and I got paired against Andrew Estrada. I got humbled real fast. Yeah, some people. Yeah, I see that happen a lot where like you don't really know how good or. Dude, I felt this way actually. Like with you mentioning that. You doing play a game versus you online right now for points, or should I wait till next stream? Next stream for sure, Mayor. What's your favorite deck to play in the current meta? Probably Sablezard. I'm enjoying Sablezard a lot. It just feels really good. Oh, I see a slap up a good one. Oh. Should you riffle your gold Miraidons? I mean, that's up to you. If I should even try to go to a regional if I can't win a cup, but you're... I mean, you should just go for the experience, and if you enjoy playing Pokemon and can afford it, the time and the cost to go to the regional, you should just go. Yeah, 100%. You should go if none of that is like a burden to you, the time investment, the cost investment, if none of that's a burden to you, you should 100% go to every regional you can. If you enjoy playing the game that much and want to get better and all that stuff. You should make a vid about Sablezard. I already have one on my YouTube channel, but I'm posting another one soon. I've adjusted my list. I was gonna say something else though. Oh yeah, because someone said something. What did someone say? Oh, you got humbled real fast. Dude, I see how I kind of felt. Like, I felt like I was kind of falling off in the Pokemon TCG initially, like, throughout online, like, before, like, post-COVID. Yeah, post-COVID. I, like, going into the first tournament at Salt Lake City, even though I didn't even day 2 Salt Lake City, I just felt off. And I felt like I wasn't probably as good as I had been, and everyone had kind of caught up, and that everyone was like at the level I was at before. But then I went to the Salt Lake City tournament, and actually leading up to Salt Lake City, I think I went to like a local tournament, and I was like, it was like a nice refresher for me to realize that, like, you know, I'm still as good as the time and investment I've kind of put into the game, and that I'm still can compete at the top. But yeah, there's a period where I felt like I just was like, I was just gonna fall and become like another. I'd become a full-time YouTuber and be like, well, I can't compete anymore, so I'm gonna stop going to every tournament. And I was like, all right, I'm just gonna chill. And that's it. I'm washed up, and I'm fine with that. There was a time where I felt like that when the tournaments were about to come back and stuff, just based on my play in like online tournaments before Salt Lake City and stuff. I was like, maybe this is it for me. But that's fine. I was like, I'm okay with that. But it was definitely refreshing at, like, as the season continued, and then I got top 16 at Milwaukee, and then I won an AIC and stuff, and then, like, just playing against more people, and you just kind of see them, and I see them misplaying all the time. Like, okay, there's still a skill gap in this tournament, and I can still recognize that I'm playing better than my opponent, and they're making mistakes all the time, and I'm not, so I feel good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good still. Yeah, but definitely was a point where I was, like, second-guessing myself for sure. When's the Players' Cup? What was, like, after the Players' Cup? I don't remember. Yeah, there definitely was a time where I felt like that. But then I was going to more IRL tournaments, and I was just like seeing like the skill gap still existed there, and I was still on the higher end of that, and I could push to become even better and like push harder and stuff. So I know there's still room for me to improve, of course. But I recognize it again. I was like, okay, it still exists. All right, last thing to talk about with shuffling is declumping. There's a couple things with declumping we'll talk about real fast because you guys want to hear about declumping. So let's do this. So let's say my deck. Give me like a stack of energy to work with here. Okay, just put these here. So let's say I sufficiently shuffle my deck. We just talked about shuffling, right? So let's say I sufficiently. Let's say I sufficiently shuffled my deck, right? I don't know. I got like my prize cards over here. Okay, let's just give V3. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Got my active Pokemon. And then I play a quick ball, right? And I go to search through my deck for the first. Let's say it doesn't even have to be the first time. I could be in the middle of the game actually. So I go to search through my deck in the middle of the game, right? And I'm looking through my deck. I'm like, okay, what am I going to get? So I'm going to get this. So let's say I'm going to get this. So I pull this to the front. I just want to check the rest of my deck. And I see this. All three of my rare candies are stacked on top of each other. I'm like, I don't like this. That's kind of sus. And then I go further. And then I see, oh my God, all three of my V-Star markers in my deck are stacked on top of each other. I don't like this. This is sus, man. It makes me feel bad. And then I'm gonna go get this lightning energy off my quick ball, and I go back through. I'm like, I don't know, man. I just don't like the way this looks. So I'm like, I'm just gonna spread these out. I'm just gonna spread these out, and then go over here. My V-Star markers in my deck, dude. I can't have that. That looks bad. I'm gonna spread them out as well. Okay, and then I'm gonna take my lightning energy, and then I turn my deck over, and then I still sufficiently shuffle, 7 times, right? I still shuffle 7 times. 7 mashes. I've done more than 7 now. Offer to my opponent to cut. My opponent cuts, and I'm like, okay, I feel better because I know there's not a bunch of my cards that I want stacked on top of each other like that. And if they're all in the bottom of the deck now, or if I draw to 3 V-Star markers, that's gonna suck. And then whatever, I quick ball for a Crobat, and then I Crobat for 6. And I draw my 6 cards, whatever, right? Ooh, 1 rare candy, 1 thing. So now declumping, I sufficiently shuffled after. I didn't actually mean for this to happen, but it did. So I declumped my deck. And declumping isn't illegal in Pokemon, but there's no reason to do it, because if you sufficiently shuffle your deck afterwards, 7 riffles, mashes, whatever, if you have less cards in your deck, maybe you can do a little bit less. Like if you have 10 cards left in your deck or 15 cards left in your deck, maybe do 5 riffles or mashes, whatever. I think that's reasonable. If anyone disagrees with that, let me know. Let me know why. Would definitely love to know. It's not going to increase the odds. It's not going to change the odds of the 3 rare candy and the 3 V-Star markers being stacked on top of each other in the deck. It doesn't change that, because you still have to sufficiently remember. If you sufficiently shuffle your deck, they could all still be together. Or if you sufficiently shuffle your deck, they could all be separate. But it doesn't actually change anything. And if you separate them and then you still sufficiently shuffle your deck, they could be all back stacked on top of each other. It doesn't change anything. In the order of randomness, it doesn't change anything. So it's not that declumping is illegal. It's that you shouldn't do it because it looks like you might be cheating, because it doesn't actually change something being... Look, 2 of my rare candies are back together. It doesn't change the chance of something being sufficiently shuffled. If you declump, it doesn't make your deck more random. And if you don't sufficiently randomize afterwards, then it is an insufficient shuffle. Your deck is insufficiently randomized because you organized some cards beforehand, and then it's insufficiently shuffled. So at that point, I don't want to call it cheating, but because if you don't have intent of doing that, you just declumped. So most people do the declumping for peace of mind. They're not doing it maliciously to cheat, but it's still just a waste of time because it doesn't actually change the random outcome of the deck. Declumping just means absolutely nothing. So you just shouldn't declump because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't mean that your 3 V-Star markers and your 3 rare candies might not be all stacked on top of each other. After you sufficiently shuffle, they could all be there, they could not. So just don't declump because it makes no sense. Now, the other thing that kind of comes up is when people go to check their prize cards, some people will do this, where they'll put all of one type of card in front of their deck while they simultaneously move all of one type of card to the back of the deck. And this is I just call it the Bradner prize check because that's what Bradner is most known for, it, or Moffat does it too a lot. So, and I do it as well. So, I don't do it with every deck though. I didn't do it with Sablezar because I felt like checking my prize cards with Sablezar was super easy just to do on 1 pass through or 2 pass throughs. So I didn't do it with Sablezar at UIC, but I do it depending on the deck. Like with Lost Box, like Mirage Gate Lost Box, knowing all your energy and what's prize is like the #1 most important thing in the deck. And there's like a bunch of other things that are important with like Mirage Gate Lost Box. So I did it when I played Mirage Gate Lost Box. So you do this, you bring, let's say, all your Pokemon to the front of the deck, all your energy to the back. And then what I do is when I pass through, while I do that, I also count other stuff. So it's like I'm doing a pass through, pulling Pokemon to the front, energy to the back, and then I count other things, like how many grass energy are in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I played 5 grass energy. Oh, there's a grass energy prize, so I knew that. And then I check my Pokemon. Well, there's only 3 V-Star markers here, so I prize the V-Star marker, so there's one of those prize. Check this real fast. Only 3 rare candy here, so I prize a rare candy. And then maybe do another pass through and check like 1 or 2 other important cards. Try and find all 6 prize cards if possible. But of course, you have to be somewhat time efficient. And that's why that is like the most time efficient way to check prize cards that I have found. And it seems like most people agree because that's how they do it. So that people don't do this to waste time or to be malicious with like time management or whatever, or time manipulation. They do it because it's like the most efficient way to check your prize cards. So that's why people do that. And it does clump your deck, but they're just trying to be time efficient. And this is the only reason to ever clump or declump your deck, because it leads to you trying to be more time efficient is the point of it. Now, whether or not, the question is not whether or not, the question isn't whether or not you should be allowed to clump or declump your deck. It's just like, does this take too much time to just checking for all 6 of your prize cards thoroughly just take too much time? That's the question. It shouldn't be on whether or not this is legal or illegal, because if I just turn over my deck and then sufficiently shuffle, it doesn't matter that they were clumped to begin with or not, theoretically, right? So it doesn't matter that I clumped my cards in the front and the back. Like if I sufficiently, like, if I just go here, riffle 7, 10 times real fast, or mash, then my deck is random again. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I stacked them, right? That doesn't matter. But the question is just like, should people be allowed just enough time on average to actually check for all 6 of their prizes? If someone can do it in like 20 seconds, and check all 6 of their prize cards, then there's never going to be a problem with that person. But if someone's taking like a minute 30 to check all 6 of their prize cards, that's the question that should be asked. Is that just too much time in general? And it's not, this specifically shouldn't be banned unless you're going to ban all clumping and declumping and clumping, which I wouldn't be against. If you banned all clumping and declumping in the Pokemon TCG, I wouldn't be against it. If they did that and said you can't do this anymore because of that, you're banning declumping and clumping, but not just banning this specifically to check prize cards. Like this specifically to check prize cards, doing it like this shouldn't be banned. But the question of whether or not it just takes too much time to find all 6 prize cards is reasonable. And then also the question of should all declumping and clumping be banned is also a reasonable question as well. But this specific method to check prize cards shouldn't be banned. Like this individually shouldn't be banned because there's nothing malicious about it. You're just doing it to be as time efficiently checking your prize cards as possible is the reason you do this. You're just trying to be as time efficient with checking your prize cards as possible. And then you just shuffle it back up and you're good to go. But the question should be, like I said, to reiterate again, the question should not be should that be banned, but should clumping and declumping in general be banned? And then also should, what's the other thing I was going to say? Should clumping and declumping in general be banned? And then should checking like all 6 of your prize cards, should checking all 6 of your prize cards be banned as well? That's the question to ask, not should that specific method of checking your prize cards be banned. Just those two things separately, should those be banned? Should the amount of time that it takes to find all 6 prize cards, should we crack down on that and be like, you have 60 seconds on your first search. We'll give you a little bit of extra time, but not too much extra time. You probably can't find all 6 consistently with 60 seconds, but you can get maybe 3, 4, whatever. And then throughout the rest of your searches in this turn or future turns, you can try and piece the rest of it together there, but we're not going to give you as much time on that initial search, or maybe you should give no extra time on the initial search. And if they did that, I would be fine with that. If they were like, you still have just like 20 seconds, 15 seconds to check your deck on your search, and it gonna make it a little bit harder to piece together your prize cards, which would kind of suck. And at that point, I would be okay if everyone looking at the beginning of their prize card at the beginning of the game. But as long as they're lenient with the time constraints on the first search of a game, and it'll give you a little bit more time to check your prize cards, then I think you should be allowed to. Or then I don't agree with the everyone looking at their prize cards at the beginning of the game to check their prize cards. Check their prize cards at the beginning of each game real fast to just write them down and then go from there. But if they are going to be like, you only have 15 seconds, then I would be comfortable with that, because like then there's like no real advantage to gain from not doing it. But as of right now, there is definitely a skill that can be applied to checking prize cards, doing it efficiently and consistently. So yeah. But yeah, that's what it actually is. This is how you actually want to think about it for potentially banning that. I've been to those cards. They're pretty bad. Once you shuffle with a card enough, they kind of become like it feels like just thinner paper basically at that point. Just make a rule that says when you play your first deck search card of the game, you get 2 minutes to search, because that's what happens now. 2 minutes is a lot. It shouldn't be 2 minutes. It may be like a minute 30 max, I would say. Maybe a minute max should be around what it is. But that's so hard. But how do you enforce that, Troggy? Like, how do you enforce that? Like, you obviously can't enforce that. So there just has to be there's just like a rough estimate of you get a little bit extra time on your first turn to check your prize cards. Yeah, that's basically what it is. It would be so hard to police that. I mean, it's hard to police currently, like how much time people should get action anyways. But yeah, it'd be hard to police. Right? It'd be really hard to police. So. All right, chat, what should we do? We don't have... I'm only streaming until about 5, which is like in 30 minutes already. Should I do top 8 best players from each region? Or should we do a tier list for Portland? Whatever we don't do today, we'll do tomorrow. So which of those two things should we do? Whatever we don't do today, we'll do tomorrow. So we do tier list for Portland today, or we do it tomorrow. Or we could do top 8 best players from each region there tomorrow. I actually need to go pee, so I'll be right back. Someone put what they want in chat. It seems like tier list is what you guys want, so we'll probably do the Portland tier list discussion thing today, and then we'll talk about the other thing tomorrow. Did you reveal prize cards for both players? I mean, you would wait, reveal, so like both people can see them? That's stupid. Everyone loves a tier list. We send it. Okay, we'll do the tier list then. All right, we'll do the tier list then. Sounds fine. It's been a long stream with very little Pokemon play, which has been nice, to be honest. I actually enjoyed the stream a lot, so. But I need to go pee, so I'll be right back. Should have little prize card holders like Guess Who, so you can see but the opponent can't. No, you should be able to see your opponent's prize card, but your opponent can't see them. So that your opponent's prize cards are facing you and your prize cards are facing your opponent, and you can see what they're about to pick, but yeah, they can't see. I think more of these streams are needed. Talk Pokemon and gameplay in general with one of those. That's what I want to do. I want to try and do that a little bit more. And I think one of the things I'm going to try and do is like before each major tournament, I'm just going to do a stream where we kind of talk Pokemon stuff in general, but then also like do a tier list and kind of like meta discussion and kind of stuff like that. So before each major tournament, I want to do that. I also maybe want to do some more streams. Yeah, no, I'll figure some stuff out. But I definitely want to do stuff like that for sure. Like before each major tournament, I plan to go to, or even ones that I don't plan to go to. Like we even do like one to talk about like European regionals that's coming up that I'm not going to or something like that. But but yeah, I plan to do those like before every major tournament now. I think it'd be like we'll do a tier list. We'll talk about the meta, how I think things are going to change, what's going to be played, stuff like that. Just chatting greater than PTCGO. True. I'm gonna go PO fast, and then we're gonna do a tier list for Portland. Says I guess Sao Paulo as well, but you know I'm going to Portland. Sao Paulo is also happening this weekend, but yeah, I will be I'll be right back. You don't get to know the list for the single strike Urshifu deck. Nice try though. Yeah, I heard that there was gonna be there's a big Champions League tournament in Japan happening. I get to play with all the new cards, which is really unfortunate, man. I really wish that, even though it's like, yeah, we just play through like a sped up. It sucks because we very much play through like a sped up. Like our meta is like accelerated because of Japan. Because like initially some of the best decks in Japan were like Miraidon, and some of the most hyped decks were Miraidon and Lost Tina. And both those decks just like suck in the meta. Well, Lost Tina is actually a terrible deck. And then Miraidon is just a bad deck in the meta. I actually think Miraidon's pretty good. Like power level wise. But the meta's just so bad for it. Yeah, like Lost Tina, actual terrible deck. And then Miraidon is just not is a 64 man online tournament meaningful? No. Maybe someone wins with a cool deck, then there's like it brings a spotlight to the deck, but like the overall results don't mean anything. Like the percentages of what was played and like what actually made top 8 and stuff, that doesn't matter at all. But like a cool deck could be revealed through that. That'd be like the only thing. Why is Lost Tina bad? It's just bad. It's just, I don't know. Just like the bad deck. It's just a bad deck. I don't know what else to say. Yeah. It doesn't fit on any of the criteria for a good deck. Oh, so you have a bad Lost Box matchup? No, it has like a worse Guardian matchup than Lost Box. It had, I don't know, just everything. Which was more mystery tour format. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. Yeah, it'd be nice if we went through the process that Japan does to get to the point where they are at in their meta, but we don't. We get like a sped up version of it where it's like, by the time we get our hands on the cards, we already know Lost Tina and Miraidon sucks, and we don't have that moment of where Lost Tina's like the most popular deck on the PTCG live ladder because everyone thinks it's good. Which, even though I think the deck is bad, it would still be cool for us to have that process. Probably Urshifu soup, but it depends on how much Duraludon you expect. If you're going into like a local tournament, if there's no Duraludon, then you should play Duraludon in your Lugia, I think. Duralugia is like pretty good. Online doesn't give a great idea of what's actually good, but just doesn't give a good of what the average player is going to show up with. I mean, kind of, not really too much. I think online is like a very high concentration of the top decks. Like Guardian Lost Box are a way higher percentage, I would say, on the ladder than they actually will be at Portland. Lost Box is pretty rough with Ono in format. That'd be sick, actually. Yeah, I didn't really like think about that, but I think Ono might kill Lost Box. Like if there's decks with 4 of Ono, like how do you win as Lost Box? That's like tough. That's tough. The average players in online tournaments? That's not true. I think actually, well, I would say there's a higher concentration of good players in online tournaments than there would be at like a regional for sure. I agree with that, but there's definitely a decent amount of average players still in online tournaments. But there definitely is like the ratio of like good players to average players is higher in online tournaments than it is actually an actual tournament. Guardy percent on ladder is insane. Yeah, like Guardy's not going to be, the percentages on ladder is not going to be the percentage it is at Portland. My bad. What do you think needs to happen for Miraidon to be good in the meta? Maybe once we get Ono, to be honest, that could be enough. Because if that pushes Lost Box out of the meta, maybe that's enough to make it good. I don't know. Sometimes things that you think will be good in the meta just aren't. So the whole Lugia list? No shot. You guys aren't getting my Lugia list. You can try. Okay, am I missing any decks? The first thing I want to ask you, chat, am I missing any decks for this tier list? I'm gonna list them off here. Before we start the tier list, let me know if I'm missing any decks that I need to add real fast though. I have Arcdura, Arcpeak, Arctina, Guardy Mewtwo, Lost Box, or Sablezard, Lost Box, Forest Sealstone, Lost Box, Kyogre, Lost Box, Sky Sealstone, Lost Box, or Lost Zone Guja, Lost Zone Tina, Lugia. I think we'll just keep that as Lugia. I don't really want to make like a single strike Lugia and a Dura Lugia. I'll just like talk about Lugia when I put it in its tier and which one I think is best right now. Mew, Meloetta, Mew Path, Miraidon, Penny Control, and Urshifu and Talon. Am I missing a relevant meta deck? Kyurem? I don't think Kyurem's good enough or popular enough to be worth putting in the tier list. Although it would probably place higher than Lost Tina. Who's favorite in Miraidon Guardy matchup? Guardy. Palkia? You guys think Palkia is good enough to put on there? Undefeated in the last round of the tournament I was playing. I mean, with what? Palkia? I could put Palkia on there. For Portland, I think Palkia shows up. The deck's just not good enough. I don't think it has a good enough matchup spread. Because the matchups you do fighting, you're not like extremely favored or anything. Weird Lost Box Arceus thing? Yeah, that's not making noise on here. I'll put Palkia on here. I think it's the only one I'm going to put on here for you guys, though. Let me make a Palkia thing real fast. I have to make a Palkia image real fast. Palkia Ice Rider, straight Palkia? I would say straight Palkia for now, because I haven't tested Palkia Ice Rider, but the one that's been doing well is straight Palkia, so... It'll just take just a second. Can I like remove these from recent? Okay, it won't be a D tier now. Any cheeky deck to be worried in the first rounds? I mean, something like Kyurem would be a cheeky deck to be worried about for sure. That'd be a worrisome cheeky deck. And you guys can feel like throughout the tier list and stuff, ask me questions in chat about certain decks or matchups or what if you want to, and I'll answer them as we go. I want to make it less of just like a tier list thing we're just going through, and I want it to be like tier list / discussion for Portland. I'm gonna turn this into a video on the YouTube channel later, but like ask me. You can feel free to like answer questions throughout the tier list about certain ways to play decks or matchups if you want to, if you're curious about anything. Is D tier just for Lost Zone Tina? Yeah, Lost Zone Tina is gonna probably be the only deck in D tier. Because as long as people think it's a part of the meta enough, I will continue to put it in my tier list because I think that's fair to include in the tier list based on general popularity. Where's 30 Energy Kyurem in the list? I don't think it belongs. I don't think it does. I don't think it's just a powerful meme deck, but I don't think it's anything more than that. You truly think do you truly think that it's more than that? What is this? Palkia. Do you guys truly think that Kyurem is more than just like a strong meme deck? Kyurem is for real? Yeah, but how many of you are just memers and like you just like the deck? What is with Arguja? Just not good. I think it's just bad. It's like really bad Lost on Guja. If something's like a really, really bad version of another deck, I don't think I want to put it on here. It's at least on Miraidon level. No, Miraidon's better than it for sure. Kyurem just dies to Path. Yeah, I mean, there's some matchups that Kyurem can't win because of Path, sure, but you're not trying to beat those matchups. Arceus Guja deck do well in an online tournament? Is it just a bad deck that did well in a tournament? Yeah, usually, I mean, that's how a lot of these online tournaments go. Like the competition level and like the serious level in these online tournaments isn't as high, so it's not going to be as big of a deal. Edit. So I should upload just this new image, right? So I should upload Palkia B-Barrel. Upload a set of images for the tier list template. So I'll just add this new image, right? That's how this works. Submit. So now we should just have, yeah. And now we have... Wait, what the fuck? Where's Palkia B-Barrel? Oh, wait, there it was at the bottom. There it is. Dude, I literally was there and I just didn't see it. What are these ads? So cologne? We could use some of that at Pokemon tournaments. If you guys want the link for the... Here, I'll give you guys the link for... Do I just copy this link to send it to you guys? If anyone wants to use this here, because I saw someone asking the other day. No, Kyurem, am I sure? I'm pretty sure. We played Nick Moffat IRL. Yeah, apparently we played once. Oh yeah, I lost. I missed. That was the one where I messed up really bad. I forgot to draw a prize card and got a double prize penalty against Moffat. I was probably gonna beat him too. I lost him at Milwaukee. I was definitely gonna beat him. I beat him game 1. I was probably beating him game 2, and then he donked me game 3. Really unlucky. Boxonic still on this list or nah? Nah, just like Penny Control. I haven't played that deck at all. I haven't seen anyone play that deck. I've seen 0 results of that deck, so like, I don't know. Is it good? I don't know. No Kyurem, are you sure? I'm pretty sure on no Kyurem. How are we really feeling, chat? All right, you know what? It's like a little bit of a hype deck going into this weekend. It's got like baby hype. right, we'll put it on here. We'll put it on here. Kyurem has like baby hype going into this weekend, so I'm gonna make make a thing for it. I might delete it from the tier list afterwards, but maybe we should include it because it does have a little bit of hype right now. What should I put for the other card though? Should I just put a water energy? Do I have a water energy in my images? No. What's like another card I could put with the Kyurem? Because like the deck is just Kyurem. Maybe Irida. I don't have an Irida image either, do I? Kyogre? Nah, Kyogre's cringe. The deck's like, you'd never use Kyogre. I think a water energy makes the most sense, to be honest. Like, no memes. I think water energy makes the most sense. I gotta get an image for a water energy real fast. Do they have the silver ones up on here yet? No. This is the cleanest looking one, though. And chill chat, let me Photoshop. Was it the Kyurem actually being good kind of ties into what I was talking about recently, where I was just like, VMAXs are just good right now. Like, VMAXs are just hard to KO in the current meta. There's not that many decks that actually just like KO your VMAX, except for like Guardy. But even when Guardy does it, like a lot of the VMAX decks can handle that situation fine. Let me see here. So I'm gonna add. Dude, I'm so glad I made my own tier list too, because I always have something wrong with other people's tier lists when I see them. I was like, for some reason, I don't like other people's tier lists sometimes. I'm like, I don't like this for this reason or that reason. So I'm really glad. I didn't think it would be this easy to like make a tier list too, which is one of the reasons I was like avoiding doing it. I was just using other people's tier lists. Has anyone seen the Mario movie? Was it any good? All right, close all those. I don't want ads in my videos. There is C. I think it's worth it to swap out Sky Forest and Guardy. Sky for Forest and Guardy. I was testing it the other day. I don't know. Mario was enjoyable mid movie. Like, yeah, it was. All right, let's do this thing. All right, so we're talking Portland. Do this tier list. Remember, chat, if you got any questions for me about anything, or if you think I'm wrong with something, state why, and I'll try and answer why I think I'm right. Well, let's just set our baseline again, I think, with S tiers. So I think Guardy. I guess like Guardy Mewtwo V Union will set us like Guardy plus Guardy Mewtwo V Union / Guardy Tech for Lost Box matchup. So like the Klefki, Hatterini stuff, it'll just be like all under the same umbrella of Guardy Mewtwo V Union. But yeah, Gardevoir I think is S tier. And I think a decent amount of Lost Box decks, and this is going to be specifically for Portland meta as well. It's just not like in a vacuum in this format, what is the best decks? It's just like for Portland, what do I feel like are the strongest decks? And I guess as I put them up here, I'll talk about how popular I think they'll be as well, because that's something to discuss as well. I also think Guardy will probably be in the top 3 most popular decks. Maybe first, but it'll probably be number 2. My prediction is that Guardy will be the second most popular deck behind Lost Box still. There's like that many more variants of Lost Box being played now too, so that always leads to more people playing it. Lost Box was still the most popular deck in online for the most part, it feels like. And in online tournaments, sometimes Guardy is more popular, I feel like, but Lost Box is still like number 2 almost always. And I feel like come tournament time, there's going to be a little bit more Lost Box than Guardy. So Guardy expect to be second most popular. Lost Box I think will be the most popular. And it depends how they do it on the graphic on the stream, because they could like separate Sablezard. All the other Lost Box variants should be together, but they could put Sablezard separately. But I do think Lost Box, like Turbo and Kyogre are both pretty good right now. No one really has Manaphy in any of their decks. If people like added Manaphy back to their decks, then Kyogre probably wouldn't be as good. But like there's no Manaphy in Lugia. There's no Manaphy in Arceus decks. If people added Manaphy back to those kind of decks, I think Kyogre wouldn't be that good, but no one's doing that right now, so I think Kyogre is really good right now. I don't expect anyone to really make that adjustment going into the tournament either, because Kyogre's like not that popular. So I put these things as S. Remember, this is like for Portland meta. This is not like overall. Like, I don't know if I'd always have Kyogre up here in S tier. I think Sablezard is also really, really good right now. I'm a huge, like, it's my favorite deck to play. It just feels really strong. Now that I've cut like the Mawile and Pidgeotto package and stuff and like added more consistency, it feels that much smoother. So big fan of Sablezard. I also think it's in a really good position. I feel like no one's really going too far the way to like counter Lost Zone decks in general. So Sablezard just feels good. I wouldn't play it with the Mawile package. I would just play it without it. I'll have like my new updated list on the YouTube channel sometime later this week. It might not be before Portland, to be honest, but it'll be going up there soon in a video with that. So, but yeah, there's different ways to play the Kyogre build, for sure. Everyone knows Moffat's build, but the homie Ryan Simons has been killing it in like online tournaments. Actually, Ryan Simons' online tournament record is kind of impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Don't let him know I said that. And then also he like won a League Cup recently and stuff. Obviously not as well known of a player, but he's been winning like a lot of like 100% online tournaments like over and over. Like his consistency over the last couple of weeks and even in these smaller tournaments has been pretty impressive. So, and that build I actually like more than Moffat's. I like Ryan Simon's build more than Moffat's. I don't like the Moltres. I tried Moffat's build out. The Moltres just felt useless. But let's finish up the Lost Box decks here. Lost Box Sky Sealstone, still really good, but I don't think it's as powerful as these right now. I think just like the consistency of the Forest Sealstone, really good. The consistency slash minimalistic kind of approach of Sablezard and how like straightforward it is. Like you just have less stuff to worry about when you're lost owning cards is really cool for Sablezard. Like I think it's a big strength. And then the power of Kyogre is kind of unmatched. Even if it makes your deck a little bit more clunky, a little bit less consistent, you still have that comeback, that big comeback with the Kyogre. So, but Sky Sealstone is like, it's a very powerful combo, but it's so hard to set up and utilize. I just don't think Sky Sealstone is as good. Some people are doing like the 1-4 Sealstone, 1 Sky Sealstone split. I don't really like that. I like the double 4 Sealstone just to be consistent. Like +1 out to Colress is just huge. I don't really like the 1 Sky Sealstone, 1-4 Sealstone split, but there are some matchups like Mew where having just that, the Sky Sealstone is like a pretty big deal, and also the Goodra matchup. So maybe the 1-1 is correct because of that in certain metas, but overall, if you're going full Sky Sealstone, I think that actually is not that good. The 1-1 split is like interesting. I still just think double 4 Sealstone is super good. So I still have like the Sky Sealstone, like just only Sky Sealstone build. This is like the only Sky Sealstone build. This build with the 4 Sealstone. Some people have double 4 Sealstone. Some people have a 2-1 split of 2 4 Sealstone, 1 Sky Sealstone, and some people have 1 Sky Sealstone, 1 4 Sealstone. So I'll put those. Those are kind of all jumbled into there. But this is just like pure Sky Sealstone. I think it's just a little bit weaker than the rest of the builds. I'll also put the other Guardy build up here. This is going to be like Guardy Mewtwo V Union / Lost Box counters. Just like the Hatterini Klefki stuff, just Klefki plus Mewtwo V Union, whatever. It's okay. I just think the consistency that you lose to add all those pieces to help you do increase your Lost Box win percentage. I do think that is true. You do increase your Lost Box win percentage, but I think the drawback of hurting your win percentage against literally every single other deck in the format besides Mew, because Klefki is really good against Mew, is not worth the trade-off. So yeah, Guardy, Lost Box counters. Lost Box matchup gets better, but I don't think the trade-off of hurting all your other matchup percentages is worth the trade-off. Even if, like, Lost Box is probably going to be about, like, 18-20% of the meta. Like, Lost Box will probably be 18-20%. Guardy, probably around 15% of the meta. So, yeah, Lost Box, in general stuff, 18-20% of the meta. Guardy, 15% of the meta, including both builds. Both builds probably around 50% meta. I don't know if they'll be, like, split up on the graph on the official stream. That's what I'm most curious about, is how they're going to split that stuff up. Like, is Sablezard going to be included in Lost Box on the graph or not is always an interesting question. So that'll maybe knock the popularity of Lost Box by a decent amount. Because, like, Sablezard is, like, I don't know, maybe, like, a quarter of the percentage of total, like, Comfy, non-V attacking decks. Well, I guess this one has Vs, doesn't really count. But, you know, like, Lost Box, more Lost Box style decks, not just Lost Zone decks. And I'll go with, like, the deck. Let's go from there with the deck that I think will be the third most popular on the list, which is Mew. And I think Mew is pretty good. I do think Mew is pretty good, actually. I definitely was wrong initially. But the Mew deck has really just changed into, like, literally Path Judge Simulator, the deck. It doesn't feel like... It felt like last format there was matchups you could overpower. I think Mew has, like, 0 matchups that you actually overpower now. And you're literally winning because you're just the best Path Judge deck. And I think Mew will probably be the third most popular deck in the tournament. The only deck that I see competing with it is Lugia, so that's probably third and fourth in my mind right now. Is Lugia and Mew are probably going to be 3 and 4, and I could see Lugia being more popular, to be honest. It just feels like Lugia's popularity online has dropped a ton, like a lot. It seems to be like a general consensus that the deck is that pretty unfun to play. That's how I feel about it. I know not everyone feels that way, but definitely seems to be like more people feel that way as well. Like it's just not a fun deck to play, is Lugia. And I don't think the deck is as powerful as I initially thought it was. And I think there seems to be a little bit of a general consensus on that. It's not quite as powerful as everyone thought it was. It's still very good, but it's not like, it doesn't feel like it's pushing for like a lone S tier position anymore. But yeah, Mew, really solid deck. Not a very enjoyable gameplay experience though, because like I said, you're just a Judge Path deck. And it's just like, whatever. You will always be decent, but like your lost box matchups, you struggle against those. Should be playing Drapion on your Sablezard as well. Make sure you play Drapion on your Sablezard. Don't do what I did at UIC. Yeah, don't not play Drapion on your Sablezard at UIC like me and my group did. Put your Drapion in your Sablezard for sure. Definitely include a Drapion. And yeah, so Mew struggles against the Lost Box decks. I also think you're unfavored against Guardy, but not by a whole ton. Like you're unfavored against Lost Box and Guardy, but Judge Path is good. You're getting pretty close. It might even be like 45-55s against those where you're like slightly unfavored. But like you come out on top against a lot of the other decks in the format. And it's like you kind of have a chance of against everything. As me, like I said, if you're unfavored, it's not by a whole ton. Yeah, it's not by a whole ton that you're unfavored, but you are just unfavored a little bit. Let's go with that deck that I said was going to be 3rd, 4th. Is Lugia. And I still put it in A tier, I think, as well. I'll still put Lugia in A tier. Like I said, not a very enjoyable deck to play. It'll be 3rd, 4th most popular alongside Mew. And your matchup against Guardy, the real reason that Guardy or Lugia can't push for S tier right now, I think, is because your Guardy matchup is definitely unfavorable, I feel like. And Guardy's going to be like a lot more popular this time around. A lot of people seem to think that Lugia is really, really good against Lost Box decks, but I think against Kyogre, like against Sablezard, I think you can make an argument for that, especially if you have an out to the Mawile. If you have an out to the Mawile, you have Penny, the Escape Rope, the Thornton, which most Lugia decks do play Thornton right now, and they are either playing like the Single Strike Urshifu or the Duraludon. And I guess it's like the other question is, what should you play in your Lugia deck? Should you play Single Strike Urshifu, Duraludon, or neither? I think with how popular Goodra is going to be, you should probably play one of them. You should definitely play Duraludon or Single Strike Urshifu, because I think your Goodra matchup is unfavorable with neither. So I think you definitely need to play one of them, and Goodra is going to be pretty popular. Goodra will probably be the 5th most popular deck. Around like Lugia, Mew, and Goodra. I think Goodra will be around 10%. I think Lugia and Mew will be anywhere from like 10 to 15% of the meta. They'll be in that range somewhere. That'd be my prediction for their range. And then Goodra will be around 10%, like 8 to 10. So I think it'll fall somewhere in there. But yeah, I think the most powerful way to play Lugia is with Duraludon. It's a little bit less consistent than just straightforward. The Single Strike Urshifu is like the least consistent and least, not least powerful. It does feel like it's maybe least powerful of the 3 builds, but it is essential to kind of play the Single Strike Urshifu, I feel like, if you expect a lot of Duraludon. It also matches up pretty well for your Goodra matchup. But I think you want to be able to play the Duraludon. Yeah, you want to play Duraludon, I feel like, because I think Duraludon is the most powerful version of the deck. But if everyone's playing Duraludon, then you kind of have to play Single Strike Urshifu. So currently in the meta, I don't think we're going to see too much Arc Dura. It doesn't seem like all the Lugia players, and if you're playing Dura though in Lugia and everyone else is playing Single Strike Urshifu, you also kind of have to match them with Single Strike Urshifu. But with how popular Lugia is, I think you can maybe get away with Duraludon this time around, because I don't expect... Yeah, Arc Dura, I don't think it's going to be a thing, and there could be a bounce back of Arc Dura in a future tournament, but like around this time around, I think everyone's prepared for it and preparing for it, kind of knows about it. So I think if I was to play Lugia, I think I would risk it and play the Duraludon over the Single Strike Urshifu, and then just kind of hope that you don't hit any other Lugias playing the Single Strike Urshifu, or any other Lugias hitting Dura specifically, because if they play Dura and you play Dura, you're going to wish you had the Single Strike Urshifu to have the kind of edge in the matchup. But I think I would go with the Dura here, because I think Dura is the most powerful way to play the deck. Single Strike Urshifu is like, I don't know, if you get off the big attack with it once, you have to like kind of run it back on the big attack, and it can be hard to do sometimes. So I think the Dura is the most powerful, but Ursh is still a decent. And if you personally, I think there's going to be a lot of Duraludon in Lugias or Arc Duras, or a decent amount, then I think you should go with Single Strike Urshifu. But my prediction is that Dura would probably be pretty safe and is like the better way to play the deck. So I would like take the risk. I think if I was going to play Lugia, I would take the risk and go for that. So the 5th most popular deck, or I guess because I already talked about Mew, I can talk about Meloetta Mew too. It's not great. I think it's pretty bad. Not quite D tier bad. We reserve that specifically for Lost Zone Tina, but I think it is still pretty bad. Like your Lost Box matchups are way worse with this build than the Path build, and I don't think like the one argument I think for the Meloetta build is your Lugia matchup might get better with the Meloetta over the Path build. You don't have like the Judge Path combos consistently though, so I don't know. You do play it sometimes. Do you think the Lost Box matchup doesn't push Guardy back in the tier? No, because I think Guardy's matchup against everything else that isn't Lost Box is favorable, like solidly favorable. Like I think Guardy is just favored against Lugia, favored against Mew, you're favored against Goodra. Like you're solidly favored against everything else that's not Lost Box. So your expected win percentage with Guardy, even though you're unfavored against Lost Box, is so high that it makes up for the fact that you have a poor Lost Box matchup. And I was even saying that like before, and I think Tord's run kind of reflected that. Is like Tord hit one Lost Box, still did beat it as well. And then kind of beat everything else for the most part. So I think Torch Run reflected that. And I was saying that pre-EUIC as well. It's like I think Guardy's matchup against everything that's not lost backs, you're solidly favored. It's not like, am I slightly favored? I might be. It's like, no, Guardy's just favored against everything else. So that makes up for the fact that your lost box matchup is tough. It makes up for the fact that your lost box matchup is tough. But yeah, so your overall expected outcome in the tournament is still really good with Guardy, even though you have an unfavorable lost box matchup because all your other matchups are so solid. Left out Dialga, we did that on purpose. Okay, so yeah, this Mew build is just worse than this one. Like your lost box matchups are worse. Your Guardy matchup is maybe the same, but I would predict to be a little bit worse because you don't have Pat Judge. So you're setting up more aggressively as the Guardy player, and then your Lugia matchup is maybe the one spot where you have a slight advantage. I could see that being true. But I don't even know if I'm like convinced on that, to be honest. So yeah, not a great deck right now. Not truly terrible. And yeah, you just like suffer against most things. So let's move on to Goodra then. What I think will be the 5th most popular deck is the Goodra. I actually think Goodra's pretty good right now. I'm gonna put it in A as well. Which this is kind of a cool meta. We have a lot of like decks that are like towards the top, I feel like. Which is cool. It's cool to see a lot of decks towards the top. And remember, once again, this is just Portland. And remember, if you guys are going to ask me questions in chat, at me. It's a lot easier to pick out the question that you guys are asking me specifically if you at me in the chat. How do you think the Goodra Lugia matchup is if you have Articuno? Do you have any tips on how you'd play it as Goodra? I haven't tested that a whole ton. And if you expect a lot of Duraludon, and Lugia and Urshifu, playing the Articuno might be worth it in the Goodra deck. Because that is tough for Goodra to deal with. I think you probably are slightly unfavored as Goodra, but actually having played the deck, that matchup a little bit, I actually don't think it's that bad for Goodra if they have Duraludon or Single Strike Urshifu. I don't think it's the end of the world. Because you can do stuff like hit with Cram plus Roxanne them on the turn where they bring up the Urshifu or the Duraludon. Sometimes you just get to boss it ahead of time and punch it. So I actually don't think that matchup is terrible for Goodra. Yeah, it's not terrible for Goodra, but the Articuno can maybe flip it from being like unfavorable to like fine. Which decks are you thinking of bringing to Portland? I mean, Sable's Art's like my favorite right now, but I've never really locked in on a deck too close to a tournament. How does Lost Box and Kyogre do against Goodra? If you play the Echoing Horn, like a lot of people have been, I think the matchup's probably fine. It's not a matchup I'm haven't played extensively. It still sounds like it might be Goodra favored though. It might be tough against Goodra, but the Horn, you definitely need the Horn to have a chance, I think. Is it worth playing Galarian Moltres Lost Box? I haven't played enough of it. I wasn't a big fan of the Galarian Moltres. I'm a big fan of Snorlax, though. If you're not playing V, even in the Forest Sealstone V build, Snorlax still sounds really, really good, to be honest. Snorlax just kind of slaps right now. Snorlax slaps for sure. Tower of Darkness Lugia build, haven't tried it at all. It doesn't seem as good as the Collapse Stadiums. Collapse Stadium is really, really good in Lugia. I think Collapse Stadium is super good in Lugia, especially for the Lost Box matchup, but any matchup to remove liabilities from play. And then like Mesagoza, just finding Pokemon just such a big deal. I would have to like play it more with like Tower of Darkness to see if like the extra draw power turn to turn actually makes up for that or not, but it doesn't seem like it would. Like for Sealstone and Gardevoir more than Sky Sealstone, I haven't played it enough, but it was decent when I tried it out the other day. Who's favored in Chip versus Azul? Azul every time. So yeah, Goodra, very solid right now. Definitely a lot more solid than I gave credit for. The Guardian matchup, like I said, is unfavorable, but it's not as unfavorable as I thought it was. Your Lost Box matchups are decent. You're unfavored against your Sablezard's a really bad matchup. For Sealstone builds are fine. Kyogre with the Horn seems like they have a chance, but I would still say it's no worse than 50-50 probably for Goodra in that matchup against Kyogre with the Echoing Horn. But I haven't played it like a whole ton, so that'd be like something I'd have to like test more. But that's my current like current view on that matchup. And then Goodra versus the Lugia matchup, which will also be another pretty popular matchup. Your matchup against Mew is also fine as well. You can run the double Drapion if you really want to take out Mew. I think the matchup is about 50-50 with one Drapion though in Goodra. So I don't think you have to go the double Drapion route in Goodra to actually beat Mew. I think with one you're getting about to 50-50. But with the double Drapion, I think you are beating it majority of the time. So if you're really trying to just beat Mew, you can go with the double Drapion route. But I think maybe it would be better to put that slot towards a potential Articuno to help deal with Lugia's playing Duraludon and Single Strike Urshifu. So I would consider that maybe instead. But I've been fine with one Drapion and Goodra. I've always felt like the matchup's like about 50-50. So if you're really trying to beat him though, put the second Drapion in. But I think the Articuno and the Goodra, that's something I haven't tested a whole ton. It does theoretically help in the matchup, but setting up the Articuno has been a problem every time I've played it. Setting up the Articuno is just hard to do, especially if you're getting judged against Lugia and stuff. You can like kind of put it on your bench, but then they could boss it before you get into the active. But that is another turn where they're not punching your Goodra, which is nice. But yeah, Goodra actually holds up a little bit better than I thought against Single Strike Urshifu and the Duraludon and the Lugia. So I actually think Gudra's like in a better spot than I thought initially, because I thought that like Lugia switching over to that type of build would kind of push Gudra completely out of the meta, but I don't think it actually quite does. Let's get Lost Tina out of the way. D tier. I don't think it'll make it onto the graphic. That's going to be my predictions for these. I'm going to predict like 1 through 6 on the graphic for the graphic that they show on stream at the regional. I'm going to predict the 1 through 6 on the graphic. So number 1, I'm predicting to be Lost Box. Sable's Art could be in there, could not. It's kind of how they do that. Then there's going to be Guardy. Then I'll predict, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna go Lost Box, Guardy, Lugia, Mew, Goodra, and then I don't know what would be the 6th deck, but I'll come up with something as we go through here on what I think the 6th deck would be. Honestly, it might be Lost Tina, as sad as that is, to be honest. Yeah, the 6th deck might be Lost Tina. Arc Duraludon, basically what Szymanski played to win EUIC. I don't think it's a great play right now. Most of the Lugia decks are having answers for it. It feels like Guardy, almost all Guardy players have an answer for it, have increased their answers for it. And I think if you're the deck's still pretty solid, because I don't know, you hold up pretty well against Lost Box. You hold up decently well. Like the Dragon Knight can be tough. You hold up decently well against Lost Box. Your Mew matchup, your Gardevoir matchup is really tough, and your Lugia matchup became tough because people are actually playing answers to your Pokemon now, as before they kind of weren't. Arceus Pile makes top 6. I could see that happening. All right, we'll say Arc Pile is. We'll see Arc Pile is the 6th deck on the. I could see that for sure. Yeah, Arc Pile will be the 6th slot. That sounds reasonable. Top 4. They're not saying top 4. It's top 6 as in like place. They're saying like top 6 as in like on the graphic. Would it be crazy to run a 1/1 Dur and 1/1 Urshi in single strike Lugia? That's just like too much space, I think. Your deck becomes too inconsistent at that point. Universe Gaming. Like you want to pick one, whatever one thinks is gonna be stronger. I think that's probably the way to go. Arctina might be the 6th, maybe. It could be. Arctina, I'm gonna put in B tier. I actually don't think it's actually a little bit of a weird one. I think Arctina is like actually an okay deck in the meta, but there's no. I think it's literally just a worse version of Mew, because I think most of your win conditions as Arctina are coming from Judge Path, and I think Mew is just a better deck at Judge Pathing. Even despite Drapion being a thing that exists, even though it's a thing that exists, Drapion is. I still think Mew's just, even despite that, I think your expected win rate with Mew Judge Pathing people is better than Arctina Judge Pathing people. But they're effectively trying to, like, most of their wins come from literally doing the exact same thing. Like, Arctina and Mew are not beating anyone pretty much any other way. So I put Arctina in B. I still think it's a solid deck. Like, I think you have like solid matchups against most decks. Guardian matchup is fine. Lost Box matchups are fine. Your Lugia matchup is fine. Your Goodra matchup is unfavorable. The Goodra's tough. Goodra's definitely tough. Mew, it's fine. You're just like Judge Pathing. You have big Pokemon. Like, a lot of your matchups are fine, but you're kind of just worse than Mew, I think, overall. But it's still like a solid deck, and it'll be like kind of like a consistently a solid deck. Yeah. Arc Peak, I think, has the same problems as Arc Dur does. Like, you kind of fall into the same situations. Your Guardian matchup is just so tough right now, and having a bad Guardian matchup seems really bad going into Portland specifically. Because, like I said, I think Guardian will be like the second most popular deck, probably around 18-20. Well, I'd probably say 15 to 20% for that, and Lost Box in the 15-20% range. I'd lead higher to 20%, I guess, for Lost Box than Guardy, but yeah, just taking a loss to Guardian going to Portland just seems really bad. So taking a hard matchup to Guardy seems really bad, like this weekend in general. So I wouldn't want to do that, which I think both these decks struggle with heavily, is the Guardy matchup right now. If Guardy comes down in percentage, though, I think that really helps the Arceus decks. When Guardy makes its way around, which I think it will, like, I don't think it's going to be that popular past Portland probably, but for Portland, and like this is just like a tier list based on like Portland predictions, like, you know, next major tournament I could have Arc Peak up here at tier A, because I'm like, well, Guardian's not really a thing anymore. You're really good against everything else. Also the Goodra's really popular right now as well, and Goodra's really hard for Arc Peak specifically as well. Arc Dura is a little bit better time against Goodra, but I think that one's pretty close as well. I don't know. That one I'm actually not too sure on. It probably is favored for Arc Dura. Yeah, probably that one's probably favored for Arc Dura, but Arc P can't have a good time against Goodra for sure. I think there's no way you got a good time against that. Miraidon, I think, is actually a pretty powerful deck. The meta's just really bad for it. I don't think it's going to change until we get a new set where Miraidon could have a moment. It might not even happen until rotation, but rotation we use the Regieleki VMAX, so it probably won't even happen then. Are you doing any coaching this weekend? My coaching is basically booked up until June. So if you're looking to get coaching with me, I always recommend booking as soon as possible, because my schedule is always super full up. And on Medify, on my coaching page, you can book like 2 months out in advance. So it's like each, you know, new day, new week, more slots will be opening up usually 2 months from now. Sometimes some slots will open up in the middle of that time stretch. My coaching stays pretty booked up pretty consistently. So if you're ever interested in getting coaching from me, the best time to get coaching from me is now for like a month and a half from now. But how does Maraudon ever win against Lost Zone Box? Go fast and pray, because they go pretty, like, Lost Box is really good at going fast, even for like little damage with the cram, but that's all they need to do against Maraudon. That's kind of like why the matchup is so good for Lost Box, is like you don't really need those huge pop-offs to kind of keep on pace with Maraudon. If you're interested in all the information for my coaching, you can find on my page. Just put ! Coaching in the chat. You'll be able to find it. Penny Control. After playing more of it, the Guardy matchup seems super tough. And once again, Guardy does not seem like a matchup that you want to take an L to, like that hard of a matchup to. And I think Penny Control has that problem right now. So the Guardy matchup is like really, really bad. So I'm gonna put Penny Control in C. But I think Sanders deck's really cool, and there's a lot of possibilities with it. If you got some other control stuff that you think you can get over the Guardy matchup with, then I think Control's a pretty good play. But I wouldn't want to go into this weekend at Portland taking a rough Guardy matchup. So I'd put that rough of a Guardy matchup. Because like I said, I think Mew's unfavored to Guardy, but it's not that bad. So yeah, I wouldn't want to take that rough of a Guardy matchup as Penny Control I think has. So Penny Control down here. Urshi and Teleon. This deck I need to do. I just haven't played with this deck at all. I would say it's at least B, or though I wouldn't put it to C, because I think actually your matchups, Urshi and Teleon's matchups against Lost Box decks seem really, really good, and then your matchup against Guardy seems decent as well. So I think you're favored. You might be favored against both of these decks. You're definitely coming up short to Mew. I don't know. You have the double Drapion, so maybe it's not even as bad as I think. Your Lugia matchup seems tough. That's one that's for sure. Your Lugia matchup and your Guja matchup seem tough. Maybe this should be A. If that's actually how I think the matchups go, I would actually put this in A. Consistency, it does. I've heard that it has consistency issues, so that would probably make me want to make it a B tier. But having not played this personally, and those are my kind of predictions for how I think it matches up against things, I think I would put it in A tier for right now, to be honest. Like the deck, if you have a favorable Guardy and Lost Box matchup, which would be my predictions for how the deck should function, I would put it in A tier. So we're gonna keep this in A tier for right now. Maybe this is a deck that'll test a little bit more this week if I have time to actually get a true understanding. But that's where I put it for now. Like I can't test everything. I don't know everything, but this is my good assumptions. Palkia Box. This deck's cool. New deck that's popped up recently. I'm only putting it on here because it has like recent hype. This definitely could leave my tier list going to the next major tournament. Why exactly don't you enjoy playing Lugia V? It's just unfun. Like I don't know. It's just unfun to play. Like compared to other Pokemon decks, it's just like compared to other Pokemon decks, it's just unfun. Sounds like I've been talking on 1.75 speed. I just gotta talk fast. There's too many things to talk about. Urshi Guardy is like 50-50. I could see that as well. I'd have to play it. I haven't played it yet. Why exactly don't I enjoy it? It's just unfun. Like compared to other Pokemon, it's just unfun. There's like no other better way to explain it than that. Like that's all I have. That's the only thing that I have to kind of go off is like, do I enjoy playing this? How much do I enjoy playing Lugia versus other Pokemon decks? And it's just like super unenjoyable. It's a very unenjoyable experience. Palkia B-Barrel, pretty consistent deck, very straightforward, very linear, and I don't think it has enough power. It doesn't have very much power behind it. So I don't think I can put it above B, but I would definitely play it over everything in C. I would definitely play Palkia B-Barrel over everything in C. I don't think I'd play it over anything in A, though. The deck's just not powerful enough. It's a cool deck. It'd be really cool to see someone do well with it as well, and like kind of maybe innovate on it a little bit, or kind of like prove its power level to me. Well, not to me specifically, but like prove its power level overall. Then I could definitely see bumping it up. But I right now have it as a B. You can beat a lot of things, but your power level is just super low. You're super predictable. Yeah, a pretty mid deck overall. I think it fits probably nice here against Arctina, because Arctina also, like I said, Arctina's not bad, but it's like, why would you play it over so many other decks? It doesn't make any sense. Like your power level is like reasonable with Arctina. I feel like the same way about Palkia. Like your power level is reasonable. It's just not quite good enough. And then we got the last one here. We got Kyurem VMAX. But yeah, I'm gonna put Kyurem VMAX in C because I think your Lugia matchup, or not your Lugia, I think your Guardy matchup is tough. I think your Lost Box matchup is tough. I think your Mew matchup is tough. And this is another deck that might not be on the tier list next time I do a tier list prior to one of these big events, because Azul and Turbolox, is it worth cutting Hawlucha? I don't really like Hawlucha. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's like okay. Hawlucha's like very okay. I don't think it adds that much of an... it doesn't like... If you could consistently utilize it, not just by finding it, but consistently utilize it by like the board setting up in a way where the Hawlucha is good, I would play it. But it doesn't happen that often as you think. So I'm not a huge fan of Hawlucha in like the Turbo Lost Box. I think in like Kyogre Lost Box or Sable's Art, it makes a little bit more sense. But in like the Turbo Lost Box, the Hawlucha is like, like I don't know. It's like meh. Like the board states where it's actually that good don't really come up that often. So yeah, I probably wouldn't play the Halucha in the Turbo Lost Box. Remember, if you guys have any questions for me about any lists or matchups, put them in chat now, and I'll answer them while I have time. Yeah, definitely Halucha kind of mid. Yeah. What's one challenge this weekend? Should I play Guardy without Mewtwo or Turbo Lost Box list? I mean, I'd probably say Turbo Lost Box. That's what I would recommend. Guardy without Mewtwo is also solid. But for locals, are a little bit different. If you have like a prediction on your local meta, like I would play Guardy if I don't think there's going to be that much Lost Box. If I think there's going to be a lot of Lost Box, I'd either square up with Lost Box or play Lugia Dura probably. If there's going to be a lot of Lost Box, I'd probably play Lugia Dura. If there's not going to be a lot of Lost Box, I'd play Mewtwo. Guardy for Sablezard? Sablezard's favored by quite a bit. If you're just a Sableye deck, like Sableye just kind of picks Guardy apart pretty handedly, like by itself, as long as you get there. And then yeah, Kyurem. I think it's a little bit of me. Like you're not holding up well enough against any of the top decks. I was very surprised by how good Kyurem is. But yeah, we're gonna put him in the C tier. And this one, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love for someone to top 8 Portland with Kyurem VMAX. I don't think it's gonna happen. It could happen. That'd be sick. That would be super sick. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen here. So we've got Kyurem in the C tier for this one. As always, would love to be proven wrong. But that one's gonna have to go with that. Why is Guardy bad into Lost Box? Sableye just kind of picks you apart too. Like it's just easy for Lost Box to get the first prize card and then like never whiff a prize card after that, or even get ahead 2 prize cards. Can you say how Sableye picks apart Guardy? Because like you KO Ralts or Kirlia with a Sableye, and then you put damage somewhere else, and you KO that with another Sableye. Or you just like get the first prize card with Cram, then they whiff a knockout, you get another prize card with Cram, or you like hit something that gets more damage in play, then you go into Sableye, get a single prize turn or a double prize turn, then you just chain Sableyes from there for the rest of the game, and then maybe you close out with a heavy hitter like Snorlax or Dragonite V whenever is convenient in the middle of the game to get ahead to stay ahead in the prize exchange, or at the end of the game just to win the game. So yeah, and it's because it's like hard, like you can just like get multi prize turns with Sableye, or you just get ahead because like some Guardy lists I've been playing 4 candy, which I think makes you hold up a little bit better against Lost Box, and might be the way to go for Guardy is to play that 4 rare candy builds that I've been seeing. Or if you stick with the 2 rare candy build, then you're going to be like not always getting turn 2 Guardy, which means you're not turn 2 attacking. If you're not turn 2 attacking, then the Lost Box player can get 2 prize cards ahead before you get anything done, and you just get kind of cooked from there. To cook with your Goodra deck, what do I think about that? Sounds inconsistent, which means probably not great because Gudra's already struggles with inconsistency. Yeah, not a big fan. I think Gudra's number one problem is not healing more, but setting up more consistently. Looks like on my locals, people don't know how to deal with Lugia with Lost Box, even as I don't know what I'm doing with Lugia. They end up losing is using Dura VMAX, a real pay against Lost Box. It's okay, but they can like 2-hit KO it with Dragonite and then go for like 2 attacks for 3 prize cards, which isn't a good trade for the Lugia player, but it's like not terrible because they don't really have a way to 1-hit KO it, so it's like fine to use, to be honest. It's like fine. It depends what else you would be attacking with. Yeah. All right, I think it's gonna do it for the tier list. Any more questions in chat? I'll answer those. If you have any more questions in chat, I'll answer those, and that's gonna wrap up this video, or wrap up this this tier list Portland discussion. But I think I covered everything I want to cover. A little bit more in depth on decks, card choices. Yeah. Oh, I didn't pick like the 6th most popular deck, did I? I have to pick that. I don't know what that'll be, to be honest. That's actually kind of up in the air. I'm gonna let's give it to Arctina. I think Lost Zone Tina is really bad. I kind of want to give it to Lost Zone Tina, but let's go with Arctina. So let's say the top 6 are going to be number 1 Lost Box, number 2 Guardy, number 3 Lugia, number 4 Mew, number 5 Gudra. Because on the graphic on the stream they show 6, and then for number 6 my prediction is going to be Arctina, because people have to come around on Lost Tina. Like it sucks. Lost Tina sucks. Is that supposed to be worth it in Turbo Lost Box? No. Rhydon's not good enough to warrant playing it. And it's too inconsistent of an answer against Arceus, and it's not even that good against Arceus decks either, because you're like going 2 for 2, which like speeds up the prize trade, which I think actually might favor Arceus decks in the long run, to be honest, because you don't have like a bunch of ways to KO Arceuses, so they almost are glad for the 2 for 2 trade-off sometimes. Yeah, they're almost like glad, like you'd rather play it slower as Arceus. Arceus has a great matchup spread. It really doesn't. It's like slightly unfavored against most of the top decks. It's just like, it's like a very mediocre deck. It has just enough power level to kind of keep up with most things in the format, or pretty much everything in the format. But I think it'd be reasonable for it to be the 6th most popular deck. Yeah, I think it's reasonable for Arctina to be the 6th most popular deck. Or I hope it's that over Lost Tina. I hope that people come around on Lost Tina and understand that Lost Tina sucks. And then they, at least if they're gonna play a Tina deck, they play Arctina. We can only hope. We can only hope for their sanity that they come around. But you know, people are stubborn. So actually, you know what? No, it should be Sable's Art. If Sable's Art, okay, here's my prediction. If Sable's Art is lumped in with the other Lost Box decks, then it'll be Arctina. If Sable's Art is not lumped in with the other Lost Box decks, should you play Cleansing Gloves and Mew? I think you should. Yeah, I think Cleansing Gloves and Mew seems worth it right now. Because Guard is going to be so popular for this one. It's also decent against Lost Box as well. I would say, yeah, Cleansing Gloves over second Choice Belt. I like that idea for sure. So, yeah, Cleansing Gloves has my seal of approval for Mew for sure. Is Green and VMAX with the gloves worth looking at? Maybe. Probably not, though. GG, I've been playing a ton of Goo, but Guardy scares me as Panic Mask or Rocky Helmet a good tech. I think possibly for Guardy, I don't know about Rocky Helmet. That's actually a new one. I think Panic Mask or the other one, not Rocky Helmet. Panic Mask or Box of Disasters could be good Guardy techs depending on the deck you're playing. So Lost Box has the best matchup spread across the board. Yeah, Turbo Lost Box I think probably has the best matchup spread across the board. What Lugia can use to beat Guardy even if your matchup got worse against everything else? You just add, I think the best tech is a one of Baby Yveltal. Like you should play the Baby Yveltal for sure. With how popular Guardy is going to be this weekend, Lugia should 100% play Baby Yveltal. Should 100% play the Baby Yveltal. So yeah, that's gonna be my prediction. Sable's Art will be the 6th most popular deck if it's not lumped in with the other Lost Zone decks. If it is lumped in with the other Lost Zone decks, I'm just gonna hope people understand that Lost Tina sucks and they switch over to Arctina, and then Arctina will be the 6th most popular deck, and that is gonna do it. Stoutland V with Cleansing Gloves and Lugia. Hey yo, wait, no, that doesn't even do enough damage. You're still just doing 60. You're still short. It doesn't even KO Comfy. Is it worth cutting Sky Seal Stone in Guardy for more counters to Beth? It's 70? No, it's not. It's 30 plus 30. Stoutland does 30. The gloves do 30. Cutting a Sky Seal Stone in Guardy for more counters to Path? No. You either play Forest or Sky Seal Stone. I mean, if you did, it'd be for a Forest Seal Stone. But Sky Seal Stone is really good in Guardy. It's like almost essential. Stoutland does 40? Oh, Stoutland does do 40. You're right. Yo, is Stoutland the nuts? Yo, Double Dip Fangs is back? No shot, right? That would be super sick. You'd have to play like 3 or 4 boss though to make it work. You'd also have to find your Cleansing Gloves. Alright, it's a bad idea, but it's cool. It's a bad idea, but it's cool. Just playing Greninja or Zard still wouldn't fully separate, but yeah. Yeah, they're definitely not going to do a full separation. It'll either just be, yeah, it'll either be separated by like Mirage Gate builds and Zard builds or not. But they definitely should, I feel like. Ninja Zard, Tina. Well, yeah. Lost Zone Tina will always have its own category. It's never going to be lumped in with Lost Box. Yeah, you could switch Sky to Forest, but I would never not play one of them. But Sky Seal Stone is really good against the Lugia matchup. That's the matchup that Sky Seal Stone matters the most, is the Lugia matchup for Guardy. And that's probably why Guardy is favored against Lugia. I don't know if you're favored against Lugia without Sky Seal Stone, to be honest. Because then Lugia can get ahead in the prize trade to the point where you can't actually make a comeback. Not that unreasonably, to be honest. Because they have like ways to KO Guardy EX off the bench pretty reasonably with like Baby Yveltal plus Boss. No one plays Lugia at your local. Charizard with Pidgeot and Miltank. I think Miltank might be okay, but I wouldn't play the Pidgeot stuff anymore. What's up, Steady? All right, chat. That's got to do it for me. I do have to head off now. I got to make some food. I got some coaching. Then I got to go to the gym. Definitely ran a little bit longer streaming than I thought, but I'll catch y'all again tomorrow. We're going to do top 8 best players from each region tomorrow. Nothing super serious. Not trying to offend anyone, but just kind of a fun player ranking thing. So we're gonna do that tomorrow, and then maybe I'll play some PTCG live. Maybe I won't. Check back in tomorrow to find out. Let's go ahead and raid. Let's go ahead and raid LDF. I'm out of here. Have a good one. It was a fun stream. We're gonna do a little bit more of this kind of chilling and chatting tomorrow. And then I did want to work on I want to work on a Kyogre list, and I also want to work on a Mew list, man. Maybe I'll work on a Kyogre list tomorrow. It's probably more important for me to play some Kyogre than Mew because I don't plan on playing Mew for Portland. So, but Kyogre is definitely a deck I like. I didn't talk about that as much. Like I could have mentioned like the decks that I like. I mean, yeah, I'm just a Sablezard and Kyogre, Lost Box are like the things that I like the most right now. I could have mentioned that as well because I was gonna put that in the video, but all right, I got you, Scythe. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and raid LDF. I'll catch y'all. What am I gonna catch y'all? Catch y'all tomorrow. And then I'm going to Portland Regionals this weekend, so I won't be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I'll be back again on Tuesday, where we will be VOD reviewing Portland Regionals. I'm bringing the VOD reviews back, 100% guaranteed, no matter what. We're going to be VOD reviewing every major tournament from here on out, as long as it makes sense. We might even VOD review some of the tournament in Japan, to be honest. That could be fun as well, to react to some of their rounds and gameplay and stuff. That'd be fun as well, so we should probably do some of that as well, because they have like the new decks and stuff, so we could see some... a little bit of what the new meta looks like. That sounds like a good time as well. But we will be VOD reviewing Portland Regionals when I get back on Tuesday. And then maybe, I don't know. I mean, that'll probably take longer than Tuesday because it's usually a long time to get through all of it. But that's the plan. Link tier list one more time. Yeah, sure. I got you. All right. If anyone wants the tier list so you can make your own, there you go. My tier list is the best tier list. It has all the only necessary relevant decks on it. And they look nice and clean. So you know whose tier list is best. All right. Catch you tomorrow. Peace.